StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626. Oh my god. Evil god. The scavenger pirates deserve what they have done. Dr. Narad said immediately, no one in this world has more power than you to judge their crimes. He said this with righteous indignation, and a team of Terran Empire Wolf Helmet Royal Marines led a dozen ragged pirates from the steps. These pirates looked extremely miserable, haggard, and skinny. I'm afraid even the beggars and vagrants in Augustus lived a much more decent life than them. They were a group of people who were starving due to lack of food, and they were so hungry that they seemed to be able to eat their own arms. Augustus looked in that direction and saw the leader of the scavenger pirates, Alan Shezza. Although he was already skinny, the former scavenger butcher had starved to a Galban hound, but his bright bald head was really impressive. Your Majesty, he is Alan Shezza, the leader of the scavenger pirates. The royal guard officer who was escorting the prisoners brought the pirate leader to Augustus and used a broad power armored arm to tightly grasp his neck and kicked him hard to order him to kneel on one knee in front of the emperor. When the emperor looked at a criminal, he was not qualified to stand, so he could only bow his head and repent. He sold his soul in exchange for vain money. Zarachel stared at the notorious pirate, and his burning eyes seemed to pierce his soul. Alan Shezza, you have committed numerous crimes against the human empire and our people. The voice of a senior executive Artemis contained a clear audible anger. This is not. You are not human. Shut up. Protus. Alan Shezza looked so thin that he seemed to fall down at any time, but his voice was still extremely vicious. He struggled hard to get rid of the hand pressing on him, and raised his head, and his light green eyes deep in his eye sockets were wide open. I'm Artemis, the senior executive of Durham. I have the authority. Artemis' voice was as loud as a bell, and his momentum was extraordinary. Fuck you, who do you think you are? Alan laughed coldly, not like a prisoner being interrogated, but still the terrifying pirate king. What do you think of me? You. Artemis was surprised by Alan Shezza's arrogance. In his opinion, this human was no braver than others. But I can control you. Augustus walked closer, so that the vicious pirate leader could see his power armor boots. What's more, the lives of you and your scum are still in my hands. If anyone thinks that Emperor Augustus is just a nobleman who won the throne by chance, a gentle gentleman, then they are wrong. 10 years ago, the notoriety of Augustus, the leader of the rebels, who killed many people, was well known. I don't know what you shameless pirates are so arrogant about. Dr. Narad scolded. Humph, I knew this day would come. The pirate leader's arrogance was not as strong as before, but he had not yet given in. I admit it, there is nothing to say. What we do is to violate the laws of the Terran Empire, wandering on the edge of grey and white to make shady money. He snorted again, but when my people and I formed the first scavenger fleet, the Terran Empire did not even exist. I know how you executed Captain Jackson, and now it's my turn. It's a matter of time, and if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. I won't execute you. Augustus took 2 steps. It's too easy to execute you so easily. Think about it. You have killed so many people, and dying 10,000 times is not enough. I accept being cut into pieces. The pirate leader swallowed his saliva. You can't scare me. Alan Shezza had heard about the tortures that the pirate captains who were once famous in the Kaprulu sector suffered before their death, but that was far from the most terrifying. They will be resocialized and become the lowest ranking miners or socialized soldiers who are often assigned to death squads. It is really worse than death. The resocialization project was originally created by the former Terran Federation to create cannon fodder and death soldiers, but now it has become the most cruel punishment in the Terran Empire. You are not a good thing either. Augustus Mengsk. He took a deep breath and shouted, everyone knows that the Mengsk family of Korhal was just a wealthy manor 100 years ago. It took advantage of the invasion of the alien Zerg to control power, and you are just a self-proclaimed one. Before he finished speaking, the pirate leader was slapped hard by an invisible hand. Sheza should be thankful that the Emperor Augustus opposite him wanted to spare his life, otherwise the ghost of the head of state beside him could break his neck with just a flick of his finger. You will be punished. Sheza spat out a mouthful of blood. It won't be long before those who oppose you will rush into the palace and kill all the Mengsk family members. You don't need to worry about it. Tanaya, teach him a lesson. Augustus turned his head, lit a cigar, and suddenly sighed. He really doesn't want to live. With an order, the ghost of the head of the next to him pressed the pirate's bald head and injected a powerful spiritual force, causing him to scream involuntarily. This guy's really unique. I haven't seen such a tough pirate for a while. On the other side, Jim Raynor, wearing grey-black power armor, came up with several Imperial officers and slowly walked past the screaming pirate. There is no need to reason with such desperate people. He pointed at Sheza and said, "You scum, I should have shot you a long time ago, but that was too easy for you." Raynor has been in charge of the command of the Imperial Army. Just now, he personally commanded an over-squadron assault force to attack the Temple of Twilight Bastion to search for survivors. It is worth noting that Raynor was accompanied by a tall Protoss executor, but his battle robe and armor were badly damaged. Executor Moyo. Augustus raised his eyebrows and recognized who it was. Moyo was an old acquaintance of the Terrans. They had fought together many times on the battlefields of Air and Shakuras. You're still alive. Since being captured by the scavenger pirates, there has been no news of Moyo. But in the end, Augustus and Artemis both believed that Moyo might have met with an accident. I'm Moyo. This tall and thin Protoss executor is a respectable warrior, and the small defeat against the human pirates is not enough to erase his past achievements. Emperor Augustus Mengsk, it is a shame for you to see me in such a mess. As a Protoss executor, the first thing that Moyo was remembered for was probably his humiliating defeat against humans. This was really not a glorious thing, so much so that the Protoss were ashamed to talk about it. There is nothing shameful about this. Now we all know what happened. Augustus said, the people of the Terran Empire are grateful for what you have done for them. When the Zerg arrived, Protoss Executor Morjo led a fleet to divert the Overmind's army in order to save the Terran Empire colonies. After a fierce battle, Morjo's flagship crashed on an uninhabited planet, and the first to discover them were the scavenger pirates of Alan Sheza. Although Morjo's Templars were isolated and helpless at that time, they were still deeply ashamed of being defeated by the scavenger pirates. It's not a shame, Morjo. Raynor smiled and said to his old friend, if you are really sad, think of something funny. Morjo, my brother, when we learned that you were safe and sound, there was joy in the Kara. At this time, in a flash of the warp matrix, Grand Archon Phoenix came to Morjo. Tacita is also worried about you, brother. Even now, we can only vaguely sense your presence in the Kala. Moyo, only if you open your heart, can the tribe understand your pain and heal it. Brother Phoenix, in the words of Raynor's friend, let me be alone for a while. Moyo was really not in the mood, and didn't want to talk. After that failure, I have been imprisoned in the stasis chamber, and those humans seem to have completely forgotten me. He just wants to be alone, Phoenix. Raynor said. James Raynor, I'm sorry, I didn't see you just now. How could Phoenix not see Raynor? He did it on purpose. He seems to have a little temper. You won't tell that thing everywhere. Augustus was happy, pulled Raynor to his side, and whispered to him. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. Raynor thought for a while and said. Indeed, our Marshal Raynor has not mentioned for a minute that Phoenix's modification of his Purifier clone's memory was discovered and even known to everyone, but he will soon be unable to hold back and talk about it again. Even with Phoenix's thick skin, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw the Purifier Talander now. As the saying goes, kings should not meet kings. Phoenix always avoids appearing in places where Talander is. Well, when did I doubt you? Damn Jimmy. Augustus shook his head. At this time, the scavenger pirate leader Alan Sheza had stopped wailing, but he didn't dare to speak wildly anymore. Augustus looked at Sheza again and asked, what did Auriga give you to make you willingly work for him? Sheza was silent for a while, until the royal guard officer next to him shouted to him, the emperor is asking you a question. Then he said slowly, among my customers, Auriga is fair, and has taken care of a lot of our business. He is generous, and never gives credit. Dealing with him is much better than dealing with those old timers. In our business, as long as there is money to be made, we don't care whether the money is paid by a man or a dog. So, Auriga is still a good boss? Augustus asked. This was before he turned into the horrible look he has now, Sheza said gloomily and bitterly. By the time I realized what a monster he had become, it was already too late. That hateful dark Archon, Auriga. He's a lunatic. He shook his head as he spoke. He's crazy. He's crazy. Absolutely crazy. In order to control my fleet, he locked me in a Goliath robot and installed a self-destruct device in it. If I don't obey his orders, there will be no trace of my body left. Also, due to living in an environment without sunlight for a long time, Sheza's face became extremely pale. Later, I don't know why, Auriga no longer even needed to control my men through me. At that time, I was just a prop that had lost its function to Auriga. Then, as you can see, I and my people became useless garbage and were thrown into the garbage dump by Auriga. We could only scrape some green moss, berries, and mushrooms in the temple to fill our stomachs. Augustus nodded hesitantly, not asking why there were berries in a closed temple. Come to think of it, I really hoped that you could defeat Auriga sooner. Sheza was completely deflated after he finished speaking, as if he had accepted his fate and didn't want to suffer anymore. I didn't expect you to really do it. It's not that easy. We just defeated Auriga again, but we haven't killed him yet, Raynor said. How can we kill that kind of monster? Sheza seemed to have thought of something that frightened him so much that he trembled all over. I saw Auriga eat those stars with my own eyes, as if he had sucked their souls dry. This is why Auriga is immortal, why his power never runs out. What's going on? Augustus looked at Raynor. I don't understand it either. Maybe you should go and see for yourself. Raynor spread his hands. Your Majesty, we all thought that the existence of the hybrid Ma had already desecrated this holy land. Now it seems that he and Auriga's desecration is not over yet. Artemis walked towards Augustus at this time. Although Auriga is no longer here, he once came to Zakul a long time ago. He said with great heartache, this is the most inhumane torture since the Eon of Disaster, and the most horrible evil in the world is no more than this. The reason why Auriga is eternal is that he constantly draws psychic power from the bodies of other Protoss. Even the powerful protector of Zakul has become extremely weak now. Research shows that the power of the Zakul Protoss is infinitely close to the void. Perhaps that is intentional to facilitate Ma and Auriga to absorb energy. Nera did not continue. These monsters. How cruel. What would happen if Auriga drained all the power from a Protoss? Augustus asked after a moment of silence. Have you seen those sponges that have been dried of moisture? Have you seen the ancient earth mummies recorded in electronic history books? The kind that turn into powder when touched? Raynor must have seen it. That's right. Auriga and Mal are like vampires, draining the blood of those Protoss to nourish themselves. I've seen such a tragic scene. It's really horrible. Nerid sighed. Your Majesty, this is the most outrageous scene I have ever seen. Every ripple of psychic pulse released by Auriga comes at the cost of the lives of countless Protoss. A dark age has arrived. Zarachil was also stunned for a long time, and after a while, he stopped and sighed. Augustus looked at Nerid, as if he wanted to get an answer from him. Doctor, what kind of master are they loyal to? This is an evil god. Thanks for voting. Chapter 627. Ammon awakens our dream. The Forbidden Temple of Documents was not as gloomy as Augustus had expected. Instead, it was bathed in the shining light of the obelisk array and the jungle-like clusters of Kadarin crystals. There were countless passages here, intricate and maze-like, and the direction could only be determined by the air currents and markings. The bedrock road under his feet was extremely long, as if it connected to the ancient times. The silver and grey walls on all sides, which flashed with strands of bright green fluorescence, had a clever texture, as delicate as the riverbed mud that had been repeatedly washed by water, and were carved with fine lines and patterns like the veins of stems and leaves and the spiral lines of shells. This temple seems to be alive. Augustus passed through an arch with a thin and elegant spire, and came to the brilliant and shining temple hall. Here, thousands of crystals that emitted colorful lights like gems were lined up on both sides like swords, and countless stone formations composed of hexagonal columns inlaid with crystals were shrouded in the soft white flashes of the energy matrix. It is hard to imagine that the walls of the temple are also covered with lush mosses and vines, with roots deeply embedded in the stone walls and pillars. Obviously, the materials used to build this temple are not what humans know. The temple's glorious dome has an incredible vertical drop to the ground, and it is unreachable. There are hundreds of niches carved on it, as if giants are meditating, talking, and living in such a temple. It is conceivable how shocked the Protoss will be when they first step into the temple. When the magnificent things that they have been unable to understand and create so far appear in front of them, it is natural to worship the gods. Just like the Xel'Naga temples that Augustus had seen in Aya, this place is ridiculously large and magnificent. It seems that when Alan Shez's pirates were trapped in the temple, they relied on eating these things to fill their stomachs. Raynor has been to such a place for a long time. In the territory of the Terran Empire, Xel'Naga ruins are occasionally unearthed. Augustus even ordered the establishment of a royal organization to carry out protective excavation work on these precious ancient ruins. Since the first appearance of the Protoss and the Zerg, the humans in the Kaprulu sector have understood that they are not alone in this universe. The lost world of Sil, which originally belonged to the Tal'Darim Protoss, is now also part of the Terran Empire. There are still a large number of undiscovered ancient civilization relics in the geological strata there, but they are not as well preserved as Zakahal. There are traces of blasphemy everywhere here. Artemis always stood on the side of Augustus, putting him on an equal footing with himself. The existence of the hybrids has desecrated this temple, but their destruction here is far more than that. Zarachil was like a shadow that could not be illuminated by the light when he walked. Even a calm character like him could not help but be furious when he saw the scene in front of him. The Aya Protoss and the Shakurus Protoss both value their own people and compatriots, but the hybrids and other races are completely opposite. The Tal'Darim of Slain were always considered the representatives of cruelty and barbarity, but even their sacrificial rituals seemed merciful in comparison. Between the Xel'Naga stone formations, countless Protoss corpses were randomly discarded and piled up like mountains. These Protoss were nailed to the raised altar steps and bled to death by spears, and the material used to make the spear tips was actually the Kadarin crystal, which was regarded as a sacred symbol. When Augustus got closer, the strong smell of blood came to his face. This sweet smell was different from human blood, but it still made people feel sick. Various evil patterns drawn with the blood of the Protoss were scattered in every corner of the temple hall, depicting an extremely distorted and extremely weird scene. Countless spindly limbs, protruding ribs and demonic eyes stretched out like twisted shadows under Augustus' feet, representing a horrible hybrid army, which could be called a huge and weird picture. It was written with the blood of the Protoss, and some of the blood has dried up for a long time. Nered's face turned pale, obviously frightened. The poor old man was so shocked by the scene that his legs went weak. With the blood of our people, the hybrid Ma painted an extremely terrible and dark future. Zarachil looked at the blood that seemed to have dried up for a long time with grief. This is a prophecy of a future without hope. It's really weird. Raynor smacked his lips and his face turned pale. Hybrids are very strange. This kind of monster with powerful mental power can kill people invisibly. When dealing with such monsters, even if they are completely killed, it may be too late. Many Terran Empire soldiers who had to retire were forced to leave because they could not forget the terrible mental trauma of the arrival of the hybrids. They always had the same nightmare. Many people began to sleepwalk, and when they woke up, they found that they were painting a hybrid with their own blood. Ma is not only absorbing the energy of the protectors of Zakahal, but also the energy of these dead Protoss. Augustus said, since Auriga has been here before, he may have joined this bloody feast. Auriga doesn't care about the lives of the Aya Protoss, and he feels extremely happy to slaughter and abuse them. Now, I think Auriga no longer cares about the lives of his fellow Dark Templars, because he thinks that his people have betrayed him. The leader of the scavenger pirates, Alan Sheza, was also brought in. He was not as ignorant of what had happened in this temple as he had said before. That's why I don't understand what these Protoss want to do. They say they are friendly, but they are much more cruel than humans when they fight. This is the hatred between races, the so-called blood feud, but it's just like this. Augustus said, the memory of the exile of his people has caused Auriga more trauma than we imagined. Zarachel also believed that he did not stop Auriga in time, which made him become what he is now. In the Temple of Wisdom, which has been guarded by the Alisa tribe for generations, there are also records of tragic memories from thousands of years ago. Auriga broke the taboo and read the sealed ancient knowledge privately, and the influence of those memories on him inevitably increased day by day. He said, Auriga is unwilling to forgive, and will never forgive. He is willing to be devoured by hatred and anger, and willing to walk on a dark path. If Auriga is on the right path, he should have become a hero of our tribe. And the only way to calm Auriga's anger is death. Speaking of which, this is indeed tit for tat. Rastigal and Zarachel still hate the Supreme Council, but they chose to forgive the Templar class that once helped their people, and Auriga chose to repay blood with blood. If the Protoss hero Adun had not violated the Supreme Council's order to execute those who were unwilling to join the Kala, there would be no current Protoss of Shakuras. Auriga has killed too many Protoss. He will never stop until all the Aya Protoss are killed. Artemis said with deep sorrow, this matter must not be known to Shakuras, at least not before the recovery of Aya. We humans would say that paper cannot cover fire. Raynor said to Artemis, it is too difficult for you to hide something. You are right, Raynor. Phoenix said, but it is not impossible. Lies and deception are extremely rare among our people, but they still exist, especially among politicians and the Supreme Council. Once the Aya Protoss and the Terran begin to retaliate against the Nerazim Protoss in private, vendettas will become commonplace. Artemis said, by then, the Terran that my teacher founded will fall apart. Not only that, there will be no chance for the two races to unite again. That is exactly what our enemies want to see. Augustus' eyes flashed. For a human empire, having a powerful neighbor like the Protoss around can easily cause many concerns. Generally speaking, the ruler of the empire does not want the Protoss to be too powerful, but if the ruler happens to be a friend of the Protoss, that is another matter. Considering that Ammon is about to return, Augustus also hopes that the Protoss big brother can preserve his strength and not be destroyed again, otherwise humans will have to suffer more. If the emperor of the empire is Augustus' brother Augustus Mengsk, then he will naturally be on guard against the Protoss at all times, and he will not be able to sleep or eat if he does not kill them. In the history of mankind, there are many divisions caused by hatred. Dr. Narad follows Augustus all the time, and even accompanies him, which is enough to show how much the emperor relies on him. However, if Terran really splits again, it is indeed what Narad wants to see. Although Ammon does not take the Dark Templar seriously at all, in Narad's view, the Nerazim Protoss who are not controlled by Kara are a potential risk, and the United Protoss will also be an obstacle to Ammon's plan to destroy the world. Auriga is really a perfect chess piece. It won't be long before he becomes the fuse that reignites the war between the Protoss. Auriga hopes that the two races will start a new war and split up again, but we must not let him do so, Zarachel said. The Dark Templar still has the old patriarch Rastigal. With her around, the young and strong generation of the Nerazim should not make any noise, Raynor said. It's not that simple, Augustus said. Among the Protoss, a vicious incident can easily be exaggerated. In addition, the Aya Protoss have a much larger population in Shakuras than the native Nerazim Protoss. As long as one of them who is radical and hates the Dark Templar puts it into practice, the disaster will soon begin. Even in the best case, the Aya Protoss and the Shakuras Protoss will part ways again, and never see each other again. Tassida is the most outstanding and greatest executor among us, but even he is sometimes unable to do what he wants. Artemis said, I really hope I can help him, but I always doubt that I don't have the ability. Don't worry, young Artemis, you are far better than you think. Zarachel said and walked into the blood-stained obelisk. These are not just the Protoss of Zakal. It can be heard that Zarachel is now shocked and angry. They come from other planets, from the former colonies of the Protoss Empire, the Temple World and even Aya. Artemis stared at the bodies of the Protoss with twisted limbs, and sad ripples appeared in his glowing blue eyes, as if the scene before him reminded him of the ancient catastrophe. Auriga's minions shamelessly kidnapped our people, and offered them as sacrifices to their gods. Not only the Calais, but also the Templars and the Arbiters. Gods, they may have even destroyed a fleet returning from the depths of the galaxy. This is something that only the Tal'Darim Protoss can do. These protest victims with grey, blue and light skin came from different tribes, and most of them did not even belong to the Zakul Protoss. It seems that this matter is far from that simple, and they are obviously all branches of the Aya Protoss. It can be seen that, even if Auriga has gone crazy to this extent, he still has a clear distinction between love and hate. For Auriga, slaughtering the Aya Protoss is not the ultimate goal, but to cause discord within the Dalam Protoss. And he notes that Dalam is not very harmonious, and it is only because of the efforts of the leaders of both sides. At this moment, a beam of light that seems to come from the sky shines on this terrible slaughterhouse, and all the protest victims are transformed into a light mist that is blown away by the wind and teleported away. We will bury him in the traditional way, Artemis said. Here is a line of words. After the protest turned into light mist and drifted away, Raynor suddenly noticed the words that were originally covered by the corpses. What does it say? Augustus was also proficient in the Protoss language, but it seemed to be a mysterious Zelnaga language. Ammon awakened our dreams. Blood and fire. We will be reborn in the fire. Zarachel walked over and knelt on one knee in front of the line of blood. This looks like it was written by a person who wanted to burn himself. Raynor touched his beard unnaturally. They are all crazy. Those Protoss are willing to be devoured by the hybrid and Auriga, which is really crazy. Even those powerful Protoss Templars cannot resist such mental corrosion. Augustus sighed, knowing that the will of humans is even more fragile. At this moment, following Augustus's gaze, one can see a Zelnaga spaceship shrouded in brilliant light. It is shaped like a sharp shuttle supporting the dome of the temple, and its entire body is shrouded in bright green light. Auriga has long disappeared, Artemis said. He only left this magical spaceship. Perhaps we can find out the pattern of Auriga's activities and the places he visited most often from the logbook recorded in this spaceship. Chapter 628 D4358 Devil's Market. Chapter 628 D4358 Demon's Fair D4358. This is the official name of this uninhabited marginal world in the public archives of the Terran Empire colony. Later, the immigrants jokingly called it Demon's Fair, which is really an overly vivid name. Although this planet with a withered charcoal grey surface orbits a stable main sequence star, the flat elliptical orbit makes the temperature difference throughout the year astonishingly large, and the environment is extremely harsh. It was once considered unable to meet the minimum needs of human survival. Moreover, D4358 is a remote marginal world, and it is not worth the cost to use it as a prison planet for exiling prisoners. What really made D4358 enter the sight of the Imperial government was a report automatically sent back from the planetary probe. The secondary scan of the entire planet showed that there were a large number of abandoned Tal'Darim Protoss buildings on the back of the planet. Obviously, D4358 was once a colony planet belonging to the Tal'Darim. What attracted the Tal'Darim here was another rare source of D4358, terrazine. This gas can cause hallucinations and is addictive. People who inhale too much will become more or less crazy. The Tal'Darim Protoss call it the breath of the creator, and the Banisher of the Empire call it the gift of Banisher, but in fact it is a real natural drug for humans. On most planets of the Terran Empire, terrazine is a banned substance. Even in those imperial territories, where terrazine can be legally absorbed, the dosage sold must be strictly controlled. As time entered the 4th year of the imperial calendar, the official excavation of the D4358 Protoss ruins by the imperial government prompted the opening of a new route, and gradually, immigrants from all over the world came to this planet one after another for various reasons, and through various channels to make a living. The establishment of a new colony always means more readily available resources, more job opportunities, and more opportunities. Opportunities and risks coexist, and those low-level workers in the core world who yearn for big ranches and big houses are willing to use the money they have saved for half their lives in exchange for a hope. Most of the immigrants are poor people. As for where the colony ship will eventually take them, whether they will kick them off the ship halfway and pick up a group of passengers to earn double or triple the salary, most of them can only leave it to fate. Despite this, D4358 does not have many resources to support a city, or even one or two slightly larger communities. There are also many people living here, but they are not permanent residents. The richest thing on D4358 is terrazine. This purple gas lingering over the planet is so abundant that even digging a hole can produce a few wisps of smoke, but this gas is toxic to ordinary crops. Even if there was a dense jungle on the planet, it will be barren after hundreds of years. Most of the immigrants work at the terrazine collection stations established by the Terran Empire on the planet, but judging from the number and scale of the collection stations, the Empire does not have much demand for this gas at present. As the settlers jokingly called D4358 the Devil's Market, except for those working at the collection station, the rest of the people worked in the largest market on the planet. In this market, even Protoss relics can be found. As long as you can imagine, there is nothing you can't find. Not only in the Terran Empire, but also in the entire Cope sector, assassins are posting orders in the Devil's Market to take jobs. As long as the price is right, they dare to assassinate imperial senators. Even the most famous mercenary groups post notes here to find work, because since the once lawless port of the dead has become more and more prosperous under the governance of the Terran Empire, the D4358 Devil's Market has gradually replaced it. The Emperor of the Empire, Augustus the Great, ruled the country with laws and severe punishments. Those who used to look down on the imperial government are now in new Falsum, or beheaded by ghost agents. This emperor is not a gentle person, so the rest of the people also succumbed to his softness. But there are too many things in this world that are not allowed to be seen in public, and there must be a place to digest these grey businesses that are on the edge of the law. Someone told me that some people, D4358, have been so proud of themselves in recent years that they have inevitably crossed the line and engaged in some unethical businesses, trampling on the laws of the Empire. In Augustus' memory, the last time he set foot in these dirty, dilapidated and smoky places was in the slums of Tarsinus and the city of the Port of the Dead built on garbage. The situation in the former has obviously improved, and the Port of the Dead has regained its green mountains and clear waters under the governance of the imperial government. It may be a bit too much to say that the Demon Market is a garbage dump, but in Augustus' eyes, it is not much better, because it is just a dilapidated street made of rusty metal and stone, and there are dark forks everywhere leading to black markets. This area was once a colony of the Tal'Darim Protoss, but it has long been deserted by their destructive excavation work. If the Kel-morians are the mineral locusts among the Caprula humans, then the Tal'Darim are the Kel-morians among the Protoss. The Ea Protoss emphasizes the harmonious coexistence of man and nature, while the Tal'Darim Protoss are not so pretentious. Every planet abandoned by the Tal'Darim Protoss is devastated, as if it had been bombed. This makes the already poor D4358 even worse. D4358 is a place with a harsh environment. Sometimes, it is hotter than Char, and colder than Blaxis. Only places near the Tropic of Cancer can be lived. It is true that it takes a strong will and great courage to survive in such a place. In the world of StarCraft, humans are regarded as a tenacious race. The people here live badly. As an emperor, Augustus believes that he should be responsible, but the people who come to the Demon Market are not here to live a good life, and they are even less interested in building their own homes. Although I didn't come here for this kind of thing, since I'm here, the people here need to know who has been here. As Augustus was speaking, Marshal Renault handed him a fine cigar, and General Matt Horner lit the cigarette himself. Donnie Vermillion, a military reporter next to him, immediately recorded the precious moment of the Emperor's inspection of the border. When he pressed the shutter, he was so excited that he seemed like a rocket that was about to take off on the spot. After all, there are not many reporters who can follow the Emperor around and record. Donnie Vermillion was lucky because he was a loyal and unprincipled licker of Emperor Mengsk. This time, Augustus did not wear a military uniform, but a thick grey woolen long windbreaker to resist the cold when D4358 was at Aphelion. The imperial generals and guards around him were dressed in the same way, looking like the rich people in the core world who were generous. In fact, after arriving at so many worlds, Augustus didn't think there was anything to be afraid of in a place like D4358. Augustus had seen too many desperate criminals and knew how to deal with this gang of bandits. It can be noticed that the people in the Demon Market dress much wilder than those in other areas. All the men have a muscular and tough appearance. At a glance, you can tell that they are characters who have worked hard in the sea of blood and corpses. They may be veterans of the old Federation era. Such people have no sense of belonging in the new empire and cannot find a good job, so they gamble their lives to try their luck in the marginal world. In the Terran Empire, the mercenary business is legal, but with the growing strength and stability of the empire, they do not have too much work and can only accept orders from the mining areas and caravans in the marginal world. Since the Zerg invaded again and the war broke out, the mercenary business has become good again. The girls in the demon market are also very eye-catching. D4358 is filled with thick terrazine fog and has not seen the sun all year round. Everyone has snow-white tight skin and exposed thin waists. They are all warriors, and the scabbards hanging on the belts always show the wildness of cats. His every frown and smile seemed to seduce Mr. Titus Finlay's soul. Whenever they passed by Augustus, they would look at him carefully. Nowadays, there are many people who cannot recognize the Emperor of the Empire, but there is no doubt that Augustus' unique charm always makes him the most eye-catching one in the crowd. People here are not afraid of outsiders. At most, they will occasionally look at them. Everyone here has a gun and is not afraid of trouble. If you don't mind, boss, I think I need to take 2 days off. Ty just rushed from the back of the team to the front, and his mind was no longer on doing business. Even if I use my ass to think, I know what you are up to. Augustus waved his hand, as if to drive away a fly. I tell you, don't even think about it. If it weren't for me, you would still be in New Folsom prison. Augustus was telling the truth. According to this timeline, Titus had been arrested and imprisoned for robbing a train, and was sent to New Folsom prison after many twists and turns. However, although Titus no longer robs trains, his eating skills have not fallen behind. He is proficient in stealing and cheating, and his bad habits are also very troublesome. What are you going to do? Raynor asked. Spend money. When Titus said this, he was still scanning a passing woman from the Devil's Market. His eyes seemed to have a scanning laser of a robot. What else? Raynor asked again. Pay to sleep with a woman. Titus smiled. It would be better if you don't have to spend money. I know, Jimmy, you have some evil ideas in your mind. I will take care of this matter, and I will definitely not tell Elizabeth. What kind of talk is this? I have a family. Raynor waved his hand and refused sternly. My son is 8 years old. If it weren't for the war, Lady and I would have planned to have a second child. But I don't mind drinking a little wine and enjoying it. Boss, I saw that your eyes have not moved since just now. Ty just looked at Augustus again, ready to throw dirty water. What are you talking about? Augustus frowned. If this matter is reported back to the Augusgrid Palace, you and I will be finished. Compared to Sarah, it's just some rouge and powder, nothing to see. Many people underestimated the Queen of the Empire Kerrigan, thinking that she was just a lucky ghost agent who used witchcraft to bewitch the Emperor of the Terran Empire. In ancient times, this woman would be considered a scourge to the country and the people. But no one expected that, since Emperor Augustus personally led the Imperial army to fight against the invading Zerg, the Imperial mistress sitting in Korhal still managed the huge empire in an orderly manner, just like managing the big and small affairs of the family. She is not only very skillful, but also no more merciful than the ruthless Prince of Arcturus. At the beginning, the ministers and generals of the empire had many doubts, but they were soon convinced. Everyone thought that Augustus Mengsk was the emperor who was in charge of the country, but in fact, it was Queen Sarah Kerrigan who controlled the government. In many cases, the queen's decision was equivalent to the emperor himself. Yes, Titus, you really don't want to die. Raynor also said. What's wrong with me? Titus was dissatisfied. He had been locked up by Augustus for half a month, and he was really a little hungry and thirsty. Later, if you move faster, I can give you a holiday for that. Augustus' eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Now, shut up. Augustus came here, mainly because he found a record of his visit to D4358 in Auriga's Zelnaga spaceship. This is also a base camp of the scavenger pirates, and there are still many remnants. Auriga seems to be another Zarachel who keeps pursuing prophecies, but his purpose is to destroy rather than save. This dark archon engulfed by hatred believes that there must be a new life after destruction, and wants to build a world with only Neras Improtus. Over the years, he has been to as many places as Zarachel, not only in the Kaprulu sector, but also in other places. The places Auriga has been to the most are Aya, the home planet of the Protoss, and Elna, the satellite where the Wisdom Temple of the Dark Templar is located, which is his former hometown. And among the human places, the most is this D-4358. After Zakal, Augustus and Artemis parted ways, each dealing with matters within their own sphere of influence. You know, Auriga could be anywhere in this world, and it would be very difficult to find him, unless he showed up again. Augustus waited for a few days in Zakal, and realized that he did not have too much time to waste on capturing Auriga. His original intention was just to maintain the stability of the border harassed by Auriga. Taking this opportunity, Augustus decided to purge the Imperial Pirate Organization and rebel forces headed by the Scavenger Pirates, starting with D-4358. Augustus also knew that it was better to loosen up than to block. As long as the people who operated the demon market did not cross the line, he would ignore them. But this time, it was obvious that someone thought that, since Korhal had no control over this place, he could act tyrannically. As he was talking, a group of malicious armed men came over from the opposite side, each wearing grey and white power armor, very imposing. They are Tiger's Claw, a group of fledgling mercenaries who have established themselves here with ruthlessness and cold efficiency, Matt Horner whispered. As long as the taxes are paid, I don't care what kind of cat's claws or lion's claws they are, Augustus said. The money is there, the people are there, and I like these little bastards, Titus said. Hope these kittens are tough enough. Chapter 629, Sweeping Away Gangs and Eliminating Evil. Just a glance and you can tell that these Tiger Claw mercenaries are not just coming over to say hello. Obviously, someone has bribed these young mercenaries to drive away the uninvited guests in front of them. For newcomers who want to make a name for themselves, the more they want to make a name for themselves, the more ruthless they have to be. They have to dare to take jobs that others dare not take. Titus, don't kill anyone, there is still a use for them. Augustus exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, as if it was the fog over D-4358. The industry of D-4358 is not developed. What pollutes the sky is the terrazine gas fountains gushing out from the cracks on the surface. In a sense, this gas has also created the rough and irritable character of the locals. Many people here have insomnia. They have deep bags under their eyes, as if they often have trouble sleeping. Legend has it that when the night comes and the terrazine rises, the dark god of Tal'Darim will temporarily return to this world. I've always been very measured in my attacks. Titus grinned, revealing the fat and scars on his face. When the giant with a cigarette in his mouth walked towards the aggressive Tiger Claw mercenaries, he looked more like the villain. Except for Titus, everyone on Augustus' side just stood there and watched, without even moving, while there were 7 people on the opposite side. All of them were tall and strong men. Both sides were wearing power armor, and Titus's was obviously better, an improved CMC 400, with the classic Imperial red and gold piping color, but there was no Terran Empire logo on it, but a graceful naked woman. The mercenaries were wearing refurbished and modified CMC 200 power armor, but the helmet's movable mask, shoulder armor and shin armor had been replaced with other reinforced parts. Compared with the standard power armor of the Imperial Army, the mercenaries were always obsessed with trying every possible way to modify their armor, even if it only made it look more dangerous. Sorry, someone has offered us a high price to block this block. The leading Tiger Claw mercenary introduced himself as Ravidawn, the leader of these mercenaries. Ravidawn's face looked very young, with red lips and white teeth, and long brown hair that was neatly combed back. In this era, many people became mercenaries before they finished their studies, even if they were not much taller than a gun at that time. You don't need to tell me about this, kitten. The teasing in Titus' voice made the mercenaries on the opposite side furious. Why? If you can afford a higher price, we can solve all your troubles for you. Ravi stopped the mercenaries who were about to take action against Titus, but his face was also unhappy. How much? Haha, I hope you are not kidding. Titus saw the mercenaries on the opposite side typed out a string of numbers with gestures. The new version of the Imperial credit coin printed in the first year. We don't recognize the waste paper of the old Federation. We need cash. Vera's right eyelid twitched. If you don't have it, you can also use the Ardeen crystal, or that meets the quality standards as a substitute. He waved his hand, and many mercenaries in green and brown power armor walked out of the streets of the demon market. Seeing this, the pedestrians on the street also returned to their homes and locked the doors and windows with ease. After all, the security of the border is not as good as that of the core world, let alone a place like the demon market. No, I have a more clever solution. Ty just smiled and didn't take the other party seriously at all. When he followed Augustus to the Korhal sector, these young people were still half-grown children. Vera knew that the other party was playing tricks on him, but he didn't have the face to turn against him. In his opinion, these outsiders had no right to bargain with him at all. May I remind you? I'm afraid you don't know who I am. Ty just breathed out from his nose, saying my name will scare you. I don't care who you are. Even the gods have to pay. Vera tore off all his disguises and bared his fangs. Regardless of whether he recognized this imperial hero or not, Titus Findler's name was known to everyone in the Empire's unremitting propaganda. The problem was that there were too many fakes in this world. Even a grey-haired boy with a frizzy hair dared to say that he was the illegitimate son of Emperor Augustus. Ty just didn't say anything. He touched the ash of his cigarette and threw it in Vera's face. In an instant, the Tiger Claw mercenaries roared and pounced on Titus, but the opponent was faster, stronger, and more violent than them. Standing in front of these three-legged cats was a real monster. Titus finally was as strong as a bull and as fierce as a lion and a tiger. He was a real thug, his blood boiling with whiskey and cigar smoke. Even the tranquilizers that could have paralyzed a thunder beast were not enough to calm the rage of this bull. Titus rarely got drunk, but when he did, it was either because he had drunk enough liquor to knock a horse unconscious, or because he was just taking advantage of the situation. With a roar, Titus smashed a Tiger Claw mercenary's face with a punch, including his helmet, and then rushed forward to knock down 2 or 3 people, killing anyone who stood in his way. It was not just brute force. Titus had obviously learned a few tricks from the Protoss, although not much, but enough. When Titus rushed into the crowd, he was like a wolf into a flock of sheep, biting at a few rags on the ground like a mad dog. No one could withstand 2 punches from this beast, even if they were wearing power armor. In just a dozen seconds, Titus knocked down everyone except Vera Dawn, knocking them all to the ground without even taking a breath. Then, Titus leaned sideways and blocked the bullets from Vera's pistol with his shoulder armor. He took 2 steps and punched the mercenary's handsome face, which was torn into pieces. This was not because Titus only hit people in the face, but because it was the most vulnerable part when wearing power armor. If he loses to these kittens, he will be out of business. Raynor was very familiar with Titus. After all, the devils of heaven were brothers who had worn the same pants. He is not old yet. Augustus gestured twice. Jimmy, this is your trick. If it were me, I would move faster. Raynor seemed calm. He is too slow, as if he had just drunk a bucket of urine instead of whiskey. Your Majesty, those mercenaries are ready to take action. Matt Horner pointed to the Tiger Claw mercenaries who were about to rush over to rescue their leader, frowning. In other words, these mercenaries were young and fearless. They knew they had met a tough guy, but would not give in. On the surface, even if Augustus and others behind Titus were counted, there were only a dozen people. This group of Tiger Fang mercenaries numbered about 100 people, each equipped with power armor. Although most of them were junk discarded by the Terran Empire and used by the border militia, they were actually quite impressive after being modified and renovated, especially since they were equipped with various high explosive weapons and railguns. In the border mining area, if such a group of tough guys suddenly appeared, most people would not dare to confront them head on. It seems that the locals are not very friendly. I just wanted to have a good chat with the person in charge here and leave. Augustus was not panicked at all. He was no longer at the age where he would be scared and screaming just by seeing a group of human mercenaries. It seems that someone can't wait to enter New Falsum. Originally, Augustus didn't think that the boss behind the Devil's Market would dare to take action against him, and he obviously underestimated the other party's courage and stupidity. Then, we should call for an express delivery. Renault clapped his hands. When the Tiger Claw mercenaries surrounded Augustus and others, 2 Hercules transport ships painted in gold and red landed over the Devil's Market with a roar. Hundreds of low-orbit landing capsules were sent to various places on the streets, and teams of Terran Empire soldiers in full armor immediately came out of them. Now, the Tiger Claw mercenaries were dumbfounded. Even when they were at their most arrogant, they had to take a detour, even if they saw the Imperial Border Militia. Once defined as a criminal organization by the Empire, the special forces of the Empire's Nova Squadron will knock on the door in the middle of the night to send warmth. He didn't say we have to arm wrestle with the government army. I won't take this job. Vera spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth, and his face was crooked. If he had known that this was someone from the Imperial military, he would have gone crazy to cause trouble. We surrender. We surrender. He looked around and saw that his men raised their hands in unison before he gave the order, and he actually felt fortunate. We are citizens of the Empire. Terrans. Terrans. Now that I know you are Terrans, it's really embarrassing. I thought you would be more tough. Ty just smiled and walked over to help Vera, who was stiff and dared not move. Now do you know who I am? You are Jim Raynor. Vera really couldn't remember Titus, but he still knew a few names. Bullshit. When your grandfather Titus was fighting the bugs in Char, your mother was not yet there. Titus was full of swear words, but he still hugged Vera Dawn intimately in his arms and stretched out his hand to rub the other's face vigorously. Look, I'm Jim Raynor. Raynor was very grateful when he heard that the other party actually knew his name, even though he had misidentified Titus. Well, I thought this young man at least knew who the Emperor of the Terran Empire was. Augustus came to Vera and asked him to take a good look at him. Not every grey-haired boy is Augustus Mengsk. Vera argued for a few sentences, but his voice became smaller and smaller. Vera still felt a little guilty. If the Imperial government used this to crack down on Tiger Claw, it would be natural. Just like most mercenary organizations, Tiger Claw also has its own illegal business. No matter what, this kind of thing cannot be exposed, otherwise the Imperial Border Sheriff will come to the door. You are blind. Ty just pretended to be powerful, but he was angry that the other party did not recognize him. This is Emperor Augustus Mengsk, Emperor Terran, the head of the Empire. I left my hometown when I was very young, and then. Vera had never been so embarrassed in his life. Obviously, in his future mercenary career, he would always keep this lesson in mind today. Stop, tell me who hired you first, kid. I can forgive you for the past. Augustus just smiled, and the other party immediately felt a warm breeze like spring breeze, and almost shed tears. It's Scudder O'Bannon. He was the overlord of the Port of the Dead, but later he moved his base to the Devil's Market. He has a huge criminal group under his command, whether it's strengthening drugs, genetic modification, drugs or erotic trade. Vera didn't dare to lie. O'Bannon is involved with many mercenaries and pirates. We just take money to do things, and we have never helped him to do evil. You just don't want to admit that the dirty money you took has been stained with the blood of many people. Augustus has heard of this name. Scott O'Bannon is the leader of a super criminal group. He once controlled the entire Port of the Dead, but since the establishment of the Terran Empire and the deployment of fleets and marines to the Port of the Dead, the Imperial government has a plan to rebuild this world into an independent Star Province core world, and the illegal transactions in the past have become increasingly difficult to do. This person can be said to be a real villain. As long as he can make money, he can do anything unscrupulous. For a while, O'Bannon bribed many Imperial officials in the Port of the Dead through money offensives and promises of beautiful women, using them to provide protection for his illegal business. But as these things were exposed, after completely alarming Korhal, O'Bannon had to pack up his belongings and leave, hiding on the other side of the Kaprulu sector, to rebuild his criminal empire. The position of leader of such a large criminal organization is not easy to be, and it may take a few years to replace someone. O'Bannon has been able to rule his criminal empire for so long, and he must have a lot of ability. But there is one thing O'Bannon is sure to understand, that is, the things he has done. If placed in the laws of the Terran Empire, it would be enough to lose 1,000 heads. Later, O'Bannon hid in the demon market, but he didn't expect that the Empire would find this place through the scavenger pirates. Take me to see your employer. When Augustus said this, the airborne Terran Imperial Marines had already controlled the entire demon market. They quickly rushed into various bars casinos, nightclubs, and underground trading places and controlled everyone. After the gunfire of the fierce resistance of many desperate criminals gradually subsided, the whole street soon became quiet. This is the territory of the Terran Empire, and every blade of grass, and every tree is a subject. Soon, Vera brought Augustus to a building made of concrete, welded steel frames and bricks. The entire building is full of a border world brutalism and minimalist architectural style, and even the water pipes and circuit lines are crudely exposed. In order to conceal the eyes and avoid attracting attention, there are very few modern facilities in the building. In the purple smoke shrouding the sky, this building with a few flashing lights looks lonely and cold. Chapter 630 Colonel Orlan. This square reinforced concrete building in the brutalist style was constructed by pouring tons of cement directly onto a steel frame. The rough cement walls, prefabricated panels, and red bricks were not even plastered or painted. All the windows were narrow and small, apparently to prevent anyone from peeping in. Augustus knew that this Scott O'Bannon once owned a magnificent palace in the Port of the Dead, which was even more exquisite and magnificent than the Sky Tower of the Creation family. The interior furnishings were extremely luxurious, and that was only the tip of the iceberg of his huge wealth. During the heyday of O'Bannon's criminal empire, it seemed that the people of the entire planet existed to support him alone. In the Port of the Dead, Scott O'Bannon used to have 10,000 bodyguards and servants, a number that was even more than the employees in the huge August Grid Palace. But since escaping from the Port of the Dead and coming to the Demon Market, O'Bannon has been much more low-key, unassuming, and even rarely leaves his home. The reason is obvious. This demon once thought that no one in this world could control him. In the old Federation era, the nobles in Tarsinus were not worth mentioning at all, and they didn't care about anything other than grabbing more profits and wealth. Now Caprulu is ruled by a huge empire, and the emperor who suddenly emerged may be the most ambitious and controlling generation of lords in the past 2 centuries. Even if Scott O'Bannon is really a local emperor in the marginal world, he has to bow down to Augustus Mengsk. At this moment, the cold grey building is lit everywhere, all the doors are open, and rows of servants in black suits and stiff-collared shirts stand on both sides of the road and bow to greet them. Just now they wanted to drive people away, and now they are sending out a welcoming team. Raynor looked at the servants' drooping faces and the brilliant lights behind them. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Your Majesty, I have always opposed you taking risks. Matt Horner stopped Augustus when he was about to walk in. The one who took the risk was Scott O'Bannon. Augustus pushed Horner's hand away and walked straight in. Boy, when you were still sucking milk, we broke into Andrea Tagor's birthday party alone and messed up the place on the territory of the Supreme Council of the Protoss. Titus said, what's there to be afraid of? Augustus Mengsk has me, old Titus, by his side. Oh, this is exactly what I'm most worried about. Matt whispered after Titus followed Augustus with a confident and arrogant step. This Scott O'Bannon didn't know why we came at first, so he used the Tiger Claw mercenaries to test Augustus' attitude. Raynor said to Matt, he knows that if the Empire is coming for him, a few warships will be enough to make everything clear, and there is no need for the king of a country to come in person. This bastard knows his own weight, and knows it very well. Guess how O'Bannon is shaking now. Augustus can easily wipe out everything here, but he still pretends to want to talk to him. In this way, O'Bannon has to rack his brains to think about what bargaining chips he has to make a murderous emperor spare his life. Your Majesty can't be called a murderer. Matt is an honest man. That's the case for those criminals. Raynor smiled and followed Matt. They really have nothing to worry about. The bodyguards following Augustus are always more than 10 times more than they look. Jimmy, look, she's so beautiful. I dare say that if Augustus takes one look at her, O'Bannon will send her to Augustus' bed overnight. You know, this kind of thing is very common in the eyes of these beasts. Ty just pointed at a housekeeper as he walked, looking like an experienced person. The housekeeper with chestnut red curly hair was indeed slim, young, and beautiful, wearing a black dress with suspenders, white silk and red shoes. My sweet old mother. Ty just finally showed an envious expression. Unfortunately, Augustus didn't even take a look. Of course he had seen better. Look, the one with blonde olive skin is my favorite. Ty just commented. Do you remember what you are here for? Reno hit Titus. What do you think you are here for? To uphold justice? Come on, Jimmy boy. Titus sneered. I'm afraid that's the case, said Raynor. The thought of arresting such a criminal makes my blood boil. Raynor hasn't changed much over the years. His parents taught him to be an upright person, and he has always followed through. Compared with the old-timer Titus, Raynor is still the boy from the Shiloh farm. Your Majesty, I'm Philip Randall, the butler of Mr. Scott O'Bannon. A butler dressed in a neat uniform and immaculately groomed, about 50 or 60 years old, with iron grey hair neatly combed back. To welcome you, Your Majesty, would you like to have dinner? This is exactly the kind of professional butler that rich people would hire. They work as ruthlessly and according to the rules as machines, and are meticulous in every detail. In the past, most of the people who hired professional butlers were the nobles of the founding families, and those who were considered to have suddenly mastered huge wealth in 1 or 2 generations followed suit in order to show their status. Since the collapse of the ruling class of the old Federation, it is not uncommon for professional butlers to escape liquidation and find other ways to make a living. Why refuse Mr. O'Bannon's hospitality? Augustus waved his hand and led the way in. Compared with the low-key and crude decoration outside, the decoration inside this building is magnificent, with elegant and luxurious high-end furniture and inlaid pendants and scrolls everywhere. The brilliance of the chandelier hanging from the Victorian tree-shaped dome reminds Augustus of the days spent in Mengsk Sky Tower. The decorative style of the building is a mixture of ancient Baroque, neoclassicism, and Gothic, which is also regarded as elegant and fashionable by the nobles of the old Federation. Obviously, Scott O'Bannon, who was born in a humble family, also likes this. Today, it may be these former drug lords who miss the old Federation the most. To entertain the distinguished guests, the elegant and luxurious restaurant was filled with rich food, from gold-studded caviar to priceless Earthport red wine. The host, Scott O'Bannon, was sitting on a sofa made of bear-tooth skin in the restaurant. Compared with O'Bannon's reputation, he was surprisingly short, even thinner than Augustus' old friend Hiram Fike, the devil of heaven. He was definitely less than 5 feet tall, and compared with a giant like Titus, he was just a dwarf. He had a pair of impressive small eyes, and they were always narrowed, as if he was calculating something all the time, which reminded Augustus of the greedy goblins in Harry Potter. Although O'Bannon was short, he was a real tyrant. At his feet were several beautiful women crawling, and the transparent clothes on their bodies seemed to be there and not there. Such a cruel person naturally treated women as playthings and trophies, which was also the most enthusiastic thing for those old nobles. I heard that O'Bannon has more than 100 lovers, numbered from 1, so many that even he can't remember them all. This bastard really knows how to enjoy himself. Titus said that a real man should be like this. What a happy life. Titus gritted his teeth. Why are you envious? Raynor asked. Your Majesty Augustus, your humble servant has been waiting for you for a long time. O'Bannon usually speaks in a frivolous tone, but now he is respectful and even dares not sit in front of Augustus. This is called evil will be punished by evil. O'Bannon respectfully asked Augustus to sit down, and said, when the Zerg invaded, I also donated a lot of money to the government and refugees. Hey, you may not know that when the Korhal Revolutionary Army revolted, I also donated a lot of money, crystal ore, guns and ammunition. Is that true? When Augustus pulled a chair and sat down, the maids lined up to bring delicious food, and flirted with him in the hope that the emperor would like him. He may have donated money anonymously. Raynor sat down next to Augustus. It's hard to say, even the Genesis family gave us money. So, you have also contributed to the empire? Augustus smiled and picked up a bottle of opened port wine on the table to look at it. The emperor is addicted to alcohol, which many people know. For the king of a country, this may be used by people with ulterior motives. This is what an ordinary citizen of the empire should do. Everyone knows that without the empire, the Zerg would have devoured the entire Kaprulu sector long ago. O'Bannon said, not daring to do so, but still smiling. At this time, a royal ghost wearing a light golden tights and carrying 2 titanium alloy swords appeared, lifted her mask, and drank a few sips before handing them to Augustus. This scene scared O'Bannon on the opposite side so much that his face turned blue. He had heard of the reputation of the head ghost, and this super soldier could take his head with a single blow. Mr. O'Bannon is reasonable. Augustus tasted the port wine with satisfaction and said, how much are you going to donate this time? This 1 billion credits. O'Bannon knew that this money might be enough to buy his life. Originally, O'Bannon knew that he would probably not survive today, and even being imprisoned in New Folsom prison would be considered lucky. The crimes committed by O'Bannon were enough for Augustus to cut him into pieces, but judging from the Emperor's attitude, there might be a chance for this matter to turn around. O'Bannon originally wanted to kill Augustus Mengsk, but he knew it was impossible. Oh my god. Titus was shocked. So rich. Too much. Augustus generously said, how about this? Use the money to help the Sami people rebuild their homes. If that's the case, I can erect another monument for you there. What do you think? I do. O'Bannon was about to cry. In this world, Augustus Mengsk is the person you should not mess with. Those who have messed with him have not ended up well. Augustus won the throne by fighting north and south, subdued the Zerg, and chatted and laughed with the Protoss. Today's scene can only be regarded as a small scene. He, O'Bannon, is all powerful in such a small place, and in the eyes of these big men, he is nothing. Look, I told you. Augustus said to Raynor and others beside him, Mr. O'Bannon is willing to cooperate. There's no need for us to use knives. Raynor said as if they were the thugs sitting here, and the hostages on the other side were trembling. You saved your life. This is to win leniency from the Empire. O'Bannon said bitterly, before this, the only thing you can fight for is the difference between the death penalty and the death penalty. Augustus' smile made people feel cold. Augustus was about to use O'Bannon to wipe out all the criminal groups and pirates related to the Devil's Market. Thoroughly clean up this starfield to ensure that no one will take the opportunity to rebel behind the scenes when the Imperial Army is fighting against the Zerg on the front line. There is another thing. Do you know the scavenger pirates and the Protoss Dark Archon Auriga? Augustus said. I know a little bit. O'Bannon knew that he had no chance to fool around. He was a smart man. The scavenger pirates and I have some business dealings, and Alan Shezza and I are quite friendly. I sell these pirate arms, and they help me solve the troubles I encounter in my business. He hurriedly spit out what he knew. Of course, I know all the pirates here. As for the Dark Archon Auriga, I've met him. Have you met him? Renault took a close look at O'Bannon. Then you are incredibly lucky to be alive until now. Alan Shezza just told me at the beginning that he wanted to introduce a new guest, saying that he had the latest and best drug formula. You know what a new drug formula means to us. Its toxicity cannot be too strong, but it must be addictive enough, and the cost must be controllable. Auriga wants you to make drugs, but he is a Protoss. Renault asked him in surprise. The drug he gave us is called Sunset, and it can even work on the Protoss. O'Bannon said painfully, I will never forget the day when Auriga arrived. He was wearing a cloak and shrouded in shadows. When I noticed that he was a faceless man, I was almost paralyzed by fear. But you still cooperated with Auriga. Raynor said. The conditions given by Auriga were really hard to refuse, and the law did not stipulate that we could not cooperate with the Protoss. O'Bannon spread his hands and said, we are just doing business honestly, doing our duty, and leaving the rest to God. You are quibbling. Raynor was angry. Do you have the information and finished products of this drug? Augustus said, I want to see it now. Yes, I'll ask my people to bring it. O'Bannon shouted, and a man wearing a beret moved a holographic projection. The Alpha Squadron logo and the iconic square face on his hat immediately made Augustus frown. You are Colonel Orlan. Augustus recognized this man. He was also a mercenary from the Port of the Dead. He served in the Federation Alpha Squadron and has been missing since the establishment of the Empire. Your Majesty, do you know me? Orlan, who was opposite him, put the projector on the table and was startled. It would not be a good thing for someone doing his job to be remembered by Emperor Augustus Mengsk. Double monthly tickets. Please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Chapter 631. He is a talent, but he will be locked up for 2 years. I know him. Augustus leaned back on a rosewood chair with intricate patterns and clinked glasses with Renault beside him. He drank the amber wine, but his words changed the expression of Colonel Orlan opposite him. In my impression, you are a wanted criminal. Augustus said. His eyes fell on the purple tapestries in the restaurant that showed nobility, but he sneered. The fashionable people in the Kaprulu sector now think that rich people don't need to fill their houses to show off their wealth unless they are really eager to show it to everyone. Former federal rebels? At least they should be taken to New Falsum. Raynor glanced at Orlan and said, while the top and second in command of the Empire were threatening people, Titus was enjoying the wine and food by himself. He always liked to eat and drink with Augustus, just like the royal brainworm that gained 30 kilograms in one winter. On the other side, God is my witness. Hearing this, the former Federation colonel's thick mustache was trembling. He quickly argued, since General Duke was captured by you, Alpha Squadron has long been in name only. When the Earthlings take over Tarsinus and dissolve the Federation Parliament, we can only go our separate ways. Some of my former comrades joined anti-imperial organizations such as the Federation Renaissance Movement, but I didn't. Orlan said hurriedly, after the fall of the Federation, I knew that the new empire could not tolerate the former accomplices of the federal government, so I could only find some like-minded partners to go to the Port of the Dead to do the mercenary business, and I would work for whoever offered the highest price. Just like Orlan's fickle and profit-seeking nature, his words are not credible. To this day, Colonel Orlan is still dressed like a former federal soldier, and even has a Terran Federation flag draped over his shoulders. Obviously, he is still obsessed with the glorious memories of the past Federation era. There are fewer and fewer people like this in the Terran Empire now, but there are always people who still dream of bringing the collapsed and sunk old Federation back to the light of day. If you do legal business, we won't have to fight with you. Raynor nodded. But how did you get involved with a guy like O'Bannon? You still work for O'Bannon? Augustus' voice also turned cold. That's even more of an abettor. Unforgivable. O'Bannon's face turned blue when he said this, as if it was too unlucky to have anything to do with him, and he didn't give him any face at all. But O'Bannon knew how bad he was. Even though he had accumulated countless wealth, he was just a king among the rats in the gutter in the eyes of the rulers of the Empire. Scott O'Bannon once thought he was one of the richest people in the world, and that he could buy a district in Augustgrad just by showing the money between his fingers. This interstellar drug lord who has the power to control the fate of thousands of people has also controlled the fate of countless people. Countless people have abandoned their wives and children and sold their souls in order to get a few grams of drugs from him. Even so, Scott O'Bannon still clearly knows who is the most powerful person in the Terran Empire, and the person he can't afford to offend is sitting in front of him, staring at him with his eagle-like grey eyes. When he learned that Augustus Mengsk appeared in the Devil's Market, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground and made many stupid moves in a panic. O'Bannon hired me to encrypt his private network and ensure information security for him just a month ago. Forgive me, I have never interfered with his business. Orlan kept begging for mercy. He was really scared. That's hard to say. Augustus uttered a sigh. It was hard to imagine that this black-hearted guy liked to tease people. Mr. O'Bannon, is what he said true? I did spend a lot of money to ask Colonel Orlan to upgrade my security network, and I didn't allow him to interfere in my business. Of course, this kind of thing must be controlled in my own hands. O'Bannon was such a shrewd person that he naturally knew that Augustus was trying to sow discord between them so that the criminals would fight each other. Are you trying to exonerate Orlan? While Augustus was talking, O'Bannon's waiter brought another fine cigar and lit it for him. He could hear that this was the truth. Orlan was just a mercenary and was not qualified to interfere in O'Bannon's drug sales. The drug lords would only hand such things over to their confidants. You value fairness and justice, and I'm just telling the truth. Many people would call O'Bannon a villain because he sat in the gorgeous and large bare-toothed sofa like a creepy evil doll wrapped in velvet pillows. In fact, this dwarf is the most greedy and cruel person Augustus has ever seen. I always talk about business instead of feelings. Those who are capable will be treated preferentially by me, and vice versa. He said, in fact, whether it is Orlan, Sheza or Auriga, I don't care what they have done in the past. O'Bannon has read an electronic book from ancient Earth, which tells the story of 3 ancient kingdoms competing for hegemony, and he likes one of the characters very much, and likes his style of doing things. O'Bannon can make a fortune, because he emphasizes meritocracy. It sounds like you are a good boss. Augustus stared at O'Bannon, and he hated the tone and demeanor of this person in his heart. Putting aside the fact that O'Bannon is a complete scumbag, he is indeed very capable and thoughtful. Few people can escape the telepathic mind reading of the head of state, but O'Bannon can do it. Such people usually have countless superficial ideas to hide the deepest intentions in their hearts, so that they can deceive those who deal with him. Many people are willing to deal with me. They all think my offer is fair. O'Bannon actually regained a little dignity and confidence in front of Emperor Augustus while speaking. Generally speaking, I hire people to do things, and once the work is done, we part ways. The person in front of him is a ruler of an empire. Just not showing any fear in front of Emperor Augustus can be regarded as excellent psychological quality. As he spoke, O'Bannon opened the holographic projector handed over by Colonel Orlan. This holographic projector can be regarded as an old device, and it also uses an old-fashioned burning disc. It can be regarded as quite retro, and its size can be regarded as mini pocket compared to ordinary devices. After O'Bannon laboriously opened more than a dozen confidentiality settings such as fingerprint lock, voiceprint lock and gene lock, the holographic projection device slowly turned on. It records the customers who have done business with me over the years, and even established files. O'Bannon said with gritted teeth. Since he was already doomed, the other should not think about having an easy life either. The crime he committed could no longer be solved by concealing it. All he could beg for was a chance to survive. He knew that Augustus came to him to wipe out the large criminal organizations in the empire and rectify the corruption in some of the empire's worlds. I hope this is worth your life. Augustus's expression turned cold. Augustus would not let O'Bannon go. Whether from a personal perspective or from the perspective of a king, he could not allow a generation of drug lords to go unpunished. As for whether there would be someone to replace O'Bannon after he was arrested, it can be said that this is certain. As long as there are dark corners in this star region, evil will not stop taking root. Since the old Terran federal government has become more and more corrupt, drugs have become more and more rampant in various federal worlds. For those who are looking for excitement, it is easy and cheap to get drugs at first, but once they are caught, it is extremely difficult to get out. Although the Terran Empire government has issued a clear ban on drugs, this kind of thing is always repeated, especially in the marginal worlds far away from Korhal. More than enough, O'Bannon said. Augustus silently checked the information on the holographic projector, his face as cold as a glacier. It clearly recorded how much drugs O'Bannon had produced and sold over the years, especially under the severe crackdown by the Empire in recent years. This kind of scarce stuff is always easy to sell. And the reason why O'Bannon was able to enter the market into the core world of the Terran Empire must be that there are many high-ranking Imperial officials who protect him. Governor Borea. Renault next to him widened his eyes. What is this kid doing? Borea has a similar climate to Blaxis, with cold weather, and mountains and canyons covered with layers of snow dotted the deep blue surface of the entire planet. Strictly speaking, this is a subsidiary colony established for military and scientific research purposes, and it is also a resource-based world. There are not many residents on it, and the settlements are all distributed near military bases. This governor of Borea is also from the Revolutionary Party. Before appearing on this list, he was considered the most promising one. Borea may be a bitter cold place, but it is just a training place, and it will be transferred back to the core world soon. Unexpectedly, this person could not hold back and used his power to provide shelter for drug lords and even had a relationship with the army. This was something Augustus could never tolerate. It even involved the entire Haven Customs Department. They actually allowed drugs to flow into the refugee camp so openly. Augustus slammed the table hard, and his palms were numb, and Titus, who was eating voraciously, hiccuped. Not only that, O'Bannon's trading network involved hundreds of people, each of whom was a powerful figure in the imperial government. Augustus knew that he could not eliminate corruption and crime, but when he learned that the sheriffs of the Edge world were helping drug dealers, he was inevitably furious. The truly heinous parts had long been destroyed by O'Bannon, but even these and the equipment were enough. They are all revolutionaries. They did not betray His Majesty even in the most dangerous times. Matt said, but what they are doing now is no different from taking human lives lightly. This has a very bad impact. Titus said immediately. Shameless. Raynor said. This will save your life. After a long while, Augustus closed the pocket-sized holographic projection. Not only that, if you further cooperate with the Empire's anti-corruption work, you will be treated preferentially. Of course, my life is in your hands. For people like O'Bannon who have seen great wealth and honor, the more they have seen, the more they cherish their lives. This empire is too big. After a long time, it is inevitable that people will change their minds. Raynor was as angry as Augustus. After all, the Terran Empire was the foundation laid by these old friends. It has been almost 6 years since Augustus ascended the throne. 6 years is enough to change many things and make people unrecognizable. Matt, give this to the people of Ogbo and let them do this. Augustus knocked on the table and emphasized. Tell them my attitude. I will never tolerate or let anyone go. I want a list right now. I'll do it right away. Matt said. The emperor's list will scare many people. Titus, who was gloating over other people's misfortunes, didn't care about politics. He didn't even bother to think about it. Unfortunately, I know you'll be on it sometimes. Renault shut Titus up with just one sentence. Very good, very good. Augustus said very good twice, and the storm that was brewing on his face suddenly disappeared. He drank the port wine calmly again, as if this little thing was not enough to make him angry. Before they are all imprisoned, there is no need to pay attention to these scum. Augustus looked at O'Bannon again. How much do you know about the pirates in this star region? We have dealings with the Chimera pirates, the Scavengers and the Kel-morian pirates. O'Bannon knew this was a chance to reduce his guilt. I know several bases of these pirates, and I know how they communicate with each other. The Kel-morian pirates are indeed a scourge. Augustus nodded. Since the Revolutionary Army era, the Chimera pirates have been beaten many times by Augustus, and now they are hiding in the territory of the United States. The Scavenger pirates have long been torn apart by Auriga, and are not worth mentioning at all. However, the Kel-morian pirates have recently become more and more unstable factors in the Terran Empire, and have become a hidden danger that cannot be ignored in the internal security of the Empire. As the economy of the Kel-morian Union collapsed, prices in various territories within the Union soared, unemployment soared, and more Kel-morians chose to leave their homes and migrate to other planets, engage in business or become bandits. Even though Prince Arcturus had ordered the Immigration Bureau to raise the banner for all those who want to leave that wasteland to find a better life, Korhal is a safe haven for all of you. It was of no avail. I can also hack into the security networks of these pirate bases for you. Colonel Orlan seized the opportunity and said, I hope this can atone for your sins. In the Port of the Dead, Colonel Orlan is a famous cracking expert. It is effortless for him to hack into the security network of the Empire. The voice of the head ghost was very light, but everyone present could hear it. I never said I hacked into the Empire's network. Orlan waved his hands repeatedly. Absolutely not. Of course, if you don't do that, I will throw you into the wormhole. Augustus smiled kindly. Lock him up first. Thanks for voting. Chapter 632, Kel-morian Pirates. G2275 was an ice blue gas giant of unparalleled proportions, about the size of 800 Korhal IVs, surrounded by a thin ring of stars thousands of miles wide. Much of the ring was made of ice crystals that shone with a faint blue flame, reflecting the light of the stars like a bridge of light. Although the Kel-morian pirate capital ships were magnificent, they were only tiny in this view, trailing a trail of fire as they headed towards G2275. A single icy asteroid in the ring would have smashed it to pieces. No matter how many times he had traveled to space, Tavishkar always felt a sense of dreadful insignificance when he sailed close to these giants of space in his warship. Below the magnificent star ring of G2275, a sea of clouds composed of hydrogen and methane is faintly visible. Under the methane clouds, there seem to be endless icebergs standing, but that is still just another sea of clouds, condensed into liquid under the pressure of gravity. The eye of the storm surging in the clouds alone is enough to swallow dozens of Morius. This constantly reminds those arrogant people among humans who claim to have conquered the universe of the magnificent universe. Just like the ebb and flow of the tide, the rise and fall of the moon, countless civilizations have risen and perished, and humans have no idea about this. After a long wait, Humans finally stepped out of the cradle of life. With awe and wonder, this young race still has to struggle to survive in the dangerous universe. Mr. Cole, I hope the information you gave is accurate. There is really a technology center that has been abandoned by the old Federation. A sound of footsteps came from behind Tavis Cole. The man was wearing a gorgeous coat and long boots, and a long-brimmed military cap with the skull emblem sewn in the center was worn on a somewhat funny red face. What made Travis feel particularly strange was that Captain Alfred's hat was bulging high, and it was twisting strangely, making some strange noises from time to time. Some eccentric pirate captains would keep some strange alien pets in their hats, which was not worth being surprised about. Don't worry, Captain Alfred, it's absolutely accurate. Travis just stared at the gas giant planet ring outside the porthole of the bridge. Otherwise I wouldn't come here in person, but just send a deacon. At this time, a shadow slowly spread out from the porthole. It was the only satellite of G2275. It was inconspicuous on the star map, and was not worth mentioning at all. I hope the treasures here will make our trip worthwhile. Captain Alfred couldn't help rubbing his hands and laughed. The satellite shrouded in the huge shadow of G2275 has been getting bigger and bigger. Half of its area is shrouded in the shining light of the star. From this pirate battleship, it looks like a huge eye with only the white of the eye. The light and shadow scattered in the silence are intoxicating. The main engine of the pirate battleship was turned off at this time, and the fine-tuning thrusters were gently pushing the spacecraft into orbit bit by bit. Now the satellite was like a crescent moon hanging above everyone's heads, and the gas giant in the distance was a huge blue background with no end in sight. Icons drawn temporarily by supercomputers appeared on the holographic projection screen, showing the data obtained by repeated scanning by sensors. There really is a research center here, and it looks like it has only been abandoned for a short time. Captain Alfred was overjoyed. After communicating with the main control center, it is said that the wealth left by the Terran Federation is enough to pull up a new federation. I want to make a fortune. Augustus Mengsk's imperial government has been looking for the technology laboratories left by the old Federation, but by mistake, these old Federation legacies fell into our hands. Judging from the high-precision pictures and three-dimensional models taken in orbit, this old Federation research center covers a large area, with supporting starports and even hydroponic farms. This means that this research center was once very large in its heyday, which also means more wealth. Even though the technological development of the Terran Empire has not stagnated at all due to the war and reconstruction work, the lost federal technology still contains unimaginable value. In that crazy era, the advancement of technology even surpassed human ethics. It's us, we are going to make a fortune. My father has been funding you, and this is also a new discovery by our people, don't forget it. Tavis corrected tirelessly, the destination of these federal technologies is very sensitive in the Terran Empire, and only my father has a safe market. Tavis Cole is the son of a wealthy crystal miner in Kel-morian, and dealing with these pirates is just for business. Space pirates are absolute speculators and opportunists, coyotes in the wilderness. As long as they can fill their never satisfied stomachs, they don't care about identity and decency, and they don't care whether they are searching for food in garbage cans, or finding the right opportunity to steal unattended children. The Kel-morian Union's coal family is not a good thing. The most they do is to collude with pirates, to drive away the natives on a mining area, and then embezzle the land and all the property on the land. Gradually, the crystal mine merchants and pirates have become fat and strong, but there are more and more homeless people. Pirates are all scum, and they are plunderers who kill without blinking an eye. Don't expect them to be the kind of chivalrous interstellar adventurers and free mercenaries. However, the Kel-morian pirates, who are mainly composed of Kel-morians, still continue the tradition of large families and clans, attach importance to the connection between families, and generally do not make things too difficult for Kel-morian ships. Of course I know this. Captain Alfred smiled again. You don't need to remind me again and again. Even the knowledgeable and ruthless Captain Alfred had to admire the courage of the heir of the Cole family. It takes more than just courage to dare to board a notorious pirate ship alone. Captain, the first batch of landing ships are ready. As they were talking, a graceful purple black-haired girl in a grey tights came slowly She had a bone pendant hanging from her earlobe and her exposed arms were covered with conspicuous tattoos. The women on the pirate ship were either prostitutes and kidnapped slaves, or extraordinary ruthless characters. Tavis only vaguely remembered that this woman was a member of the old Federation Ghost Project, but she escaped after the collapse of the Federation. Due to her extreme distrust of the government, she did not choose to join the new empire. It is said that this witch can see through a person's heart with just one glance, and can explode a person's blood vessels with a blink of an eye. There are almost no professionally trained telepaths like the Federation Ghost Agents and the Umoyan Shadow Guards in the Kel-morian Federation, which also shrouds this woman in a mysterious veil, making her very attractive. What are you waiting for? Let them go quickly. Captain Alfred's deep blue eyes swept over the female ghost. Are you worried about other pirates and scavengers intervening? The ghost girl said, be careful, there are many dangers. There is an outpost of the Empire several star systems away. I'm always uneasy. This is a bad sign. The scavenger pirates and the Empire are finished. We may be the next one. The scavenger pirates are not a third-rate pirate organization. The news of Alan Shez's arrest has basically announced the demise of the scavengers, and the remaining fish that have escaped the net are not a big deal at all. What shocked the pirates the most was that even the largest place for selling stolen goods, the Devil's Market, had been uprooted by the Terran Empire. For the pirates, this was a dangerous signal. The relatively young emperor of the empire has always hated the criminal forces in the Star Zone, but he has not personally taken action to rectify them for several years. Even in the old Federation era, the domineering Terran humans have always been the bully, not to mention that the new empire is now another new behemoth. In the past, the pirates have never been afraid of anyone, but the name of Augustus Mengsk can make these scums jump up and down. No, don't worry. The Imperials are busy dealing with the Zerg, so they don't have time to care about us. The pirate captain positioned himself very accurately, that is, the kind of rotten fish and shrimp that is not worth the Imperial Navy's attack. Although he was also worried about running into the Imperial fleet, he didn't think he would be so unlucky. Now the Zerg is invading the Kaprulu sector in a large scale. The few fleets of the Terran Empire are gathered in the eastern and western borders of the Empire. There are not so many people to encircle and suppress the pirates. Besides, pirates are always difficult to arrest. Their base camps are never fixed, and they can abandon everything and flee when necessary. It's better to be careful. Ghost said, once the situation changes, we have to leave orbit quickly. It won't be because you are cautious that the Imperial law enforcement ship can't find this place. The captain said, but our firepower is enough to deal with them, unless we encounter a real Imperial fleet. But for the sake of my ancestors, I may only encounter this kind of thing once in 5 years, and it has to be when I raid the Imperial space station. Tavis glanced at Captain Alfred, who was sweating, and thought to himself, you better shut up. Outside the porthole, several landing ships ejected from the pirate battleships had already disappeared at the end of the field of vision. I hope everything goes well, he said, looking at these ships that looked small, but could actually carry hundreds of people. Our people have enough weapons, and can handle all emergencies. The ghost girl said. No matter what monsters are in there, they can't withstand the artillery. Captain Alfred stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed. Although Tavis didn't say it clearly, everyone knew that there must be many dangers inside this so-called scientific research center, otherwise the armed miners and mercenaries of the Cole family would have taken away all the wealth long ago. Wealth and danger coexist in the old Federation Scientific Research Center. Some people became rich overnight after discovering a warehouse for storing crystal ore, while others stepped into a laboratory full of alien insects. The secret scientific research projects related to the old Federation are more or less crazy, including human experiments, genetic monsters and alien insect experiments. Sometimes, there may even be a Protoss Dark Templar who has been tortured mad by human scientists. But a Kel-morian pirate battleship is enough to deal with all emergencies. At least that's what Captain Alfred and Travis thought. At this moment, as the pirate battleship has quietly parked in orbit, the scene tens of thousands of miles below gradually converged into a black shadow, a dark place. Captain, we have detected a nearby warp signal and are identifying the enemy ship. Instantly, the alarm on the pirate ship blew. Does anyone else know about this place? Captain Alfred was stunned at first, then his face turned red, and he yelled at Travis standing next to him. I guess they just happened to pass by, or they happened to find this place. Anyway, I'm on your ship too, so there's no need to sell such important information to others. Travis said calmly, is it the Empire? It's the Chimera Pirates. That's Captain Busen's flagship, said the first mate on the pirate ship. These lingering bastards, why are they everywhere? Alfred punched the star map table. As pirates, the Kel-morian pirates and the Chimera pirates don't get along very well, and they have fought each other many times for the spoils. This group of Chimera pirates makes a living by smuggling and selling technological products. They also do some kidnapping in private, selling beautiful girls to nobles and wealthy people. The Kel-morian pirates look down on the Chimera pirates, and the other side also despises them for being rustic. Anyway, the conflict has been going on for a long time. Hello, Alfred. The famous Chimera Captain Busen appeared on the main screen, with his iconic pipe in his mouth. You son of a bitch is still alive. I should have stuffed your head into your mother's ass last time. Busen, I'm going to kill you now. Alfred roared. Haha. Just a bunch of miners like you. Captain Busen laughed and said, I have to remind you that the technology here belongs to us. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Chimera pirates, how dare they snatch things from us? Captain Alfred shouted, get your weapons, come on. The Kel-morian pirates' main battleships are large and fast, equipped with rough-looking cannons that are no less powerful than the Imperial battle cruisers. They don't have to be afraid of armed caravans. Open all channels, and call for support from other pirate families. The Chimera are very powerful, and the Kel-morian pirates are often no match for them when fighting alone. However, the Kel-morian pirates are closely connected, which means that they can call other captains nearby to come over. MGL. When Alfred was furious, an amphibious creature with green skin also jumped out from under his hat. It looked weird, like a fish that had just grown limbs and stepped on land. Oh my god. What is that? Travis was not scared by the Chimera pirate, but was scared by the little monster that suddenly jumped out. The heart of this evil little animal is full of hatred and thirst for revenge, but it can't find its way home. The female ghost said, it comes from a place called Azeroth, but there are no coordinates of that planet on all our star maps. What a strange pet. Travis said. MRGLLLGLRRMGL. The strange creature shouted. What does this mean? Travis asked. Maybe, attack. The ghost said. Thanks for voting. I wrote it in a hurry today. Please refresh it when you read it. Chapter 633. Dog Emperor, you are fishing again. MRGLLLGLRRMGL. I will kill you. The amphibious fishman standing on Alfred's hat was babbling and urinating excitedly on the head of the vicious pirate captain because of his excess of mania and excitement, but the latter didn't care at all, just stared and directed his pirates to fight the incoming hostile ships. Navigator. Enemy report. Captain Alfred was as furious as the yellow-green amphibious creature above his head. 6 Chimera pirate battleships were found at 240 degrees and 80 miles, and they are speeding towards us. The navigator said immediately, charge the main guns and ensure that the torpedo tubes are unobstructed. This was an unexpected encounter, but these pirates were already accustomed to fighting life and death in the star space on warships. Sometimes they faced armed merchant ships and imperial law enforcement ships, and sometimes they were just such vicious counterparts. Captain Alfred's pirate flagship rushed towards Captain Busen's flagship, the Chimera, like an angry beast, with its engines roaring and firing at full power. The cluster rocket launcher on the side of the warship rotated and ejected a brilliant barrage of bullets. The Chimera pirates' fleet also exploded, and the artillery fire roared, showing no sign of retreat. In the shadow of the satellite's downward trajectory, Captain Alfred's pirate ship rushed into the Chimera pirates' warships like a manic bull, firing at a distance of just a dozen miles or even several miles. The huge laser turrets and magnetic rail weapons locked onto the escort ships and small plunder boats that were free between the large warships as the fire control tower rotated. Both sides no longer had any reservations. The flagship of the Chimera pirates was a modified old Federation battle cruiser. These despicable and greedy technology dealers even found components of the Yamato guns in the starship graveyard left behind after the battle between the Bront Galaxy Federation and the UED Expeditionary Force. The Kel-morian pirates' main battleship had no energy shields, so it could only rely on armor to withstand the Chimera pirates' thundering blow. Standing next to Captain Alfred, Tavis Cole felt as if the whole ship was staggering, as if it had been whipped hard, and his ears were buzzing. The lights on the bridge dimmed in an instant, and the flickering star map was like a terrified person constantly gasping for air. Although Tavis Cole was the son of a powerful Kel-morian crystal mine merchant and had a lot of experience, he was still pale when he was in the middle of a fight between two crazy pirates. They have many more ships and manpower than us. Although Tavis had never experienced a real naval battle, he could see this just by looking at it. The Chimera pirates were well prepared. In order to plunder air technology, they would not hesitate to open fire on anyone, even the government forces of the Terran Empire. Compared with the Kel-morian pirates who could only piece together equipment from the arsenal during the Guild War, the Chimera people even had certain advantages. Anyone can see this, kid. Captain Alfred roared, as if he was in the huge waves of artillery fire. Our warship is strong enough and has enough firepower, but there is only one after all. The Chimera people are better equipped and have the capital to be arrogant. The female ghost said. They can even challenge the Imperial law enforcement ship. Another round of concentrated fire from the Chimera pirate warship. The warship under their feet seemed to be slapped in the face and pushed away. At this time, the flagship of the Chimera pirates was very close to the Kel-morian pirate ship. Tavis could even see the signal light on the bow of the enemy ship. Countless shells and lasers were ejected from the body of this crazy steel behemoth. Another huge column of fire rose from the port side of the Kel-morian pirate ship, and the rising flames were draining the air inside the cabin. The Chimera pirate flagship had moved to the port side of the Kel-morian pirate battleship, and was parallel to it. The portside gunfire of both sides was spewing out deadly flames without any effort. This was a crazy, saturated and dense barrage of fire. The people standing on the bridge seemed to be able to hear the creaking sound of the giant shells being sent into the barrel by the automatic loading device under the deck and the loud roar of the gunfire. A small Kel-morian pirate plundering boat was hit by a beam of incandescent flame when it sailed out of the bridge and immediately turned into a terrible ball of fire. The terrifying flames danced in the cold deep space until the last oxygen was burned out. The alarm came from the hid cabin, but the people on the pierced shooting deck had already died. There were miserable corpses everywhere on it. Only the wailing of a person whose belly was torn open by shrapnel could be heard on the communicator. These injured pirates must not live long. Most of them are not qualified to use medical kits because they are much more valuable than human lives. The pirate family controls the pirate ship, but the crew may be deceived or captured. They may be Kel-morians or Tyranids, depending on whether the ship is already short of manpower. Tavis Cole once imagined the magnificent battles between warships, but now he deeply realized how cruel it would be. These pirates are rampant in the starry sea with their heads hanging on their heads. The brutal desperados bring bloody massacres without care. It is not a romantic and wonderful adventure at all. It's time to abandon the ship and escape now. Tavis doesn't want to lose his life in this obscure place. He still has a bright future and a huge fortune to inherit. If he is caught by the Chimera pirates, the end will be miserable. These shameless technology dealers love to torture their prisoners of war, or work them to death in their inhumane technology laboratories and factories. But usually, only when the sinking of the warship is irresistible will the captain order to abandon the ship and escape. Tavis was a rich kid. He must have a chance to escape by asking for a ransom, but sometimes the Chimera pirates were more willing to kill to silence them. There have always been only Kel-morians who died in battle, not Kel-morians who escaped. Captain Alfred glanced at the pale-faced son of a wealthy businessman and said loudly, "Today, there is destined to be only one winner here." Captain Alfred looked at Tavis with contempt, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Kel-morians believe that profit-seeking merchants have no concept of country and nation, and even pirates are more respectable than them. This is a human race that firmly believes that real men must drill themselves to death. They have fought against the powerful Tyranids for 4 years, and now they are not afraid of anyone. MRGLLLGLRRMGL. The little monster above his head was still chattering, and the face with funny big buck teeth showed a ferocious expression, but no one cared what it said. But in my opinion, we will be defeated soon. Tavis thought to himself that, even if you are determined to win, you will still be beaten like a dog. You are not afraid of death, but I still have my father to inherit. The families coming to support will arrive soon, and the Chimera people will not be arrogant for too long. Captain Alfred's men were dying in piles, and he didn't even blink. I often hear people say that, but the loans they have given out are always uncollected. Tavis rolled his eyes, but at least he had a bottom line in his heart. During the Guild War, the Kel-morian pirates could even be regarded as an unconventional armed force of the Federation. They maintained one or more pirate fleets, based on the concepts of guilds, families and clans. Many pirate captains were even brothers and cousins, and they maintained a certain relationship with each other. In general, based on the turbulent political situation within the Kel-morian Federation and the increasing floating population, the number of Kel-morian pirates is very large. Although most of the time the Kel-morian pirate families are scattered all over the Kaprulu sector, when necessary, they will unite to form a terrible large pirate fleet. The Kel-morians are a contradictory group. Sometimes they fight among themselves, but sometimes they are very united. They emphasize helping each other among families, even the illegitimate children who are discriminated against. They are ruthless to their enemies. At this moment, a shadow shrouded the bridge. It was the bow of the Chimera pirate flagship. It was advancing in parallel with the Kel-morian pirate main ship. The guns on both sides of the ship fired at each other. Turrets exploded and ammunition depots were ignited and exploded. In the chaos, an armor-piercing shell shot into the control room under the bridge connecting the deck from the porthole. The explosion sounded immediately, and there were many casualties. It was a terrible sight. These beasts are too close to us. Captain Alfred shouted, hit them. Our armor is thicker than these bastards without balls. MRGLLLGLRRMGL. You are really crazy. Tavis just wanted to go home now. Alfred's men were just as crazy as their captain. The Kel-morian pirate's flagship tilted and then crashed into the ship at a terrifying angle. Suddenly, the contact surface between the two ships exploded violently and sparks flew everywhere. Tavis' feet left the ground and flew directly out, hitting the hard deck and almost died. At this moment, he noticed that the mysterious female ghost stood on the deck motionless and must have activated her gravity boots. It can be seen that these crazy pirates must have done this often. The Kel-morian pirates knew that it was difficult for their warships to gain an advantage in firepower, so they casually stacked up armor and added a laser drill to the bow and rushed over, and the Kel-morians were definitely capable of doing such a thing. Compared with the exquisite high-end military products of the Yumoyan people, the Kel-morian military products are characterized by being rough but durable, and they also highlight the miracle of great power when placed on interstellar spacecraft. And perhaps due to their relationship with the Yumoyans, the Chimera pirates' warships were also very sophisticated. The two sides fought for more than half an hour, but no warship was destroyed, only countless ammunition was consumed. But as the other warships of the Chimera pirates entered a favorable firing position, the balance of victory and defeat began to tilt. Turrets number 7 and number 22 are on fire. Captain, our turrets are all muted, and missiles and torpedoes are almost used up. A pirate reported. Everyone prepare to dock at the port. Captain Alfred did not hesitate at all, as if he had just drawn the sword from the scabbard. When the shells are all gone, you can only believe in boarding, courage and faith, or be captured in disgrace, as always. Then, the pirate captain walked straight out of the bridge, and the little monster on the hat screamed with fangs and claws, saying in a vicious tone that he would kill everyone. The pirates on the entire pirate ship were alerted to the news. The engineers who were forced to work for the pirates could only repair the damaged hull at the risk of their lives, while preparing power armor for these thugs who were about to start a massacre. Large numbers of Kel-morian pirates wearing brass power armor were rushing towards the docking port in a disorderly manner. Their formation was far less neat than that of the formerly trained Imperial Navy, and the layers of spikes, blades, and nails on the armor added to their brutality. These Kel-morian pirates even got the plunder of power armor and modified it to be more deterrent. This means that either there are imitations on the black market, or confidential information has been leaked in the Terran Empire. Landing craft calling the flagship. We found a big treasure. Send more people over. There are so many good things here that we can't even move them all. Just as Tavis Cole was hesitating about where to go now. We are rich, Captain. We are rich. Captain? 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 Captain Alfred is not here. Tavis thought for a moment and said, "Who the hell are you?" The other side shouted. "We encountered the Chimera pirates and are exchanging fire with them. The support ship will arrive later." The female ghost took over the conversation. "Tell me what you found." The captain is hesitating whether we should pay such a high price for this. It's Busan's people. Those Chimera bastards are really haunting. The people on the other side hesitated for a moment and suddenly realized that if there were not enough treasures below, Alfred had every reason to abandon the landing craft and evacuate directly, leaving them all to the Chimera pirates. He could do this kind of thing, and it was normal in the eyes of the pirates. "Ms. Grace, we found an abandoned large Goliath robot in this research center. Even if we measure the remaining parts, it is estimated that it will be 20 feet tall when standing up." The people on the other side hurriedly told them everything they knew. "There is an abandoned dock here, with at least 3 old Federation Behemoth-class battle cruisers, and they have basically been built. The technology laboratory here is still well preserved, and the information inside is priceless. The Umoyan people will definitely be happy to spend a lot of money for these." We also found a crystal mine warehouse. Even a small piece of crystal can buy the prostitutes in the Silver Lady bar 10 times. "Can you find the number of this research center in the federal database?" Tavis' heart tightened. He thought there would be good things inside, but he didn't expect there would be so many. This is simply a gold mine exposed to the sun. No one can resist such temptation. "No," the other side said impatiently. "What does it matter? There must be. Look for it again." Tavis said. "Can't wait. The Chimera have also landed on this satellite." The pirate suddenly shouted, "We need reinforcement." "Very good. I'll tell Captain Alfred." When the female ghost named Grace spoke, Tavis next to her noticed that the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned. "Happy New Year, everyone. It's New Year's Day soon. I have to postpone it for a day and take a rest. See you next year." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634. Imperial ships jump in, Mengsk's flagship in front. The Kel-morian pirates led by Captain Alfred rushed into the flagship of the Chimera pirates through the docking bay. The thugs drank ZROM rum, while driving Gauss guns and rail guns into the other group of thugs and started killing. At the same time, accompanied by a series of fireballs, the 2 already battered pirate warships were still frantically bombarding each other side by side. These crazy pirates drove the ship so close that standing in front of the observation window on the side, they could see the cannons of the enemy ship. A slight adjustment of the course would cause a fierce collision and scraping, and sparks would fly. As long as one side was defeated in the bombardment, it would immediately fall into an irreparable situation. As the exchange of fire became more intense, the damage to the 2 warships became more and more serious, and the traces left by the explosion were all over the copper wall made of alloy. The Kel-morian pirate battleship had thicker armor, but as more and more Chimera pirate warships joined the battle, its situation became increasingly dire. Fires broke out in many places, and the raging fires were clearly visible on the bridge. "We can't hold on any longer. The Chimera's fire is getting more and more intense. More than 80% of the turrets are seriously damaged and can't fire back. Can't fire back." At this moment, the bridge of the Kel-morian pirate battleship was filled with cries for help and interrogations. There were frequent calls for help from all places, but the captain jumped onto the deck of the enemy ship singing the Viking ship song. "Damn it, all our ship repairers are dead again." The pirate at the X-Laser Gun Group's fire control station shouted into the communication channel, his voice filled with the noise of explosions. "There are still a group of electrical engineers in the prison cabin who used to work on the Terran merchant ship. If we let them out, there might be some hope." Otherwise, we will all be dead in this damn place today. Those barefoot trackers will only take the opportunity to make trouble and sell our position to the Empire. Don't you think it's enough trouble? The ghost girl Grace seemed to be the second in command of this warship. At this moment, she was sitting on the bridge to control the overall situation instead of Captain Alfred. They are Terran people. Oh, I almost forgot how cunning they are. The other side cursed in a low voice and never spoke again after a burst of harsh noise. Where is the support that Alfred said? I suspect it's only in his lies. Tavis Cole held the star chart table on the bridge tremblingly, because even a slight collision could throw him against the porthole. At least Captain Alfred is much more sincere than you crystal miners. However, his biggest shortcoming as a pirate captain is that he has no sense of time. Grace seemed much calmer, as if she was not standing on a shaky warship. Ancestors, he will kill us all. Travis lamented. The coordinates here were told to us by your father. Grace said. You didn't lose a penny of the crystal mine. Travis shouted at the top of his voice. Now he just wanted to escape home as soon as possible. Ms. Ghost, no one knows how the Chimera pirates happened to come here. I suspect that Alfred and your men have traitors. Are you saying that someone on this ship is colluding with the Chimera pirates? Grace stared at him. I'm afraid it's not just the Chimera pirates. Travis shouted. Let's talk about this later. I want to know how long it will take for the reinforcement to arrive. This matter was actually enough to make Travis suspicious. If there was a traitor on the pirate ship, then a former federal ghost agent who could read minds would not be unaware of it. But now, Travis didn't care about any traitors. He just wanted to get away from this deadly place as far as possible. Before the first warp signal appears, it can only be left to fate. Grace retracted her gaze and then closed her eyes. This made Tavis next to her complain bitterly. It is said that every telepath is half crazy, and this seems to be true. At this moment, the Kel-morian pirate ship, which was ravaged by artillery fire, finally couldn't bear it. Its fragmented hull and skeleton were wailing in pain in the ruthless flames. After a flash of fire that illuminated the entire bridge, the pirate ship was hit by 2 Yamato cannons in succession, tearing 2 armors on the port side, and tearing a huge wound on the hull full of bullet holes, and causing multiple explosions inside. Millions of large and small fragments were thrown into space in the raging flames, and the big hull blown by the shells was constantly spewing out raging flames. We've been hit. Fire. 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 Help. Help me. Help me. Ah. Travis was pushed out by an invisible force and fell heavily on the bridge deck again. At the same time, Travis opened his eyes and saw a panicked pirate being crushed into 2 sections by the airlock door that suddenly pierced down. The terrifying and desperate scene seemed to strangle his neck in an instant. The impact of the explosion seemed to shake Travis's heart out of his chest, making him so panicked that he could hardly breathe, and he kept muttering the words "Ancestors bless you, ancestors bless you." He regretted coming to wade into this muddy water more and more. The 3-dimensional image of the pirate ship's composition diagram appeared on the main console, but the green color that symbolized normality had been replaced by orange and red. The explosion caused by the Yamato cannon penetrated the entire midrange area and completely destroyed the main engine and capacitor, which meant that the ship would be in a semi-paralyzed state. Ancestors of the Moria people, he cried, suspecting that he would soon die. A warp signal has been detected, and multiple ships have jumped in. The signal shows that it is Captain Walter's fleet. At this moment, a voice that made Tavis feel relieved finally sounded on the bridge. Multiple Kel-morian pirate battleships appeared on the radar display and engaged the enemy and joined the battle at the same time. There was no reason to explain, and the 2 sides fought red-eyed as soon as they met. It's our people. Tavis was almost excited to tears. Walter was Alfred's cousin, and some people even believed that they were identical twins because their personalities and appearances were surprisingly similar. Come on. Grace was standing steadily in front of the star map table, as if the explosion just now had no effect on her. As if in response to Grace's words, more Kel-morian pirate ships appeared in the galaxy where G-2275 was located. These pirate warships of various shapes were painted in red, copper and rust colors, and all kinds of powerful weapons were hung on the hideous hulls, and various badges represented the families to which these pirate ships belonged. In the words of an Imperial border security officer, these Kel-morians can use all the weapons they can think of, including long guns and short cannons, on their short and powerful warships. Sometimes, even tractor and glider components can be found in those warships. But in any case, these Kel-morian pirate ships are definitely born for killing and plundering. In the purgatory of blood and fire, the ferocious Kel-morian pirate ships collided head-on with those more sophisticated and gorgeous purple Chimera warships. The sound of cannons rumbled, and tens of millions of turrets roared at the same time. Shells and lasers swept in all directions, and the entire starry sky became more lively than ever before. In just a few minutes, hundreds of Kel-morian warships arrived in this galaxy. The fleet that covered the sky and the sun even reminded Tavis of the most prosperous period of the Federation. Unfortunately, the former glory of the Kel-morian Empire can only be reproduced by the pirates, and this account should be counted on the Terran Federation and its successors. It looks like we have more people. Tavis stood up tremblingly, but his eyes were shining, and he quickly regained his composure. I'm afraid that Busan's Chimera pirates will fall this time. From the radar scan, it can be seen that the Kel-morian pirate ships that came to reinforce have obviously occupied an absolute number and quality. Considering that most pirates cannot afford high-end stealth equipment, the Chimera pirates may not have much chassis to fight. If you annoy a Kel-morian pirate captain, you will have to face the anger of his relatives. Just like you can't figure out how many holes there are on a person killed by a Kel-morian pirate, you can't figure out how many relatives a Kel-morian pirate can trace out. There are still some fault signals that cannot be identified. Wait, they seem to be mercenaries. Grace was not as optimistic as Tavis, and she obviously pointed out something wrong. Mercenaries? I don't remember my father looking for mercenaries. Tavis Cole muttered to himself. After all, they are much more expensive than pirates. These mercenaries were called by the Chimera pirates. Grace noticed that these newly appeared mercenary warships were firing at the Kel-morian pirates without hesitation. The mercenary warships looked like they had just been dug out from a starship graveyard and garbage dump of the old Federation. Although you can vaguely see the glorious days of these warships in the past, that was only the past after all. Even if the mercenaries have tried their best to arm their warships, they can't compare with the main battleships of the Terran Empire and Kel-morian that are rotated and maintained as usual. But if you know these mercenaries well enough, you will know that they only spend money on useful things instead of on bright and beautiful appearances. The mercenaries lack many necessary components of the battle cruiser, especially since the new empire has long stopped producing past models of warships, so they must be thrifty and use good steel on the blade. The Chimera people have always been entangled with the mercenaries in the Port of the Dead. They must have brought reinforcement from there. Tavis's narrow eyebrows were tightly frowned together, knowing that he might be too happy too early. The Tyrannid's mercenaries are well known. More than half of the population of the Empire's Port of the Dead are mercenaries or people engaged in related work. With a clear price tag, these tough mercenaries will appear on any battlefield in the Kaprulu sector. As long as the buyer can afford the price, they can even kill as far as Char or Aya. Mercenaries are all about money. They only occasionally talk about favors, but exchanging these favors for discounts is a huge bargain. Since these mercenaries can bring in a lot of foreign exchange income, the Imperial government also turns a blind eye to this. Today, Port of the Dead is the location of the largest mercenary market in the Imperial world. The first job for children born and raised there is to pick up the shells piled up on the shooting range for the mercenaries. Korhal is the undisputed king of mercenaries in Port of the Dead. It is said that when the Emperor Augustus Mengsk of the Terran Empire just raised the banner of rebellion, they had a lot of cooperation. Therefore, Korhal has some connections with the Imperial government. However, there are quite a few mercenaries in the Port of the Dead who don't care whether their employer is the Terran Empire or the enemy of the Empire. Although they all acknowledge that Emperor Augustus is their emperor, they still have to make money. For mercenaries, there is no right or wrong or position in front of money. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Seeing that more and more warships from all parties in the galaxy are gathering, Tavis can't help but worry. At the same time, the bridge deck under his feet once again trembled under the new round of offensive of the Chimera pirate warship. This traumatized pirate battleship has completely lost its ability to move, and Captain Alfred, who broke into the Chimera pirate flagship, has no news. This is too close to the main interstellar channel of the Empire. Such a big movement will inevitably attract the Imperial border law enforcement officers and even one or two Imperial warships patrolling on the channel. Tavis said worriedly, I don't feel good, this feeling. It's like making love in bed in public. Grace's metaphor is magical, but what do you think we are doing? Stealing the property of the old Federation is a crime under Imperial law. That Emperor Augustus is really overbearing. What does the legacy of the old Federation have to do with him? Tavis was stunned and thought that the treasure should be obtained by those who are destined to get it. Does everything in Korhal belong to him? At this time, the alarm sounded again on the bridge. Imperial ships jump in. The flagship of Imperial Prince Augustus Mengsk is in front. In the rising hologram, several Imperial battleships and cruisers jumped in one after another. These warships with magnificent hulls immediately caused an uncontrollable chaos in the communication channels of the Kel-morian pirates and Chimera pirates. Augustus Mengsk. But isn't he fighting the bugs on the front line? Travis Cole's clenched fists were oozing with sweat, and his body couldn't stop shaking, as if he fell into an ice cellar. When he was still on the first star of the Commonwealth, Moria, Travis had heard of the reputation of this Imperial Prince. This brother of Emperor Augustus has personally executed thousands of lawbreakers, criminals, rebels, radicals, and dissidents who attempted to subvert the Empire. He did his best to torture the sinners who betrayed the Empire to ensure that no one dared to repeat the same mistake. Now we know that he is obviously not here. Grace said, what should we do? Travis was very smart since he was a child, and he also recognized the situation. As the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. The Empire will not make it too difficult for the son of a Kel-morian crystal miner, provided that he has to sever his relationship with these pirates in time. I heard that the Empire treats prisoners well. The premise is that you have to live until then, Grace just said coldly. Thank you for voting. Happy New Year. Chapter 635 Imperial Prince. The main control console was activated again, shaking and projecting the flashing Imperial emblem. The flickering light reflected the magnificent wide bridge and an imposing face. The man's carefully trimmed and groomed brown hair and beard flickered under the bright lights of the bridge. His majestic face seemed like a Greek statue with thousands of carvings. There were already a lot of white hair on his head, but he still didn't look old. He was wearing a grey-black double-breasted wide-collared military uniform, with a golden wolf head badge on his chest, broad bronze epaulets outlining the silhouette of his shoulders, and a pistol and sword with great craftsmanship on his waist. It's Augustus Mengsk. Compared to Grace's calm face, Tavis Cole couldn't help panicking when he saw this sculpture-like motionless face, even though he repeatedly reminded himself in his heart. Even if Augustus Mengsk was here, he was still a mortal after all, not much different from himself. Prince Augustus is the real power in the Terran Empire, one of the few people standing at the top of the Korhal sector, and this power does not only come from his brother who has already ruled the world. Augustus Mengsk is a natural politician and leader who can manipulate people's hearts and politics at will. The Mengsk family of Korhal built an empire through war, conquest and killing, and ruled it through politics, ambition and iron fist. This family rose from the fire, not by talking about ideals, or begging for mercy from enemies. They are fatalists, but they only believe in the destiny they created. The Terran Empire rose from the ruins and sea of blood of countless worlds. Sitting on the throne, Emperor Augustus looked down at his empire with cold eyes. He and his brothers and sisters had blood on their hands. He brought an imperial fleet. Grace's beautiful face was instantly illuminated by the flash of a Kel-morian pirate raider exploding, looking extremely pale and gloomy, as if she was just a ghost that would dissipate in the sun at any time. More and more imperial warships appeared on the radar scan map. The bright light of the stars shone on the magnificent armor belts of those warships painted an iron gray. The deep dark space was endless, and only the lights ahead were brilliant. The daunting battle cruisers were lined up, followed by the escorting Valkyrie frigates, scientific ships and Viking aircraft groups. Another newer type of warship, the Liberator, also appeared in the starry sky. This new warship was built, based on the Valkyrie. A new type of gunboat class warship was built. When it first appeared, it dispelled the doubts of all walks of life about this new warship because of its powerful air-to-ground plasma cannon. It soon became an indispensable support force for the main fleets of major empires. The flame symbol on these imperial warships represented that they belonged to the Prometheus Legion, which burned many more worlds than the Protoss. In comparison, the Imperial Red Devil Firebats were even more humane than the Prometheus Legion, because at least they would not throw fuel on the charred corpses. Augustus Mengsk's flagship, the Bucephalus, was at the forefront of the Imperial fleet, with its magnificent bridge lights flashing. It was said to be a Gorgon-class battlecruiser. It was also the largest warship ever built by the Terran Empire, and was undoubtedly the brightest star in the Imperial fleet, although this number would soon be broken by the new Imperial flagships, the White Star and the Royal Princess. Led by the Bucephalus, the Imperial wolves bared their fangs, and launched a devastating attack on the panicked pirates without mercy. The precise and orderly Imperial fleet barrage was like the god of death, searching for every pirate warship that fled in panic. Without any mercy or hesitation, one pirate warship after another was destroyed without suspense, and buried in the cold space. The pirate warships, which already lacked unified command, fought on their own after the initial shock, confusion, and helplessness, not to mention that the two pirate groups were fighting to the death a few minutes ago. The powerful pirate fleet was no match for the even more powerful Imperial fleet, and they lacked the courage to fight the Empire to the death here. The first to waver were the group of mercenaries. It was obvious that the commissions from the Chimera pirates were not enough for these profit-seeking interstellar mercenaries to confront the powerful Empire. A fleet? Tavis's face became even uglier. In the past 2 years, the Empire has only deployed fleets near the main waterways and has never cleared out pirates on a large scale, let alone at this time of Zerg invasion. Even if it was the inferior Imperial fleet, the main battleship was a genuine Minotaur-class battlecruiser, which was not something these pirate ships could challenge. Even a mid-level Imperial Navy squadron was enough to give the pirates of this galaxy a hard time. This is a trap. At this time, he finally understood it completely. If it weren't for the early preparation, the Empire would not deploy an entire fleet in a remote starfield. Damn, the Chimera pirates probably got the news that the Empire deliberately leaked. The old Federation Technology Center on that satellite is just bait, and we are now a group of fish trapped in a stagnant pool of water. Augustus Mengsk. Tavis looked directly at the illusory light and shadow in the holographic projection, clenched his fists and shouted, "You can't arrest a Kel-morian who has not committed any crime. You can't do this." But the man in the holographic image only moved his neck slightly. The expression on his face was as hard as steel, and the jumping flames of the cannon outside the porthole swayed to outline his clear outline. Occasionally, the prince would nod in a certain direction, as if he had already decided the death penalty for a certain pirate warship at this moment. "This is a full channel broadcast. He can't hear what we are saying," Grace said calmly, waving her hand. "I advise you to save your energy. Now tell him that we are just passing by and are not interested in the old Federation technology here. Will he believe it?" Tavis slumped down like a deflated ball and couldn't stop sighing. The Imperial Navy fleet is a symbol of the Empire's military power and the basis for maintaining the Empire's hegemony. Pirates are definitely not a match for the Imperial fleet. This fleet may have just been transferred back from the front line of the Empire's border. They just beat up the Zerg, and dealing with a bunch of pirates is just like beating up a kid. That's just like a thief returning lost property to its owner. Grace shook her head, as if she herself was amused by Tavis. "You shouldn't beg for mercy from the Mengsk family, because they won't show mercy to anyone. No, I'm not a pirate, and I shouldn't die at the hands of the Empire." Tavis looked at the Imperial fleet getting closer and closer outside the bridge window, and gritted his teeth and said, "We should surrender. We should surrender. Your father can use money to ransom people, and all the pirates on this ship, including me, will be hanged by the Empire. Even if they risk their lives, they will not surrender to the Empire." Grace smiled and threw the pot back to Tavis. "Of course, if your father's people were more cautious, we wouldn't have this trip. If Captain Alfred could come back at this time, he would tear you to pieces alive. What's the use of hindsight? I would still be standing here if I had figured it out earlier." Tavis knew the situation clearly. If your father's mine hadn't been infected with Zergan plague, and his income was insufficient to cover his expenses, and his capital turnover was in serious trouble, you wouldn't have taken such a risk. Grace seemed to have seen through everything, but she didn't make it clear until now. That's why I hate telepaths. Tavis snorted, but now is not the time to argue. The most urgent thing is to find a lifeboat to escape. Anyone can see that this mob can never be a match for the regular army. Tavis was actually seeing the Yamato cannon of Augustus Mengsk's flagship Bucephalus open fire, and the surging flames immediately engulfed a Chimera battlecruiser shrouded in a shield. The momentum of the energy storage and firing was extremely shocking. Compared with it, the old Yamato cannon equipped on the pirate warship was just a match gun. Several pirate battleships turned their bows to try to stop the Bucephalus's advance, but all their gunfire only fell on the rising green shield force field, like a punch on cotton. The Bucephalus's counterattack was fatal. Her firepower completely overwhelmed any pirate ship. Even the most magnificent pirate battleship was extremely vulnerable in front of this Imperial flagship. At this moment, the battleship under Tavis's feet had already been completely paralyzed, and most of its systems had stopped operating. In the thrilling competition with the Chimera's pistol shooting range, Captain Alfred's pirate battleship had already been defeated. Not only that, many areas of the battleship had already caught fire, and the spreading fire was so large that it was difficult to put out. The raging fire illuminated the shattered hull, and the scene was spectacular and terrifying. The Chimera's condition was much better. From the moment the Imperial fleet appeared, she had already left the boarding battle and prepared to escape. At this time, the dying Kel-morian pirate battleship was floating helplessly in the deep space, unable to resist or escape. It would be silenced by a few rounds of concentrated fire from the Imperial fleet. Run away. Grace didn't seem to be afraid at all. Not running away, but surrendering. Tavis emphasized, I'm just a merchant who was unfortunately captured by pirates, and the Kel-morian Federation's diplomatic ambassador to Augustus will definitely try his best to rescue the unfortunate captured compatriots from the hands of the Imperial government. In a flash, Tavis had already thought of a way out. He didn't need to live and die with a group of despicable pirates. Since the Imperial fleet appeared, Tavis didn't think there was any possibility of his side winning. The reason why Tavis said this to Grace was that he believed that with her identity, she would definitely be able to get the best lifeboat at this critical moment. He had to stay as far away as possible, because being captured by the Imperial Marines who rushed in on the bridge of a pirate ship was a completely different matter. Then you should run away. Grace glanced at him and said mockingly, but I still have to stay here. Are you crazy? Tavis asked in surprise. There are 2 lifeboats in Port G, you have to hurry. Grace ignored him. Point, the Cole family will not forget your kindness. Tavis glanced at her and realized that he could not get any more help from this mysterious woman, but it was enough. Tavis took a few steps and prepared to rush out of the Whaling Bridge. The holographic image of the Imperial Prince Arcturus finally began to speak. The song Mengsk, the music of the Air of the Wings of Liberty cutscene, was also played. It is said that it was composed by a Tarsinus musician to commemorate the 4th anniversary of the accession of Emperor Augustus to the throne. It was impassioned and shocking. My brother has no time to pay attention to you jackals. The prince's cold grey eyes, which were the signature of the Mengsk family, did not show a trace of warmth. They were cold and hard, as if he was talking to a group of dead people. As Augustus Mengsk spoke, the Bucephalus opened fire again, the deadly laser battery completely piercing the armor of a Kel-morian pirate battleship. Like an eggshell smashed by a sledgehammer, the invincible pirate warship suddenly stopped moving after a shocking explosion, and was finally buried by a huge space torpedo, tilting and burning like a building engulfed in flames. It was like a scene from hell. No pirate ship could withstand a salvo from the Bucephalus, and no matter how hard the pirates tried, they could not shake her. The entire starry sky turned into a terrifying furnace, full of terrible explosions and burning metal, and everywhere was tragic wreckage and pitiful corpses. These steel behemoths seemed to be fragile rag dolls being tossed around in the Imperial fleet. Just as the rumors said, this was a real tough guy who had emerged from the bloody sea of war. Augustus Mengsk had never been merciful when dealing with his enemies. Travis felt his hands and feet were cold, and no sound came out of his throat. In the cold sky, he could not hear the deafening roar of the warships at all, but watching the warships in silence was a more terrifying pantomime. He saw a Chimera pirate warship converted from a Behemoth-class battlecruiser desperately trying to avoid the barrage of Bucephalus's barrage, mistakenly preparing to forcefully enter the warp state, but the other two Imperial Minotaur-class ships caught up and captured her. Like a bundle of ignited firewood, the Chimera pirate warship roared and sank. "I only give you a bunch of scum a chance to choose. Surrender and you won't be killed." Prince Arcturus paused for a moment, as if waiting for an answer. Then, he spoke again. "Go ahead, General Blaze." After that, Prince Arcturus left, and was replaced by an Imperial general whose face was covered by a heavy power armor helmet. "Burn them to death," General Blaze said. "I have a slight cold, and my sleep quality is very poor, and my nose is bleeding." Chapter 636, The Great Purge. Outside the portholes, the cannons roared, and the dense laser barrage seemed like a large net woven by light. However, the interior of the magnificent and wide bridge of the flagship Bucephalus seemed deserted and quiet. Many people were talking loudly in front of the scattered communicator consoles, but their words were concise and short, as precise and orderly as machines, and not a noisy and chaotic downtown. As the flagship of the Empire, the Bucephalus is also a symbol of royal power, and its magnificent bridge has been built into a real palace. The endless inlaid gold leaf floor, gorgeous silk floor and relief carvings on the bridge of the Bucephalus can remind people of the splendor of the august grid palace. The classical style walls are decorated with wolf head statues and military emblems, which are the glory symbols of the imperial royal family. The Imperial Prince Augustus Mengsk handed over the command of the fleet to General Blaze, and turned back to the chess game that had not yet been finished to ponder. Compared with a group of boring pirates, the chess game in front of him is obviously more suspenseful. In this game, Arcturus was still playing black, and the opponent had already lost all his weapons, and was in disarray. He was only one step away from checkmating them. A victory was within his grasp, but he felt it was boring. Arcturus sat down at the table, picked up the glass of sherry in front of him and pondered. There was no one opposite him, and there was a beautiful ashtray on the table, but it had never been used. It seemed that he was just playing against himself. At the same time, the Bucephalus had just crushed a Kel-morian pirate battleship, and large pieces of molten metal fragments hit the energy shield of the warship, which was a thrilling scene. These pirate warships were also huge, enough to dominate the remote fringe star regions, but they were not enough in front of the new generation of Imperial battle cruisers. This was hardly a space fleet battle. These pirates and mercenaries from various factions, who were already divided, were fleeing in all directions under the attack of the Imperial fleet, just like the chess pieces on the chessboard. A mere pirate, vulnerable and not worth mentioning. The Imperial Prince looked at the chessboard, but his thoughts drifted far away. The main console screen in the distance reflected the weathered face. The young man who had refused to become his father and resisted all injustices has reached the age of 40. Today, the Mengsk family rules a vast human interstellar empire, not just the political planet at the beginning. Their enemies are the Protoss and the Zerg, as well as the crazy creator behind them. Arcturus firmly believes that this is a great era. The Mengsk family shoulders the great mission of leading the tribe to stand among the stars. The old Federation used to be an almost invincible enemy, but now it seems that it is only the beginning of the rise of mankind in the Korhal sector and even the conquest of the galaxy. Acts as a holographic screen with the royal emblem lit up in front of Arcturus, and two pairs of grey eyes faced each other from a distance. Only those who are close to him call the Imperial Prince by name, and the person opposite is Arcturus's younger brother, Emperor Augustus, who is now the Emperor of the Empire. Arcturus, who was fighting against the Zerg at the front line, led the fleet back alone under his orders, and the crackdown on pirates was also directly ordered by the Emperor. Emperor Augustus was 10 years younger than Arcturus, and was still as handsome and charming as before, with a kingly aura that was intimidating without anger. He wore a black windproof square-collared coat of the Imperial Navy, with broad shoulders and a royal emblem on his solid chest. His muscles were well defined and his facial proportions were flawless. At any time, there was always a crowd of people who were fascinated by the charm of Emperor Augustus. In essence, Augustus and Arcturus were the same kind of people. When they were young, they were both the sons of elegant nobles, humble and gentle, with elegant conversation. They could easily get along well in social occasions in the upper class society, and enter politics like a duck in water. Actors, I want you to put down everything you are doing, and lead the 4th Fleet to Bronze 4th to quell a rebellion. Augustus had a cold face, but he slowed down a little when he saw Arcturus. The emperor was still on his way back to Korhal, but he was still watching the entire empire. Bronze 4th had little connection with the core world of the empire, Bronze Prime. It was just a secondary world that originally belonged to the old Federation, located on the edge of the current territory of the Terran Empire. It was inconspicuous on the interstellar navigation map and no one cared about it. The new empire took over Bronze 4th according to the regulations, and a few warships and a marine corps took over the planet. The locals praised the arrival of the new government and had no complaints. Since the beginning of the era of Emperor Augustus, the economic and military strength of the Terran Empire has always been thriving. The world and order destroyed by the Terran humans in previous wars have been rebuilt. The new territory acquired during the Empire period is more than that opened up by the old Federation in nearly half a century. The vast majority of the lower and middle class people in the Empire can clearly realize that their lives are undergoing significant improvements, because this will be tangibly reflected in the increase in wages and the improvement of the quality of life. The opening of new and protected new interstellar routes also enables more underdeveloped marginal worlds to stably export raw materials and specialties to obtain cheap industrial products from the core world. After experiencing the turmoil at the end of the old Federation era, a comfortable and stable life is even more precious. Although Bronze 4th is only a marginal world, thanks to the support policy of the imperial government, the economy that has been stagnant since joining the Terran Empire has begun to develop. Although rebellions in various worlds occurred one after another at the end of the old Federation, this kind of thing became unimaginable in the eyes of the people only 6 years after entering the imperial era. Is it the entire planet or 1 or 2 cities? Arcturus was shocked and angry. Since Marshal Horace Warfield recaptured the last former Federation planet, large-scale rebellions have never occurred again. Moreover, if the Imperial fleet must be dispatched, it means that the local garrison can no longer maintain the situation. There is no doubt that this matter is of great importance in any case, and Augustus cannot afford not to personally inquire about it. Arcturus will not allow anyone to shake the rule of the empire, just as he will not allow anyone to stand in his way. In the court of Emperor Augustus, Arcturus is not a gentle, amiable, dispensable character, but more often the one who draws a knife and cuts people. It can be said that the emperor of the empire relies more on the ability of the prince to govern the empire. Augustus Mengsk is a contradictory and complex, multifaceted person. He is both loved and hated. You can say that Arcturus is a ruthless, manipulative, selfish, and ambitious person, but his ability, skills, and prestige should never be ignored. Even those professional writers and talk show hosts who often criticize the imperial government and Augustus have to think twice when commenting on the prince of the empire. Now this group of rebels are mainly gathered in New Dresden, and the other cities have not participated in the rebellion. Augustus nodded to Arcturus. From what we have seen so far, this is just a group of hastily armed desperados, but they have a lot of people and are well organized, he said. Even so, the New Dresden rebels are nothing to mention, but this group of crazy desperados somehow found the psychic emitter left by the old Federation and used it on the Bronze 4th. Considering that you are closest to the Bronze 4th, I ask you to quell this rebellion before the Zerg swarms in. I don't see how much sense it makes to use a psychic emitter on a fringe world. Arcturus frowned. If I were the commander of the rebels, I would do everything I can to use this weapon on Korhal IV, no matter what the cost. I guess they want to wait for the Zerg to defeat our army first, and then wait until both sides are defeated, before coming out to clean up the mess and save civilians. Augustus said, of course, this is based on the premise that he is not a lunatic and is smart enough. Then this matter cannot be delayed for too long. It will not be difficult to deal with the rebels in New Dresden. Arcturus thought that it would not take much time to deal with a group of pirates. What would take time was to recruit the captives. But this was not a difficult task for the Prince of the Empire. He would immediately throw these scum into the resocialization factory without interrogating them, and let them continue to shine for the Terran Empire in another form. There was no need for more prisons. Resocialization and a set of power armor that could never be removed would be their new cells. Arcturus was cold-blooded, and he was more willing to squeeze the last bit of value out of criminals and traitors. When this group of pirates was arrested, Korhal and Norris's resocialization factory would be able to operate at full capacity again. The holographic screen was flickering due to the pirates' electromagnetic interference weapons. Obviously, this was their last dying struggle. In Arcturus's view, the Terran Empire belonged to both Augustus and the Mengsk family. He was selfish and cruel, and everything he did was for his family and power. What's wrong with the people of New Dresden? If they weren't being held hostage, why would they support the rebels? Arcturus was also a politician. He knew that this rebellion was not ordinary. You know, I've been working on clearing out corrupt officials and rebels who are trying to overthrow the government in the Empire. Augustus' face was expressionless, but just this one sentence involved more than tens of thousands of people. At this time, some anti-imperial organizations that support the restoration of the old Federation are also stepping up their planning of new terrorist activities and rebellions, which is considered a last-ditch effort. First, the leader of the scavenger pirates, Alan Shezza, was arrested, and then the criminal empire of Scott O'Bannon of the Devil's Market was also shattered. As criminal organizations were caught one by one, many imperial officials were also involved. This number even made Augustus angry, because among them were important figures in the imperial army. The empire has a special department set up by telepaths to review imperial officials, but as the scale of the government grows, a huge interstellar empire with a territory of more than 1,000 planets will inevitably breed termites. This is nothing. Considering the nature of humans, no system can be spotless. Many people think that the Imperial Emperor has the spare energy to deal with internal affairs during the Zerg invasion, and will not have the courage to carry out a large-scale purge at this time. But this is not the case. Now August is in panic. Since the outbreak of the Second Total War, people's voices of discussing politics have overshadowed the Zerg and the Protoss for the first time. For the first time, the OGB and the Imperial Ghost Project have been linked to bloody repression. From high-ranking officials of the Empire to interstellar tycoons and ordinary people, no one can stay out of it as long as they are implicated. Opponents and dissidents have been suppressed, and former revolutionary heroes have been thrown into prison. So many criminals were arrested in this great purge that the largest imperial prison, New Folsom, was overcrowded, and the wardens had to take extreme measures to make room for new prisoners. Perhaps I'm too soft-hearted, or I have left such a false impression on people that they have forgotten how I dealt with the Federation and the UED. Augustus said regretfully, "As far as I know, it was Sarah Kerrigan, not you, who purged the rebels." Arcturus said, "She was very decisive." Augustus nodded. "From now on, no one will dare to look down on my queen." The Second Total War broke out, and the Zerg invaded in large numbers, but the Empire was not united in purpose. When Augustus and Arcturus were still in charge of Korhal, the anti-imperial organizations that had long disappeared did not dare to act rashly. But when the prince and the emperor led the fleet to the expedition, all kinds of monsters and demons took the opportunity to collude with corrupt officials and corporate oligarchs in the government, planned marches against large-scale conscription, and organized attacks on government agencies and military camps across the empire to launch armed rebellions, intending to overthrow the imperial regime. All these practices are exactly the same as those of the revolutionaries who once resisted the old Federation. The Imperial Resistance believes that Augustus's rebels stole the throne by taking advantage of the Zerg invasion of the old Federation, and they can also take advantage of the outbreak of the Second Total War to overthrow the Empire. Of course, this did not shake the unshakable position of the Imperial government. The efficient Imperial government is far from being comparable to the bloated and corrupt old Federation. The most important thing is that the new government is popular. The long-term war, which is increasingly difficult to see the end, has made the originally stable and harmonious life of the people of the Empire worse and worse. The uncontrollable hyperinflation has also brought many problems. The terrible memories left by the war and death in the past have returned. But unlike in the past, the people of the empire still have confidence in the emperor and the government. They think that the prime minister of the empire is incompetent and the queen is weak and can be bullied. That's just the right thing to do. Arcturus said, I have to take back my prejudice. Sarah Carrigan is an excellent candidate for the queen. I'm almost recovered. It's just that I was delayed for a while yesterday. Forgive me. Chapter 637 Princess Louise and the Dog Brain Bug. The first star of the empire, Korhal IV, the capital of the empire, Augustgrad. Although Augustgrad has a short history, this great city has conquered all the Imperials who have been here. Augustgrad's mountainous borders are expanding outward every day like breathing. The river rushing through the irradiated wasteland has now become a part of the city. Skyscrapers and magnificent silver towers are located on both sides of the river. The lights are brilliant at night, reflecting the colorful lights on the river. Unlike the glorious and elegant city of Tarsus, Augustgrad has been the undisputed imperial capital of the Terran Empire since its completion. This is not a city full of warm and soft colors. Augustgrad exudes the calm charm of a monarch and the coldness and majesty of monarch. Korhal is the center of the Terran Empire, and Augustgrad is the center of Korhal. Korhal is seen as a symbol of the rise of the Terran human race from the charred ruins, and has even gradually evolved into a belief. Augustgrad interprets the wisdom and infinite power of mankind, representing a race that has experienced suffering and war, and regained its confidence. From the air, Augustgrad's spider web-like train tracks are like the fine blood vessels of the entire city. Every day, thousands of office workers take the train from one end of Augustgrad to the other. For the imperial people of different eras, Korhal and Augustgrad have very different meanings. For the children born and raised in Augustgrad, this city is just a strange and friendly hometown. Aha! Augustgrad. I'm home. The golden dome of the palace glitters in the sun, like a pyramid made of gold, and the spire that dominates the skyline seems to support the entire grey sky. Augustgrad might be the ideal capital of the empire that Augustus the Great had imagined, a modern metropolis consisting of countless steel towers supporting the sky and magnificent giant buildings. A transport ship with the Cerberus Hellhound logo slowly landed on the top apron of the Augustgrad Palace, and the hatch opened as soon as the landing gear landed. Then, a queen worm wearing white gloves walked out gracefully, stretched out her hand, and pulled out a wheelchair from behind. On the wheelchair lay a fat brain worm, lying in a charming posture. The brain worm raised its head arrogantly, and only the queen worm bowed to salute. Both the brain worm and the queen worm had many traces of mechanical modification on their bodies. The former was to make themselves more comfortable, and the latter was to make them better at killing. Lord Dalfa, welcome back. When are you leaving? Rosa Morales, the head maid of the palace, put one foot against the wheelchair and bent down to stare at the brain worm. Rosa Morales wore a velvet black waitress uniform with a royal emblem pinned to her lace-trimmed skirt. Objectively speaking, Morales was also very beautiful. During the years when she didn't need to wear power armor to fight, her fair skin and slender legs were fully exposed. Morales was originally a medical lieutenant in the Earth Expeditionary Force, and was later selected by Emperor Augustus to enter the palace. Originally Morales was just a court doctor, but later became a waiter beside the emperor. This is strange. The ancient kings would use this trick to select future concubines. But since Queen Sarah had no objection, others couldn't say much. I'll go back to Augustgrad for a small meeting, and leave in 2 days. The brainworm glanced at Morales with its evil eyes. Augustus called me back from Koskovo with just one sentence, and didn't give any reason. This emperor treats loyal ministers like dogs and orders them around. He is really arbitrary, and will ruin the country sooner or later. After years of baptism and the polishing of the Zelniger artifact, the royal brainworm Alpha has become more and more calm. Unless he is forced into a corner, he dare not openly clamor that Augustus is a dog emperor. Now there is also the unlucky Sass who takes over the charge of the Zelniger artifact, otherwise it will suffer. In addition, there are many people in the palace that brainworms dare not mess with. This dangerous Earth woman in front of him is very difficult to mess with. It is said that Morales gave the old master a severe injection when he was in charge, so what else can she not dare to do? Say less. The emperor is angry now. Be careful that he will put you in jail. Morales' voice was gentle, but her words were always sharp. This time, don't expect to escape by begging for mercy. I've heard about some recent events. The brainworm shrank his neck and dared not say anything more. The Empire is now purging traitors in the Empire. People are imprisoned every day for crimes. In the end, the prisons in the Empire were overwhelmed and had to temporarily mobilize prison ships to park over the city. No matter what time, humans can never change their internal strife. The Great Purge had just ended and did not last long. The Queen only cut a hole in the Empire's increasingly huge body and released a stream of pus and blood. Even so, the Imperial capital could not avoid panic because no one wanted to be implicated. This is the disadvantage of individuals having free will. Augustus should implant Cerberus engineering control nerves in all humans. Once again, the brainworm expressed his own opinions on how to better rule the Empire. This is too anti-human, Morales said. From the results, this is the most effective approach. This brainworm is very similar to humans, but its views are completely opposite in some aspects. For example, it never believes that it is necessary to commemorate those warriors who sacrificed for their tribe. Well, I don't care about the Empire at all. What does this have to do with me? No one wants to see Augustus kicked off the throne more than me. It glanced at Morales. Of course, if he asks me to help him, it's another matter. Don't mention him. Where is my little Louise? If you want to find Louise, she is now learning ballet with a tutor hired by the royal family, Morales said. The brainworm looked at the Queen Zagara next to him, and the latter nodded immediately. Louise doesn't need to study, she just needs to learn how to dominate the swarm. At her age now, she should eat, drink and have fun. It then shouted, take me to her, while there is still time. I'm not your subordinate. Morales snorted. I beg you to take me to her. The brainworm raised its head. If you scare her, the Queen will chop you into a paste. Morales was not prepared for this and turned back. What's that? I treat her as my daughter. The brainworm was furious and bared his teeth. The Queen has instructed that the brainworms should not take care of children. Morales said, who told you to teach the children to swear? I changed it a long time ago. A long time ago. The brainworm was weak. This brainworm has never shown that he likes a human too much, but Princess Louise is an exception, which seems to be related to her natural high Zerg affinity. Facts show that Louise Mengsk's innate psychic power even makes the Zerg regard her as one of their own. Morales did not answer, but led the way. The brainworm drove the wheelchair propeller and followed closely, followed by Zagara with light steps. Compared to when the brainworm left, the Augustus Palace has become different again, with many precious works of art added. The gate after the landing pad is the reception hall of the palace. The reception hall has parquet floors and a high ceiling with murals. On one side is a full-length window, from which you can directly overlook the panoramic view of Augustus City. On the other side, it is decorated with mirrors and candlesticks decorated with gold leaves. A young man wearing the uniform of the Imperial Stealing Officer Academy came towards him. His soft golden hair and grey eyes that seemed to contain a storm were impressive. Pointed turned out to be Mr. Alpha. Prince Valerian was stunned for a moment when he saw the brain worm and the queen worm, and his eyelids couldn't stop twitching. Hello. The brain worm glanced at him. Valerian is Princess Louise's cousin. As a member of the royal family, he deserves to receive the best training. Although he seems a little boastful and idealistic due to lack of tempering, he has already demonstrated outstanding character and ability. As the oldest member of the royal family of this generation, Valerian has inherited his mother's beauty and his father's family's sharp grey eyes, which has also attracted a lot of attention from the outside world. At this time, Valerian stretched out his hand to shake hands with the brainworm opposite him, but felt something was wrong, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Fortunately, the brainworm still stretched out its tail in disdain. Don't mess with me, kid. I hate people from the Mengsk family. But I'm proud of being a Mengsk family. Valerian had to smile and walk to the other side to prepare to leave for the academy. Valerian is loved by Emperor Augustus, and he is also the heir of Prince Arcturus. He is a royal family but not arrogant, and treats people with humility and courtesy. Everyone who has met him doesn't dislike him. Morales said to the brainworm, but you hate him very much. This kid wants to be like his uncle. That's it. How does he know that Augustus Mengsk is a sadist? The brainworm still has lingering fears when thinking of those painful memories. Augustus Mengsk used him to experiment with the Zelniger artifact Nova Impact, which was really a painful memory. Later, Augustus actually said that this was all to wash away the influence of Zelniger Ammon on the will of the Zerg, under the pretext of retraining, and in the end it had to thank him, which was really outrageous. Can't deny it, Morales said. As he spoke, Morales walked into a cross corridor in the palace and saw a little girl in a white ballet skirt flying out, just like a free white swan. The girl had long red hair and a pair of beautiful big eyes that were grey. The girl had a beautiful neck, delicate cheekbones and delicate lips like flower buds. Her steps were light and calm, and she was already a beautiful lady. Alpha. The girl seemed very happy. Strangely, she seemed to have known that the brainworm had returned. Angel. The royal brainworm burst into tears. That was Louise, the only daughter of Emperor Augustus and Queen Sarah. Now she was more than 4 years old, and was the darling of the entire palace. And not only humans, Princess Louise could also be loved by both the Protoss and the Zerg. The royal brainworm was overjoyed and jumped out of the wheelchair and rushed towards Princess Louise, but it hit an invisible wall and felt dizzy. Dark Templar, you are haunting me. As soon as the royal brainworm showed an angry look, Louise ran over and rubbed the head of the brainworm with his soft hands, and the latter immediately smiled. I got you. In the eyes of the Protoss, humans are also a strange race. They are often much more innocent when they are young, but they are completely different when they grow older. Louis, I didn't realize that you have grown so big. It rubbed Louise and made her giggle. Time flies. For humans, time always passes quickly. Seeing Princess Louise smile, even Morales, who had a cold expression, smiled. Louise is like a ray of sunshine, and her smile always warms people's hearts. This seems to be related to her incredible psychic talent. When telepathy is extremely powerful, it is enough to influence others. She is the future of the Empire, and is loved by everyone. She is always in good hands, whether it is toys or playmates. I'm not in the palace, you must be lonely, Louise. The brainworm whimpered, and Princess Louise stroked it like an adult. The scene was very touching. Recently, Dehaka has been accompanying the princess. It seems to be trying to teach a human child how to hunt essence. Morales said. Dehaka? How can that despicable primitive worm be close to Louise? Its mind is full of essence. Hearing this, the brainworm bit through a golden wolf statue at the end of the aisle with jealousy. This ferocious brainworm has sharp teeth that can even chew larvae as snacks, and biting through steel is naturally a piece of cake. Louis, a soft call came from a distance, and everyone bowed slightly, even the brainworm and the queen. Queen Sarah Carrigan came over, just attending a brief meeting, but she did not seek the opinions of the participants, but directly ordered them. The decisive and cold image of this queen has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and no one dares to question her authority. The queen, with a solemn demeanor, wore a white silk robe decorated with gold edges and an elegant train, and a gorgeous crown on her head. She walked over, and everyone could clearly see her beautiful expression. Louise ran to her mother again, turned around and hid behind her skirt. Alpha, you're back. Carrigan looked at the brainworm. My supreme queen. The brainworm immediately crawled to the side of Carrigan's crystal decorated high heels, prostrated, and dared not speak. In the past, the brainworm did not take Augustus seriously, purely because his psychic power was not as strong as its own, but in front of Carrigan, it did not even dare to move. Alpha, Carrigan pointed to the statue next to it, that was bitten by the brainworm. Here, the brainworm was terrified. Fix it for me before his majesty comes back, Carrigan said coldly, leaving the trembling royal brainworm behind. Chapter 638 Primal Splitting Pool. Augustgrad, the palace gate. Officials from various ministries of the empire, dressed in grey flannel suits and uniforms, left the palace one after another, and boarded the flying cars issued by the government with serious expressions. The face of Frederick, the Minister of Justice of the Empire, was particularly ugly. In the previous meeting in front of the Emperor, he was grabbed by the tie and sprayed for a long time by Emperor Augustus the Great, but now the spit on his face has dried up. Walking down the granite steps at the gate of the palace, Frederick touched his neck with lingering fear, secretly glad that he survived. Emperor Augustus the Great was not the kind of monarch whose face was always covered with clouds and anger, so the ministers who were familiar with him knew how serious the situation was when he was glaring. If the emperor was compared to a lion, then he just roared in front of the chicken coop, and the chicks were scared and pissed, and only a brainworm was watching from behind and laughing. For the high-ranking officials of the empire, the angry emperor was even more terrifying than the alien insects. Even outside the palace, the trembling imperial officials did not dare to gather in groups of 2 or 3 to talk. To be precise, this was not a meeting for the emperor to listen to the ministers' work reports and opinions, but a meeting to be criticized. There is no doubt that Emperor Augustus was very disappointed with the ability of these ministers to do things. Although there were corrupt elements and anti-imperialists within the government, it was also expected. Rebellions, terrorist attacks, demonstrations and workers' strikes during wartime were inevitable, no matter how hard we tried to prevent them. The empire had fleets and cannons to deal with any external enemies, but the most worrying thing was the corruption from within. What really made Augustus angry was that perhaps after a long period of peace and stability, there were more and more people who were not doing the work, and the imperial government became gradually bloated and inefficient. People who lacked ability and courage occupied crucial positions. In the long run, the empire would become another federation. If the emperor was not satisfied with the highly centralized whole of the Terran Empire, he would prove that no one in the entire imperial government was indispensable. The power of the empire is highly concentrated in the government, and the power of the government is highly concentrated in the emperor. The cabinet is just a tool for him to rule the empire and convey his will. No one dares to disobey. No one in the Terran Empire can question the authority of Augustus Mengsk. His words are the law. Under the current circumstances, this is the most suitable system for the empire. The weather in Augustgrad is getting colder this season. The park and boulevard between the palace and the Imperial Parliament building are full of people and lights. Frederick habitually adjusted his tie, gritted his teeth, and prepared to go back to summon the heads of the subordinate departments to convey the emperor's anger. General Jacko Bennett, long time no see. At this time, Frederick noticed a man in the uniform of the Imperial Navy walking under the escort of the guards. General Jacko Bennett was once a member of the Heavenly Demon Squad. He had a very high status in the military-based empire, and was a veteran and meritorious person who followed Emperor Augustus to expand the territory. General Bennett is not interested in politics, but this is exactly what politicians are most willing to approach. The army belongs to the emperor, and smart politicians always try to avoid dealing with senior officers as much as possible. Well, I went on a long trip. Although Jacko Bennett was born into a noble family, he was not a handsome and elegant nobleman who could talk to anyone. Now there are wars everywhere, and the war on the front line is tense. Not only the Zerg, but also pirates and rebel organizations have taken the opportunity to threaten the Central Channel and the Edge world. As the Minister of Justice, Frederick naturally knows how turbulent the outside of the core world is. In the past 2 days, Arcturus has brought tens of thousands of pirates to Korhal's resocialization factory, and it is said that this is only the first batch. Hey, Frederick, haven't seen you for a while. Bennett was followed by a red-haired man in a Marine Corps uniform. He had a chic ponytail and wore gold skull earrings on his ears. This somewhat frivolous man was covered with scars left by battle, but to him, they were just medals of honor. Frederick had already recognized who he was, but he just didn't want to deal with him as much as possible. This was General Hanuk Hank, an old subordinate of Emperor Augustus and Heavenly Demon. The hardships of war have turned this former street thug into a real soldier, but his bad character cannot be ignored. Do you know what we did? Hanuk Hank put his arm around Frederick's neck and laughed. Nothing. I just took people to the depths of the galaxy and set a fire in the Zerg's hometown. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. Hanuk was not bragging. They really led an imperial fleet to Xeris, the birthplace of the Zerg. It was indeed as dangerous as Char, with dangers lurking in the dense jungle, and Zerg and primitive Zerg fighting each other everywhere. But Hanuk was not an ordinary person. Augustus asked him to set a fire in Xeris, and he really set fire to the mountain. Then, according to Augustus' instructions, the Terran Empire and the Dark Templar of the Dark Archbishop packed up the original split pool of Xeris and brought it back. With Harnack's intelligence, it was difficult to understand why they had to go to Xeris so far to move a pool back. It couldn't be used for bathing. Of course, Augustus must have his reasons for doing this, and he was always right. Frederick had a dark face and tried his best to break free from the other's arms. Let me go. This powerful minister of justice has an outstanding appearance, with eagle-like sharp blue eyes and a crescent-shaped nose. Frederick always gives people a cold impression, and only when facing General Harnack will he be gloomy. Relying on being the eldest brother of the Emperor, Harnack is also untouchable in the Empire. Fools have their own luck. Harnack didn't know when he was favored by Tara Bennett, the current head of the Bennett family, that is, Jacko Bennett's biological sister, and was actually engaged. You mean the Zerg's home planet? Frederick finally managed to break free from Harnack's warm embrace. It's no secret that the Zerg were not born in Char. Their homeland is a warm, but extremely dangerous place. Of course, the Zerg today are far from their ancestors, more like swarming insects than reptiles. The Imperial fleet has actually reached the Zerg's home planet, which is bound to cause an uproar among the people. It can be expected that the Imperial media propaganda machine can use this to increase the confidence of the Imperial people in winning the war. Yeah, it took more than half a year to travel on the road. If it weren't for the hibernation chamber, I would be bored to death. Harnack yawned. He was always talkative. By the way, I also brought back some local specialties. Do you want to come to my house to take a look? No, I have something to do. Frederick waved his hands repeatedly, thinking that I don't have time to fool around with you. What a pity. You should have seen the skull of the original Thunder Beast I brought back. It's probably about that big. Harnack gestured and saw that the other party had no expression on his face. Finally, he lost interest in showing off to Frederick. It was just like he was flirting with an old woman wrapped in a torn bedsheet. Boring. I'm going to find the boss. Frederick shook the sweat off his face and watched the two Imperial generals walk into the palace. He was still a little excited. It was really exciting that a fleet full of warriors went deep into the galaxy to raid the alien Zerg home planet and return triumphantly. Compared with the mighty Imperial fleet, the bureaucrats of Augustgrad were really useless. No wonder the Emperor was furious. Frederick shook his head and walked to his flying car. The assistant waiting next to him told him that the Kel-morian ambassador had just asked to see him and wanted him to rescue a group of Kel-morian sailors who were detained by the Imperial Army as pirates. No, under the censorship system presided over by telepaths, no criminal will be innocent, and no one will be wrongly accused. He just said this and signaled his assistant to reject the visitor, unless his memory has been tampered with, unless his perception of his own identity is distorted. It is better to have less dealings with the Kel-morians. Are you familiar with this, Frederick from the Ministry of Justice? Jacko Bennett walked into the magnificently decorated main hall of the palace and nodded repeatedly to the royal guards, who were saluting along the way. August Glary is magnificent, displaying all kinds of precious artworks, and even planting exotic flowers and plants in the corridors. There are still many Imperial officials in the palace, but they look very strange in the eyes of Jacko and Harnack. Most of the old members of the Revolutionary Army are in the Imperial Army, and they are incompatible with these elites in suits and leather shoes. But in the final analysis, the Imperial government is much more down to earth than the old Federation. At least there are no despised nobles here. Although Jacko was once a noble, he never regarded himself as one of them. In his opinion, Augustus Mengsk was the same kind of person who told me that I have good relationships with people. Harnack thought that he was a popular person. Well, let's not talk about this, let's talk about other things. Jacko thought for a while. Since you are back in Augustgrad, why don't you dare to see my sister? Don't dare? Harnack grinned. Why shouldn't I dare? It seems that you really didn't go to see her. Jacko said. Just don't have time, Harnack corrected. You are afraid of her. Jacko expressionless. For a scum like you who doesn't care about meat and vegetables, this is really strange. After all, she is also very beautiful, and she is the leader of the few remaining creation family. I can't deal with smart women. Your sister always plays me in the palm of her hand. Harnack sighed while speaking. You should be able to understand my situation to some extent. No matter how I think about it, I don't understand what charm you have. Jacko sighed deeply. This world is really wonderful. It turns out that an heir of a creation family will not have any connection with a mere soldier. As time passed, all the bad boys in Heaven's Devil who survived to this day became big men. The farm boy became an imperial marshal, and the street thug became a famous general. Jacko could imagine that, if they hadn't met Augustus, these rabble who came out of the boot camp would have either died in the war, or gone their separate ways after retirement. Perhaps except for Augustus, no one could have imagined that they would achieve great things in the future. If not, Harnack would have died in the flames ignited by his fire bat armor, and Titus might have dragged Raynor to become a trained thief. Compared to her, I'm more willing to stay with the boss. Harnack didn't take it seriously. He doesn't have that much time to stay with us anymore. Jacko shook his head. He is the emperor of the Terran Empire, and there are many things we can't help him with. As he was talking, Harnack saw the captain of the Royal Guard Faraday and Titus coming over. I haven't seen you for a while. Where have you been fooling around? Titus asked when they met. We went to Xeris and set a fire. Harnack said. You did a big thing. Titus was happy. Then what? We moved the original fission pool of Xeris back. God knows what it is used for. Harnack spread his hands. What kind of catalytic liquid is in that pool? It is said that it can strengthen the body and accelerate evolution, but that thing is unbearable for ordinary people. If you jump in, you will definitely be killed. What the hell are you talking about? Titus asked again. You ask me. Harnack waved his hands. I don't know what I'm talking about. Where's the boss? Harnack asked. Who knows? Titus shrugged his shoulders. Aren't you a member of the Royal Guard? Jacko said. I've been expelled now. It happened not long ago. Titus' tone was a little proud. What have you done again? Harnack asked. It's not a big deal if you're not in jail. Titus was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He didn't plan to get promoted. Faraday, the emperor is looking for us, but where is he now? I'll take you there. Faraday waved his hand and led Jacko and the others to a palace elevator. Finally, they came to a hall facing the sun, where statues of ancient heroes stood, and the walls were inlaid with gold-framed mirrors. What's the matter with this golden wolf statue with tape? As soon as he entered, Jacko noticed a strange statue at the door. Golden wolf statues can be seen in many places in Augustgrad. This heavy bronze statue is undoubtedly to show the authority of the royal family to the people of the empire. But this one is very strange, because it is covered with white tape, and the workmanship is not very good, like a mummy with bandages. Sitting next to it is a brainworm that is studying how to repair the statue. Its forehead is full of big lumps, and it is more silent than ever. Hank thought it was dead, so he kicked the brainworm lightly, and the latter immediately bit his boot tightly. Don't worry about that brainworm, Hank. Emperor Augustus was sitting on the throne with his head supported by one hand, while Queen Sarah was sitting sideways on his right leg. Chapter 639. The strongest Terran in the universe. Let go. Let go. Hank took a deep breath and then struggled to pull the leg out of the brainworm's mouth, but his boots were already filled with disgusting saliva, which really made him frown. This brainworm is really annoying, but it really depends on the owner when beating a dog. Good evening, Hank. I'm so glad you didn't die outside. The brainworm retched a few times in disgust, baring its sharp teeth and grinning like a Cheshire cat. It lay at the door complacently, its posture like the Sphinx in front of the pyramids. I'll settle the score with you later. Hank glared at it, dragging his sticky boots and walking towards the emperor and queen on the throne. Alpha, good evening. Jacko Bennett smiled. He remembered that, when they just caught this brainworm, it was still an arrogant swarm leader, but now it has been raised like a dog of the Mengsk family. Speaking of which, this brainworm is equivalent to growing up under their eyes. Back then, it was just the youngest child under the Lord, but now it is visibly fatter than before. Did you break this statue? As you can see, I'm repairing the statue. The brainworm said calmly. Listen carefully, I just like to repair statues. I can't help you. Jacko spread his hands and followed Hank in front. Do your best. Titus walked past the brainworm with a gloating look. You are not allowed to read comics or play games if you don't finish the work. Who do you think you are? The brainworm raised its voice. I play when I want. Repairing a statue is like breathing to me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the brainworm quietly slipped out of the main gate under their cover. Unexpectedly, as soon as it stuck its head out, a powerful psychic pressure pressed it to the ground. I can't breathe. The queen's psychic power is getting stronger and stronger. Jacko looked back at the twisting and struggling brainworm, without any sympathy in his heart. When Jacko looked at the Queen of the Empire again, he was even more awed. No one knows how powerful Queen Sarah Kerrigan is now, but in terms of psychic power, she is already at the top of the human race. The original psychic rating standards no longer apply to Kerrigan, which is equivalent to turning her into a non-human. Jacko himself has psychic talent. Although he does not have telepathic ability, at least he can understand Kerrigan's terrifying degree better than ordinary people. High-level telepaths are rare, mysterious and unpredictable. They can control the mind and also invoke supernatural power. At this time, Queen Sarah was still sitting lightly in the Emperor's arms, her soft red hair hanging down like a flowing curtain of fire, and a fiery red velvet dress of the same color as her hair on a white silk shirt. The dress was not decorated with diamonds and pearls, but transparent Kel-morian crystal ornaments. These crystals filled with psychic power sparkled and shone under the light. The queen's emerald green eyes were fixed on the trembling brainworm, and her eyes were like a stern mother, and the latter could only go back to work obediently after being glared at by her. There is no doubt that Kerrigan is beautiful and charming, but she is definitely not an ornament for Augustus to decorate the royal court of Korhal. Jacko still remembers the first time they met Sarah Kerrigan. At that time, she was still a ghost agent of the old Federation, controlled and driven by the psychic inhibitor in her brain. Kerrigan was the proudest product of the Federation Ghost Project and a perfect killing tool. Until she met Augustus, she never realized that her life had a meaning other than killing. In the past, Kerrigan didn't know how to dress herself up. Even though she could easily knock down 5 or 6 tough guys, she was still an ignorant girl in terms of emotions, both immature and difficult to approach. But now Kerrigan is the Queen of the Empire. Even if she is just a commoner, no one can ignore her nobility and elegance. Your Majesty, we have completed the mission you assigned us, and are here to report. Jacko walked across the red carpet under the throne, and knelt down to Emperor Augustus, who was looking at him. Harnack and Titus behind him did not dare to neglect him. Even though they and the Emperor of the Empire had been comrades in arms who shared life and death 10 years ago, the monarch and the subject were monarchs and subjects. Jacko was already a little unfamiliar with Augustus in front of him. In the days when Augustus had not yet become the Emperor, he was the leader of the heavenly demons, but the people standing beside him were no longer just heavenly demons. Although the members of the Heavenly Demons team still get together today, it is different from the past. Now they all have their own families, are the pillars of the Empire, and have their own followers. You did a good job. Augustus was very satisfied with Jacko's ability. Now, tell me about everything you experienced in Xeris. Among the first generation of Heavenly Demons, Jacko Bennett was one of the most outstanding generals. He was originally an excellent sniper, and he had saved the lives of Augustus and other team members on the battlefield. At that time, war always made people grow up quickly, since the young nobleman who was well protected by his family grew up to be a cold-blooded killer. A legend in the Heavenly Demons was born. And in the days when he followed Augustus to fight in the Kaprulu sector, Jacko Bennett was always loyal. Jacko was by no means the best general under Augustus, but just like a killer, he never cared about who the enemy he was ordered to kill was. In Augustus's view, Jacko's strengths and weaknesses in character were very obvious. He did not have the courage of Raynor, but not everyone could be Raynor. In addition, Jacko was the kind of general that Augustus could trust to hand over an imperial fleet to. If Titus was asked to be the general, he could actually do a good job, but this guy lacked sufficient sense of responsibility and did not want to take responsibility. I have mentioned in the report sent to Korhal that Xeris is a planet with active volcanoes and tropical jungles. It is extremely dangerous and only the most brutal and powerful creatures can survive there. Jacko stood up and did not seem restrained in front of Augustus. The primitive Zerg were once the only rulers of Xeris, but now they have been declining under the oppression of the Zerg and have lost most of their members and territories. Even so, the primitive Zerg are still fighting against invaders, including us, of course. I have read the information you sent back. Augustus nodded. The planet is consistent with what I imagined. How many primitive Zerg are left on Xeris now? Compared to their original number, there are obviously not many. Jacko said, the primitive Zerg are used to fighting on their own. Even if they gain some advantages on the local battlefield, they are defeated at the grand strategic level. They will fight for a useless territory, while the dominant Zerg occupy the most important crystal veins and gas springs on Xeris. So, the original Zerg may be extinct in their homeland? Augustus asked. It is very likely. Jacko said, the Zerg under the new Overmind are still making every effort to eliminate the original Zerg. It is only a matter of time. If they are unable to take care of themselves under the attack of the Zerg, they will not be able to protect the original splinter pool. Augustus motioned for Jacko to continue. Zerwin and other powerful original Zerg fled from Xeris, not because of their fear of the Overmind, but because they saw from the Overmind the omen of Ammon's imminent return. We arrived at the right time, and the Dark Archon Zerachel also helped us open the way to the surface. Jacko said, the rest of the things are much simpler. I ordered Hanek to lead the Marines, to hold the high ground on both sides of the original splinter pool, and then drain the original splinter pool little by little. Zerachel appeared at the right time. Augustus said, Zerachel is a mysterious person who is hard to find, but he can always help you in times of crisis, and give you key guidance. What's the point of going to so much trouble to get that pool of water? Hanek asked. I captured a few primitive Zerg leaders, and they said that they couldn't bear the catalytic liquid in the primitive fission pool. If a person soaks in it, there will definitely be no body left, and it is impossible to evolve into a Superman. Could it be that this thing can make me grow a 10th abdominal muscle? Ty just touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Are you thinking of using it to breed Zerg? But they may not survive. Jacko said. It has its own uses. Hank, did you go to Xeris and your brain become a primitive Zerg? The catalytic liquid in the primitive fission pool can also be used for scientific research, the development of enhancers and medical products. Augustus smiled. Of course, what he said was not the most important purpose. To be honest, living like a primitive Zerg may not be bad. Only in front of Augustus would Hanek show a simple smile. You will know the rest later, Augustus said. Augustus knew that as the first schism pool, the water of the original schism pool not only contained powerful power, but also concealed the mysteries of transformation and evolution. According to the rules of endless reincarnation, two different races, pure form with powerful psychic power and pure essence, that can adapt to change, both will be reborn as new Xel'Naga, after accepting the essence left by the elders of Xel'Naga. Originally, the successors of Xel'Naga should be the Protoss and the Zerg, but due to Ammon's intervention and corruption, Xel'Naga Horus finally chose humans, who were despised by Ammon, as the replacement of the Protoss, that is, Kerrigan. So if Kerrigan wants to become the new Xel'Naga, she must obtain the power of the original Zerg, which is unavoidable. And considering that Xeris is too far away from Korhal, it is not easy to control the original schism pool for a long time, so Augustus simply moved it back. Perhaps there is someone who can replace Kerrigan as the new Xel'Naga, but that is not something Augustus can decide. Besides, Augustus will not allow someone he does not know to become a new god. But this matter has to be done slowly. This time Kerrigan has not been transformed into the Queen of Blades, and is still a human being. It is difficult to determine whether she can withstand the power of the original schism pool. Even if Kerrigan's psychic power as a human has reached a point far beyond the original timeline, Augustus does not want to take risks. After all, he only has one Kerrigan, and Augustus does not want her to suffer any harm. However, Kerrigan is indeed the most powerful telepath among the Terran humans. Augustus poured all his resources on her at all costs, and even used the precious Saurium, or as a mattress. Apart from anything else, it is always right to love your wife. Even Augustus does not know how powerful Kerrigan is now, but the principal of the Ghost Military Academy at the same level, Sacco Angelini, is far behind Kerrigan. Come and see what you brought back. Augustus clapped his hands, and the other wall in the hall burst open, replaced by a huge glass filled with green liquid. The thickness of this glass is more than 30 inches, and it has been reinforced layer by layer. At first glance, these liquids are no different from the nutrient solution in the life support cabin. Even now, I feel creepy when I see these. Jacko felt a chill rising from his body. When we drained the original fission pool, the silt accumulated at the bottom of the pool was full of skeletons of giant creatures. Countless primitive alien insects in pursuit of powerful strength came here one after another, but in the end they just turned into dry bones in the pool. To gain strength, you must immerse yourself in the pool water. At this time, Kerrigan put his arm around Augustus' broad shoulders, jumped lightly from the throne, and landed on the gorgeous purple gold protist carpet. This gorgeous carpet pattern adopts the artistic style of the golden age of the Protist Empire, which also makes the queen beautiful and charming. From the current point of view, this is the case. Yakko hunt, but considering that even the primitive Zerg can hardly bear it, let alone us. Dehaka said so, but it has never done so. Kerrigan is now a mother, no longer a light and lovely girl, and her every move is dignified and impeccable. It is hard to imagine that Kerrigan was the kind of bloodthirsty character holding a dagger 10 years ago. It's not too late to try it after the Royal Academy of Sciences comes up with the research results. Augustus frowned. He would only try it after everything is ready. Considering that Ammon's will is constantly recovering, he will not have much time left. In my opinion, the Queen's psychic power is strong enough and there is no need to take risks. Yakko said, we rely on the army supported by countless imperial people to defeat the enemy, not some psychic power. You are right. Augustus agreed. His plan is to increase Kerrigan's power step by step through the catalytic fluid of the primitive fission pool, rather than transforming her into the primitive Queen of Blades overnight. I didn't say I was going to jump in here. Kerrigan was stunned. If you do that, I will pull you out immediately. Augustus remembered something, and waved to the brainworm who was tinkering with the statue with his back to him in the distance. Alpha, come here. What are you going to do again? The brainworm was shocked, and its intuition told it that this dog emperor was going to persecute it again. I won't come. I won't come. Just kill me. Just kill me. The chapter title is an achievement of the 10th anniversary of Wings of Liberty. Chapter 640 Primitive Brainworm. Don't be afraid. That's the catalytic liquid from the original fission pool of Xeris, which contains an ancient and powerful power. Augustus pointed to the green liquid with some bubbles behind the glass curtain wall and said, for the original Zerg, if they want to become the supreme overlord of Xeris, the power of the original fission pool is indispensable. Augustus' tone was calm and confident, as if the pool of catalytic liquid was just warm water for bathing, full of bath bubbles and little yellow ducks, and to absorb the power of the original fission pool, you have to immerse yourself in the pool water. Then what's the price? The brainworm's inverted triangle eye stared at Augustus. This big-tailed wolf has never had any good things happen to it when it greets it, and the heart of the Korhal wolf lord is black. There is a certain risk. Jacko answered for Augustus, if you can withstand the powerful force of the primordial fission pool, you can complete the evolution, otherwise you will fail and die. We have thrown a lot of primitive Zerg tribal leaders in, but there are very few successful examples. As for whether species other than the primitive Zerg can absorb the power of the primordial fission pool, this is still unknown. The brainworm became more vigilant. I can feel that the catalytic liquid contains powerful essence. It will definitely be blown up. You said before that as a great lord of the swarm, you are also responsible for saving the swarm. Augustus complimented it. When you break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly and are reborn from the fire, you will be the third generation of overlords. Sometimes it is a fly that flies out of the cocoon. Ty just smacked his lips. He was happy when the brainworm was defeated. It didn't deserve sympathy at all. I don't remember saying such a thing. Although the brainworm had long been immune to Augustus's power, it was indeed interested in the other party's words. What is the probability of success? Dryvegan Stetman said that the danger of the diluted and improved original splitting pool catalyst will be greatly reduced. Augustus explained, we can take it slowly and gradually increase the dosage until you can adapt to the highest concentration of catalyst. At the beginning, Egan Stetman was just an unknown person picked up by Augustus from the Terran III. Now he is an indispensable and important figure in the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences. Although still very young, Stetman has proved that he is a genius. He single-handedly led the research work on the miniaturization and standardization of personal shield force fields. Through the study of Zerg cells and protoscaler crystals, Steadman promoted the Empire's research and development of new technologies such as regenerative biosteel, soul reactors, and new structural casting alloys. Considering that he is indeed outstanding, the many annoying quirks can be tolerated. Egan? That makes me even more worried. Among humans, Alpha Brainworm has the best relationship with Egan Steadman, and is more aware that this lively, neurotic, naive and romantic young scientist is somewhat unreliable in major matters. I can't lie to you, Augustus said to the Brainworm. No matter what, the risk is always real, and this cannot be ignored. But you didn't give me a choice. The Brainworm said. Yes, as long as you are obedient, you don't have to work hard to repair the statue. Augustus nodded. Look at what you said. I like to repair statues. The Brainworm said. Will you do it? Augustus asked. The Brainworm stared at Augustus hesitantly, trying to find clues of conspiracy from his difficult to see thoughts. But it's not the case that the Emperor of the Empire, who is busy with all kinds of affairs, really has the time to torment it every day to satisfy his own bad taste. Even if it is just a salted fish now, it still wants to pursue powerful power and dreams of unifying the insect swarm one day. Point damn. The Brainworm paused. Done. Then, start now. Augustus clapped his hands. Guards, take it away. 4 royal guards in power armor came in and took away the dumbfounded royal Brainworm with ease. You plotted against me again. Let's go and take a look. Augustus smiled at Jacko and Harnack, and everyone went to the Augusgrid Palace laboratory in laughter. When everyone's figures disappeared, only Augustus and Kerrigan remained. The Emperor of the Empire had a cold expression and said nothing. This is the Imperial Hall where Augustus summoned his ministers in the palace. The silver-cast chandelier and the glittering mirrors reflected his majestic face. A huge crimson flag hung from the towering wall of the dome, with the Mengsk family and the imperial emblem embroidered with gold thread on it. Under the floor-to-ceiling windows that occupied an entire wall was the brightly lit Augustgrid, a city of silver, gold and steel. Do you think Alpha can do it? At this time, Kerrigan walked to Augustus' side and gently tugged at his sleeve. If even it can't do it, then I won't let you take the risk. Augustus turned his head away, his thoughts surging under his calm appearance. Zarachil wants me to try. Kerrigan's beautiful green eyes stared at Augustus's profile. You and I both understand that this must be related to Zarachil's hope of saving the world. The prophecy brought by Zarachil is related to the destruction and end of the world. However, except for Augustus and Tacita, the leaders of their respective races, neither humans nor Protoss will regard this as an imminent danger. Therefore, for Zarachil, Augustus' trust is really precious. Zarachil knows that he is a crow announcing the death, and what he will be thrown at him is destined not to be flowers and praise, but stones and ridicule. Even Zarachil cannot see the truth behind the prophecy. It is just an illusory and unrealistic hope, and we can only die for it. Augustus took a deep breath, but he could not find excuses to paralyze himself. Surely, there will be other ways. Only Kerrigan can stop Ammon by becoming the new Xel'Naga, and now it seems that she is the only one. In short, Kerrigan must build an ascended body to accommodate the essence of Xel'Naga, and absorbing the power of the original Schism pool is only the first step. Now Kerrigan's existence has exceeded the scope of human beings, but this is far from enough. This is very dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will lose everything. Because of the appearance of Augustus, Kerrigan's fate has changed drastically, and even rushed in the opposite direction of the original, which has added many uncontrollable variables. Kerrigan's fate in the original timeline is dark and cruel. Her life is full of conspiracy and killing, betrayal and being betrayed, and exploitation and being exploited. In contrast, Kerrigan is now on a completely different and bright path. Kerrigan did not become the Queen of Blades, nor did she bear the sin of 8 billion lives. She was a human being, the Queen of the Terran Empire. Ever since Augustus realized this, and knew that he could not turn back, he kept this worry in his heart. Whether the human Kerrigan can go through many tests like the Queen of Blades Kerrigan, and become the new generation of Xel'Naga is still unknown. The Queen of Blades Kerrigan went step by step to the end for revenge and atonement, but now Kerrigan does not have such faith. Augustus, my dear, Kerrigan took Augustus's hand, stood face to face, and interlocked their fingers. She stared at her husband with love in her eyes. "Look at me carefully." Augustus was surprised to find that no matter how many times he looked at the owner of these emerald eyes, she was so beautiful and blooming like a flower. These hands were not delicate or soft at all, but covered with a layer of calluses that were difficult to remove. They were the hands holding the knife, tough and powerful. "You are like the sun, warm and friendly but difficult to approach. I can see through people's hearts, but I can't see through you." Kerrigan held Augustus' hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would leave her one day. "If there is something you must bury in your heart, it must be, because it is absolutely impossible to tell the world. I know that you always see things longer than others, and you also bear more burdens that ordinary people cannot understand," she said. "I also want to help you and protect this world I love. For you and your empire, for our people." Sometime later, in the palace laboratory, surrounded by pale walls and dazzling light, all shadows are invisible, and the air is filled with the sound of electricity and machinery. People come and go in the laboratory, and Imperial researchers in white work clothes can be seen everywhere. The main roads leading to various parts of the palace are guarded by the Imperial Royal Guards with live ammunition. After readjusting the original fission pool catalyst, it has become stable, but it still needs further confirmation. Stedman looked very excited, so much so that he no longer seemed so stuttering and restrained. Now Stedman is a big shot in the Empire. After all, he is also a veteran who followed Emperor Augustus to fight the Revolutionary War. Therefore, Stedman even has a beautiful female assistant Isabella Yorin by his side. This was something he could not believe before, even in his dreams. Now in front of Stedman is a square pool made of a new alloy, about 100 feet wide, filled with green liquid that is bubbling. The pool is lined with exquisitely patterned tiles, and wisps of white steam are rising from the calm water, which seems to be heated. At his feet, there is a twisting brain worm, which is being pinned to the ground by 7 or 8 explosion-proof steel forks. The water is hot. Stedman said to himself with anticipation. The temperature is just right. This sounds like hot oil in a pot and pork in it. The brainworm screamed. Stedman did not speak, but just stared at the pool with interest. Or maybe he was immersed in his own world and didn't notice the brainworm next to him. Then, Stedman just asked his assistant Yuling to throw a live mouse into the pool. In an instant, the pool water boiled and surged, and the white-skinned albino mouse swelled up like a balloon while screaming. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small beast with pointed ears, long and sharp teeth, and the hair on its skin turned into sharp bristles. Its muscles were tangled, like a weird bulldog. Evolution continued, and the mouse was turning into a more terrifying monster. But soon, with a loud bang, it exploded into a disgusting blood mist, and no bones were left. The brainworm suddenly calmed down and swallowed nervously. "Don't worry, Alpha, you are much more powerful than this mouse." Stedman remembered the brainworm next to him at this time and immediately comforted it. "What do I have to worry about?" The brainworm hesitated. "I'm not afraid." "Well, gentlemen, throw it in." Stedman rubbed his hands. "Wait a minute." The brainworm shouted. "Huh?" Stedman looked at the brainworm. "Remember, we are close friends. We are best friends." Stedman nodded. Speaking of which, Stedman has always been a brainworm breeder and can be regarded as half a nanny. Although the child has a bad temper and is naughty, Stedman will never hate it. Seeing that the brainworm did not reply, Stedman made another gesture. "Stop." The brainworm roared. "Don't you understand what I say?" Stedman said seriously. "I'm listening. I remember that I have something to do today." The brainworm chuckled a few times. "Can I?" "Of course. This doesn't mean that I'm afraid. Aren't you the master of the swarm? Alpha, don't let us look down on you." Hannock was still fanning the flames. "What do I care what you think?" The brainworm turned his head and roared. "You poor wretch, a coward." Ty just sneered. "I'm the bravest cerebrate in the Overmind." The cerebrate was furious. "Alpha, think about it. This is probably your only chance to surpass the old cerebrates like Sastagus in strength." As an Imperial general, Jacko understood the relationship and strength of the cerebrates quite well. The cerebrate hesitated for a moment, but when it thought that it might die, it suddenly felt that it was not so eager to gain power. Is it not happy to be a salted fish in the Empire? At this time, Augustus came down from a descending vertical ladder, followed by Kerrigan. Drive Stetman. Augustus walked towards Stetman. If Alpha transforms into a primitive alien Zerg, does it mean that it will lose the main nest mind and can no longer control the Zerg swarm? I think this concern is unnecessary. Stetman replied. Can Alpha's safety be guaranteed? Augustus asked. All emergency plans have been activated, and the emergency medical team is ready. They have rich experience in treating alien Zerg. Stetman stuttered a little. Very good. So are you ready now? Augustus nodded. Ready, but... Stetman hesitated. But what? Augustus looked at him. But Alpha seems scared. Stetman said. Is this true? Augustus looked at the brainworm again. I just have to pee. I'm not scared. The brainworm was so angry that it spoke without thinking. Because of its excessive excitement, its body surface even showed a variety of colorful lights. Throw it in. Augustus said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641. Alpha, I'm no longer the person I used to be. Before the brainworm Alpha could make a sound, it was speared into the green pool water filled with the original fission pool catalyst by the royal guards behind it with a steel fork. The bubbling green water looked like the blood of a demon and contained terrible power. This time, the movement was not so loud. The fat brainworm sank to the bottom and floated to the surface again after a while. At that moment, this confused worm must have thought that it was dead in despair, lying quietly on the water and drifting with the waves, like a pale and bloated floating corpse. But when it suddenly found that it was fine, it immediately revived with full blood. The brainworm stretched its muscles and bones a few times and actually swam in it. Although the swimming posture of this brainworm was not much better than that of a cabbage worm that fell into the water and kept struggling, it splashed a lot of water when it fluttered, but it could not swim very far. It has a big heart. Titus complained. That's not right. Augustus thought to himself that this is a brainworm that can live a fat house in the human world at ease, so how can it not be big-hearted? Does the catalytic solution have no effect on the Zerg? Jacko stood on the other side of Augustus, frowning. How does it feel? Augustus said to the brainworm swimming in the pool. Nothing more than that. Anyone could feel the contempt and disdain in the brainworm's mental language. It is a fat and generous person. It has forgotten the pain after the wound healed. It bullies the weak and fears the strong, and does all kinds of evil. Even Augustus only treats it as a husky. I feel so comfortable that I almost want to pee in it. That's it. Augustus pondered for a moment. Drive Stetman, is the catalytic solution too diluted? No, it's not. Stetman fiddled with his fingers nervously, which made people wonder if he was as confident in this experiment as he said. It shouldn't be like this. I should have confirmed it repeatedly. The dilution ratio is about 1:4. Maybe it is indeed. Then in that case, the dosage should be increased. It doesn't matter. Wait a little longer. Don't worry about my opinion. Augustus pressed his hand, signaling Stetman not to be nervous. Even though Stetman was already a little famous in the scientific community of the Empire, he still seemed to lack confidence. Moreover, even though Augustus always looked friendly, it was inevitable that ordinary people would panic in front of him. After all, Augustus was the emperor of the Terran Empire, the true ruler of the country. Anyone in front of him could feel an indelible sense of oppression. Considering the methods used by the Emperor of the Empire to suppress opponents and rebels, it was inevitable that his hands and feet would be cold. Stetman's performance today was pretty good. At least his tongue was not tied. Lulululul. Unexpectedly, the brainworm, which was swimming happily on its back, suddenly screamed, gulped down 2 mouthfuls of green water, and sank again. Under the undulating pool water, the fat body of the brainworm gradually changed. It curled up its body and bent into a crescent shape, and its soft skin, which seemed to break with a poke, became as tough as leather, and finally turned into a solid hard shell. Like a worm cocooning, an unimaginable transformation is taking place inside it. It's spinning a cocoon. Kerrigan had been watching from a distance since the beginning. Due to some kind of talent, Kerrigan's perception of the Zerg is extremely sharp, and she can vaguely feel what is happening to the brain worm. Oh, it works. It works. Stetman's eyes suddenly lit up. He clenched his fists and jumped up, as if to celebrate with the people around him. As a result, after turning half a circle, only Harnack laughed and clapped his hands with him. Ah, it's incredible. It's amazing. Yes, it's really incredible. Explain it, Doctor. Augustus could not find any useful information from Stetman's excited words, unless he could keep up with his wild ideas and abstract expressions. Ah, I think that's right. It's exactly what I calculated. Yes, exactly. Stetman couldn't hide any expression on his face. He was so happy now. We succeeded. Stetman seemed very happy, so he turned around and had another fight with Harnack. But from beginning to end, only this red-haired Imperial general with a blank look in his eyes didn't understand what happened. Augustus couldn't help but think, if Abatha, the master of evolution of the Zerg, was caught here, things would be much easier. But this is really difficult. According to the confession of the brainworm Sass, who was recently captured by the Empire, Abatha was also reused under the command of the new generation of the Overmind. It can be said that it is the invisible hand that guides the evolution of the Zerg. The chemical effects of the alien cells are being integrated and absorbed by the Zerg cells, which are surprisingly receptive to the experimental samples, and the mutations and changes that occur at the cellular level are extremely amazing on a macroscopic scale. All mutations will be recorded and tracked, and will be endlessly replicated according to the principle of survival of the fittest. Even in the Zerg, this evolution speed is far beyond expectations. Stetman's assistant Isabella Yuling explained on his behalf, this is a chorus of countless cell evolutions. In other words, the brainworm will complete its evolution at the same terrifying and timely evolution speed as the original Zerg. But what is the end point of the brainworm's evolution? Augustus looked at Yuling. Isabella Yuling is a beauty with long black and shiny hair. She has fair skin and looks good. Of course, Augustus would also be surprised that there was such a bright color in a corner of the palace that he had never noticed. She is indeed beautiful, but I already have a queen. God, how much I love her. The master. Yuling replied. That's right, no one has ever said that there can only be one master in the swarm. Augustus nodded. But there can't be two tigers on the same mountain. Kerrigan said with her hands on her hips. I don't have to worry about this at all. Augustus spread his hands. In fact, Augustus didn't have any expectations that his own brainworm could become the new generation of the Overlord. Even if one day all the brainworms died, and only it was left, this matter is still debatable. What if the test subject is not an alien Zerg? Augustus asked again. This is beyond the scope of orthodox science, Your Majesty. Yuling looked at Augustus. Her eyes were violet, and this eye color was very rare. The Empire's secret scientific research projects are not within the scope of orthodox science, Augustus said. If you can allow me to use humans for experiments. Yuling's indifference in her words was chilling. Very good. If they are just some unforgivable death row prisoners, it won't be a problem. Augustus made a decision immediately. The prison is already overcrowded during this period. Of course, this experiment is a special case, and this is my attitude. What? I don't think Dr. Nered will accept such an inhumane human experiment. Stetman's eyes widened, and his expression was like a fish with strange eyes emitting strange light. Don't treat them as human beings, kid. If you have seen how those pirates are inhumane, you will know why I say that. At this time, Titus had just lit a cigar, and the automatic fire extinguishing spray on the ceiling of the laboratory poured cold water on him from head to toe. With Augustus around, the old man dared not get angry, even if his face turned red. Damn it. How could I be so unlucky? I told you, this time is a special case. Augustus almost couldn't hold it back. This is your laboratory, Dr. Egan Stetman. You are the master here. Stetman may be one of the few innocent children who still firmly believes in Dr. Nered's purity. Apart from anything else, he still regards Nered as his life mentor. Since it is related to Kerrigan, Augustus will not let Nered participate. Under his instruction, this experiment is also strictly confidential to everyone except the participants. Ah, I'm just working here. Stetman couldn't help but imagine Augustus' words. That's right, this is his laboratory. This is his biggest dream in his life. What a great leader. Stetman is willing to contribute every bit of his strength to him. Thinking back to the afternoon, when Augustus picked him up from Terran III, Stetman couldn't help but be in a daze again. Relax. Augustus saw that Stetman's legs were shaking because of excessive excitement. The child still couldn't hide his emotions. Augustus said something casually, and Stetman was full of fighting spirit, which always reminded him of the lively and cheerful little puppy. Ty just talked nonsense all the time when he was on the battlefield, and Stetman talked nonsense when he was nervous. Think about it. If I can provide you with all the necessary equipment and experimental samples, can you try to let humans use catalytic fluid? Augustus tried to guide Stetman. I want to be foolproof, he said firmly. This must be difficult to do, but it is exactly what I want you to do. It's hard to say. Stetman was obviously in a dilemma. He was used to making big promises, but he would not make full promises for things that he was not good at and uncertain. He still knew that he was good at it. But I can give it a try. In this case, it may take many attempts before there is any result. Ordinary humans cannot bear the catalytic liquid at all, but if it is a strengthened telepath, it still needs to be closely monitored and protected. Further evaluation is needed. I have a little inspiration. Stetman suddenly thought of something. What is it? Augustus' eyes lit up. I can't tell you, he said seriously. Point, do what you should do. Dr. Stetman, you will become the greatest scientist of Korhal. Augustus sighed and could only say some nice words. Even if he only used the simple research facilities on the Hyperion, Stetman could actually tinker with such a magical artifact as the main nest mind simulator, not to mention that he has received a lot of resources from the Empire today. In other words, the future of Stetman, a talent, is limitless. But, compared with Dr. Nerad, it is still far behind. Stetman was delighted by the Emperor's praise, but at the same time he felt ashamed because he could not catch up with Nerad. It's good to know that there are people who are better than you. Augustus thought that Nerad's existence would always whip these young human scientists. Egan, one day you will be the pride of the Empire. Karrigan also gave Stetman a sip of chicken soup at the right time. Karrigan didn't like Nerad intuitively. He felt that this man was too smart and too cunning. On the contrary, Stetman was much more real. After all, Stetman was trained by Augustus and was a real one. As early as when Stetman was just a teenager, Augustus concluded that he was a rare talent. Even I didn't think so. Stetman really felt that today was his lucky day. What could be more exciting than being praised by the two people he respected the most? At this moment, the cocoon transformed from the brainworm Alpha in the pool suddenly trembled slightly. Drive Stetman, do you have any idea how long Alpha's transformation will take? Augustus looked at the cocoon floating on the water, then at Stetman. Maybe it will be very fast. Stetman thought for a moment and said, the dosage of the catalyst is not much. Before he finished speaking, the cocoon formed by the brainworm Alpha slowly cracked open. Soon, a brainworm that was larger than before emerged from the cocoon. The new brainworm had a more intimidating body. It had a few more pairs of bright red eyes. Its originally soft skin was covered with leathery hard skin, and sharp thorns grew along its spine. At the same time, the size of the brainworm continued to expand, reaching 3 times its previous size, and its size was as big as a small truck. Well, it's just like what I said. Stetman blinked, very fast. This is only the effect of the catalyst with a concentration of 1/5. Augustus touched his chin. If possible, with further evolution, it may completely lose the ability to move. Oh, Alpha is not as cute as before. Karrigan couldn't help but say. Ha ha ha. The newly born brainworm roared. Unparalleled power. I'm simply invincible. I, Alpha, am no longer the me of the past. Dog Emperor. The brainworm laughed, and the terrible psychic screams burst. Today, I will achieve my revenge here. The brainworm shook its huge head, opened its mouth, and inhaled a few mouthfuls of catalytic liquid, and then sprayed it at Augustus in the distance. Watch this. Augustus said indifferently. Don't be silly. Before Augustus could say anything, a ghost of the head of state dressed in a tight black and gold uniform appeared in front of the emperor and deployed a shield force field to block the water column sprayed by the brain worm. Its mental power has been greatly enhanced, and it should be enough to control a larger swarm of insects, Yuling said, but other than that, the improvement in combat power should be quite limited. On the other side, the angry brainworm pounced on Augustus when it saw that its move failed, but it swam for 2 minutes before slowly swimming to the edge of the pool under the gaze of everyone. But before it could climb out of the pool, its body slipped and fell back, splashing water everywhere. Ouch. Chapter 642, Monsters in the Palace Laboratory. The improvement is indeed quite limited. Augustus looked at the fat brainworm lying on its back in the pool, pondered for a moment and said, but the weight has obviously increased. I really thought it could evolve into a butterfly or something like that. Hanek yawned. Can we go back, boss? This time I think you're right. Tai just pointed to his soaked coat. If this trend continues, this royal brainworm will probably run uncontrollably in the direction of super fat house evolution. At the cost of the enlargement of the body, it will gain a significant increase in psychic power and mental strength. If it can continue to evolve like this, it is not impossible to surpass the old brainworm and even touch the threshold of the master. Wait, I'll show you 2 more tricks. The brainworm that just fell into the pool was not willing to admit defeat. It rolled over twice with difficulty, but drank a few sips of water. It's already so fat, what if it collapses the floor of the palace? Queen Sarah exclaimed. It seems that it will not be easy to squeeze into the restaurant door. What? The brainworm was shocked and angry. I endured humiliation and lived on straw and tasted gall just to make a living. It glared at Egan Stetman fiercely and said in a sharp voice, Egan, I knew that your half-baked level was not reliable at all. Compared with Dr. Nerad, I'm just a beginner in the field of alien insect research after all. Stetman not only did not refute, but acted very embarrassed. The brainworm is slow, clumsy and fragile. It is even difficult for them to move by their own power. It is a highly specialized and single-function advanced Zerg life form, born only to control other Zerg. His assistant Isabella Yuling said, the power of the original cleavage pool further strengthened its psychic power, but it could not transform it into an ultimate creature like the Blade Prince Tosh, who has both leadership traits and warrior talents. But the price is the loss of mobility. Augustus took a look at the hard skin that evolved on the brainworm and thought that it might at least become more resistant to beatings. Does Alpha have a chance to become as big as the Overmind in the future? Augustus couldn't help but recall the scene when the Overmind descended on Aya. It turned into a meteorite and fell from the sky, swallowing up an entire magnificent Zelnaga temple. Its huge body was like a mountain range, with countless towering appendages and giant tentacles stretching straight into the sky. Apart from anything else, I'm afraid even the Augusgrid Palace can't keep such a behemoth. If I really want to become like that, I'd rather die. The brainworm muttered in a low voice, how can I eat if I grow like this? Even with the power of the original fission pool, it is far from meeting the requirements of becoming a master. Yuling shook her head. So far, there is only one way to give birth to a new master. Multiple brainworms merge with each other. Augustus said. Only when the master is dead will the brainworm try to merge into a new master. Stetman agreed excitedly, but I think we can promote this process artificially. Artificial master? Augustus looked at him. This idea is very good, but it is almost impossible to achieve. At present, the Terran Empire has captured 2 brainworms, the original nameless brainworm and SAS. But the remaining brainworms are more difficult to deal with and extremely difficult to capture. Even if you can really create something similar to the master, whether you can control it is another matter. The lessons of the old Federation warn the new Empire's later generations that experiments related to aliens and Zelnaga mysticism will inadvertently open Pandora's box. Are you crazy? Who knows what the final Overmind will be like? Is it a shared brain or no brain at all? The brainworm floated quietly on the water, like a dead fish with its belly turned upside down. In other words, this is just raising poison. How about you let me fight Dehaka? This is just what I just thought of. Stetman explained. You are either heartless or brainless. The brainworm was so angry that it splashed water with its tail. Well, it would be good if it turned into something like Auriga, but the main personality of the second overmind does not seem to be based on a certain brainworm that participated in the fusion. Kerrigan thought for a while and said, "Let's follow the existing plan first." Augustus thought for a while and felt that the Empire did not need to rush to create a dangerous artificial overmind. In fact, if it was not for preparing for Kerrigan's evolution, this brainworm would be a waste if it wanted to be a waste. Next, we will complete the remaining 4 phases of experiments by increasing the proportion of the original fission pull catalyst in the diluent until alpha can fully adapt to the original catalyst. Stetman spoke more fluently, rubbing his hands like a rooster ready to lay eggs. "As you wish, Your Majesty." Yuling bowed slightly. She was a very different person from Stetman. In her bones, she was the cold efficiency and absolute loyalty of an imperial scientist. Isabella Yuling, like Egon Stetman, also came from the Imperial Science Station on Tirida III. The Tirida system was also a rich and prosperous place in the Terran Empire, but for people like Yuling, the core worlds, Korhal and August Grid were a dream place shining with golden light. She would not allow anyone to block her way to success. What else? On the other side, the brainworm was worried after hearing these words. "Who can guarantee that I will not explode and I next time?" If you have read Journey to the West, you will know that this is not how you eat elixirs. Anyway, no matter what you will eventually become. Augustus made the final decision. You'd better beg God to be kind and stop getting fat. The Empire does not support gluttons. How can I be a glutton? The brainworm was anxious. Can't you see how much effort I have contributed to the Empire and how much blood I have shed? You eat the most in the entire palace. The housekeeper has complained to me more than once that a brainworm ate up everything in the kitchen before the banquet began, even the live chickens and ducks, leaving no chicken feathers behind. Augustus said, "You are so hungry that you don't care about food. That's really weird. Is there a second brainworm in the palace?" The brainworm shrank its head guiltily. "Then let's continue the experiment." "Don't worry, I'm ready. Let's start." "Well, before the next stage begins, you need to soak in the pool water for a while to adapt." Stetman really couldn't understand the atmosphere. "Okay, the mermaid is going to take a bath. Bye." The brainworm dived in with a momentum that seemed like Fat Tiger entering the water. In an instant, Augustus felt tired. He waved his hand and said to Stetman and Yuling beside him, "Let it go." Augustus looked at his watch. "While there is still time, take me to visit the laboratory." "Dr. Stetman, I heard that you have come up with some new things recently." "Yes, some very innovative things." Egan's eyes lit up, and he was excited and nervous about the Emperor's attention. "I have high hopes for these new inventions and creations, and I hope they can be put to use one day. But these are just small ideas that flashed in my mind. They are still a long way from benefiting mankind. There is a galaxy away. Never give up this great ideal." Augustus gestured to Yuling to lead the way. To be honest, Augustus was quite worried that Stetman's mental future would be in trouble. "Yes." Kerrigan smiled gently. The palace was very large, standing out in the center of August Grid, where the sky towers stood. Even the underground laboratory was so large that it even had pink viburnum and fragrant honeysuckle planted inside. Even so, the laboratory still gave people a feeling of depression and monotony. There were blank cold walls, and flashing yellow-green instrument indicators on all sides, and flashing holographic screens that continuously changed blueprints and formulas. The silver curtain wall divided the laboratory into regular spaces, like the grid-like aquaculture cages, and everywhere were Imperial researchers who covered their bodies and faces with protective clothing and goggles. Many people in the scientific laboratories of the Terran Empire were recruited old Federation scientists, but now there were also many newcomers who emerged after Augustus ascended the throne. The new technology here represented the most cutting-edge technological progress in the Empire. "You actually succeeded?" Augustus noticed that he was entering restricted area A32, and there were more Marines guarding the area. Although Augustus was the one who signed the bill for the funding of the palace laboratory, he didn't know much about these details. After all, he also had a vast interstellar empire to worry about. In front of Augustus at this moment, there was a giant glass culture chamber filled with blue solution, and the hideous body of some monster could be vaguely seen inside. Its skin was dark, with a smooth porcelain texture but sharp spikes, and its razor-like inner molars could be seen when it grinned. There were many more culture chambers arranged like this along the entire wall. Hybrid. Hanek immediately exploded. Oh my god. The army of the Terran Empire had more or less records of fighting against hybrids. This evil and twisted creature had brought heavy casualties to the Empire. When dealing with hybrids in the early days, it was not as simple as just taking human lives. Who could have imagined that such a monster was lurking in the basement of the palace? If the news leaked, it would surely cause an uproar in all walks of life in the Empire. But there is no need to worry about any safety issues. The August Palace itself is the most impregnable fortress in the Terran Empire, where the most elite armed forces of the Empire are stationed. There will be no safer place than here. Most importantly, Sarah Carrigan lives here. Mom, you are playing with fire. Ty just saw that there was no automatic fire extinguishing device nearby. He just lit a cigar, and in a blink of an eye, his hand shook and fell to the ground. The next moment, it was swept away by a horsefly cleaning robot that happened to pass by. This one looks alive. Carrigan came to the culture chamber in front of Augustus, and the hybrid with blood-red skin in it actually shrank back in fear. The dark, evil, twisted, and grotesque sense of horror that arises spontaneously can arouse the initial fear in the human heart. Just looking at that weird and terrifying face is like being in a nightmare. This is shaman number 1, this is number 2, and that is number 3. Hahaha, there are numbers on it. You should be able to understand it without me telling you. Stedman introduced himself. His taste in naming is the same as Augustus, simple and rough, like an old rag. As for the artificial intelligence in the palace laboratory, it is called Gari, which is reasonable. Suddenly, when Stedman came to his senses, he found that everyone was staring at him in horror and was speechless because of this strange fear. This is the project I authorized Dr. Stedman to study. The main purpose is to find an effective method to target this monster from the genetic level. Augustus' words immediately dispelled everyone's doubts. Speaking of which, it is too incredible that Stedman can develop a hybrid by himself. You can actually make such a thing. I really have to look at you with new eyes. Ty just looked at Stedman as if he was looking at a freak. Are you really a human being? Artificial hybrids. This is taboo. It uses cloning technology. Yuling said, if cloning is used on humans, it will inevitably cause many problems and concerns, but there is no need to worry about these when it is used in hybrid research. From what she said, it is a pity that it cannot be used on humans now. Thank you for the compliment. Stedman did not notice that the other party was sarcastic. It is really strange to say that every time I encounter a bottleneck in the research process, Dr. Nerad only needs a few days to overcome the difficulties. It is really amazing. In addition to the reason Augustus just said, he instructed Stedman to conduct hybrid experiments to stabilize Nerad. After all, sheep cannot get more wool if they cannot eat grass, and pigs will not cook themselves happily if they are not happy. Augustus told Nerad that considering the pressure on the front line, he has decided to produce hybrids for war, but he still needs to test them first. My dear, please be patient. Sooner or later, he will build hybrid laboratories throughout the Empire to expand the production scale. Augustus has been hanging Nerad, but he just can't let him get what he wants. This kind of relationship could not last too long, but it was enough for Augustus. If this hybrid is put into the battlefield, can it reduce losses? Jacko Bennett was more concerned about whether the soldiers on the front line could get more reliable new weapons. We can't control the hybrid, so no matter how perfect the mass production technology is, it will be useless. Yuling said, but Dr. Nerad said that he has found a way to control the hybrid, and the Earthlings have tried and succeeded in this regard. Drive Nerad as worthy of being a pillar of the Empire. Augustus knew Nerad's little calculation. Anyway, Nerad just wanted Augustus and the Empire to think that they could control the hybrid. Oh, what is that? A dinosaur? Hanek's mind was not on any hybrid at all. He had already walked away and was standing under a larger cryogenic tube. When Augustus looked over from a distance, he could only vaguely see the curled limbs of a two-legged primitive alien insect. That's Zwihaka, a clone of the original Zerg leader Dehaka. Stedman's expression was like a puppy who had just picked up a toy and was waiting for Augustus' praise. I cloned this using one of Dehuka's broken arms, and it's done pretty well. Happy New Year. Chapter 643, The Empire Ruler. August Grid Palace, Throne Room Mwere Hall. Mwere is the goddess of fate in Greek mythology, so the throne room is also called the Hall of Fate. The name comes from a saying of Augustus Mengsk: the most interesting thing for the Mengsk family is to create their own destiny. The Hall of Fate is where Emperor Augustus the Great meets with the cabinet, and it is also the pinnacle of power in the Terran Empire. After all, only a few people can meet under the throne. Surrounding the entire hall, 1,000 flags representing various territories of the empire hang high, guarding the throne in the center. The throne is backed by the interlaced eagle and wolf head statues, which are made of pure gold, with silver crystals inlaid on the eyes. This symbol represents the divine right of the emperor, and the divine right of the king. The red silk carpet under the throne is embroidered with the two big words order and law in gold thread. There is no doubt that this is a handwriting of Prince Arcturus. Of course, he does not believe that there are really things like gods in the world, but this is a common means to strengthen the emperor's authority and consolidate the right of succession. It was from this throne that the great Terran Emperor Augustus I ruled the largest empire in the Korhal sector. He was the head of the empire, and his signature on a decree was law. Once he had made his decision, no one could question his authority. This was also the White Chamber, with walls and magnificent pilasters cut from pure white Luria marble, and the interior walls inlaid with ornate carvings depicting the many major events in the great emperor's conquest of worlds from Korhal to the founding of the Terran Empire. It was a magnificent painting, carved by hundreds of skilled Calais craftsmen from the Proto-Phoenix tribe over a year, and the scene depicted was as sacred and solemn as myth. The silk and velvet curtains fluttered in the wind, and the August grid midday sun poured in through the huge windows, shining brightly on the gilded stucco and gold leaf tassels on the walls. Outside the window, the sky was clear and blue, and in the distance, the jagged skyline of August grid could be seen. Today, most of Korhal is habitable, though certain restricted areas remain dangerous. Augustus was proud of what he and his friends had accomplished, but too many had died in foreign lands to get here. Augustus remembered the warriors who had fallen into the lava lakes of Char and perished in the cavernous temples of Ea, whose spirits and ghosts now accompanied and corrected the emperor's 30-year-old ways. Augustus stood alone beneath the rising and falling curtains, gazing at the hexagonal green border of the imperial gardens and the silver beacon of the Royal Naval Academy. He thought of the still unseen gates of August Grid, where vehicles, ships, and people from the outskirts of the city and other imperial worlds were flowing into the glorious imperial capital in streams of black. The metals that were slowly falling in the sky were the cargo ships that traveled between Korhal and the surrounding star systems. Although they looked only a little bit big, they weighed at least several thousand tons. These incomparable giant cargo ships would bring back high purity crystal blocks from worlds like Redstone and Chatera, and then replace them with industrial products such as vehicles and spacecraft, to be shipped to all parts of the empire. The Imperial Central Channel that crisscrossed the Korhal sector was filled with thousands of ships of various types, loaded with countless goods in the hopes of hundreds of millions of people in the empire. The prosperous waterway network accelerated the communication process and population flow of various territories of the empire, making those originally closed and backward worlds increasingly shrouded in the glory of the empire. On the planets, where the marginal worlds had been bred for several or even dozens of generations, people's impressions of Tarsus, the birthplace of the Terran human race, and even the human mother planet Earth may have long been blurred. It was the new empire that once again brought the glory of mankind to these distant places. At this time in 2500 AD, there might still be people who did not know Augustus Mengsk, but they had definitely witnessed the flag of the empire and its influence. Those strangers were repeating their lives day after day under the protection of the empire. Most people would not think about who was guarding their peaceful and quiet days, but the threats of the Zerg and the Protoss would remind them. Just as Augustus was reminiscing about the past, two royal guards stationed at the entrance of the Hall of Destiny opened the towering door, and an imperial government official wearing a grey tweed suit and a red tie walked in quickly. This was a middle-aged man with thin cheeks, clean-shaven beard, and a head of neglected blonde hair that always stood up slightly. Although he was obviously not the kind of old Federation official who would spend 2 hours looking in the mirror when attending a meeting, at least as an Imperial official, there was absolutely no fault in his appearance. Among the socially zealous upper-class nobles of Tarsinus, this dress would undoubtedly make them associated with the bumpkins of the alien planet. But in the Terran Empire, which was established by a series of revolutionaries including local nobles, farmers, and sons and illegitimate children of cafe owners, this outfit might be just right. Your Majesty, the Emperor blessed by God, Emperor Augustus Mengsk, Mike Liberty is here to see you. As soon as he came up, the man used a series of exaggerated titles to attract Augustus to turn around from the window. Then, he bowed slightly to the Emperor and did not stand up until he got a reply. Standing in front of this powerful Emperor, even an Imperial official like Liberty who was used to big scenes would inevitably be overwhelmed by the aura of holding power. Such people are often used to giving orders, and their words and deeds to others are like condescension. Fortunately, Liberty knew that Emperor Augustus was not such a person. This emperor was like a civilian leader, without the arrogance and indifference common among the old federal nobles. Mike, who taught you to call me like this? Augustus chuckled. You are still so humorous, but I will not allow others to follow suit. Speaking of which, the first time Augustus knew about Mike Liberty was in a run news column. In the news reports that denounced the Korhal Revolutionary Army for rape, looting, and taking human lives lightly, Liberty's article on the corruption of officials in the city government of Tarsinus was a breath of fresh air. Of course, that was all in the past. Since Augustus put Liberty into the cabinet in a rage, they have become quite familiar with each other now. In fact, Augustus also admired Liberty, but that didn't mean he liked him. It was cool to hear Liberty criticize the old federal government for clearing the grievances of the Revolutionary Army when he was still the Marshal of the Revolutionary Army, but it was another matter when the target of criticism became himself. I just quoted the eulogy that editor-in-chief Tony Vermillion wrote to praise you. Liberty admired Augustus and was sincerely grateful for his contribution to saving human civilization, but that didn't mean he would become a willing licker. I have memorized several quotations from the great emperor recently. However, Tony Vermillion was a little special. He didn't flatter the emperor on the unchannel to win his favor, but was a loyal fan of Emperor Augustus. Fortunately, in the current Terran Empire, fanatical personal worship without distinguishing right from wrong is not the mainstream. To be honest, nice words are always worth hearing. Augustus admitted that he was a vulgar person, but let's put aside the quotations from the great emperor. 8 out of 10 of them were not said by me, or the author directly attributed the words of the first emperor, Caesar, Rudolph, Richelieu, Bismarck and others to me. In other words, this is just bullying the country folk of the Terran Empire who have read few books on Earth. Moreover, leaving aside the plagiarism, the original part looks like the diary of a patient with advanced middle school syndrome. Augustus almost regarded the great emperor's quotations as a dark history, and he would even tremble every time he saw it because of shame. But unfortunately, Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard, still couldn't understand the emperor's hint, and tried his best to promote this greatest work of Terran humans in the 26th century in the palace, leaving Augustus speechless. Many territories of the empire have listed the great emperor's quotations as a must-read for elementary school students. Liberty said to Augustus, whenever someone in the Secretary of State's office makes a mistake, I have to punish them to copy the great emperor's quotations 20 times. Your Majesty, guess what? Some people are just looking forward to it. Liberty was not the kind of old revolutionary army who had followed Augustus to fight all over the world a long time ago, because the emperor also needed people with both management skills and experience to assist him in ruling the empire, and many people in the Revolutionary Army only knew how to fight. Although Liberty had a good relationship with the old backbones of the Revolutionary Army, they were not people of the same status after all. Some sharp-tongued news writers occasionally use scathing language to refer to the group of people surrounding the emperor as the new meritorious nobility, the generals who have risen to the top of the empire by virtue of their military merits. Please don't do that. Augustus changed the subject and said, let's get down to business. I have to go to the Ursa Ghost Military Academy in an hour. Minister Dunn has confirmed that the Imperial Ministry of Transportation has opened up the route to the Sigma sector. Liberty said to Augustus, "The new voyage starts from Raiden 3 and goes directly to Charybdis. Several outposts have been established in the star systems along the way to ensure the safety of the route. A new batch of colony fleets can also set off. Since Prince Arcturus led the Imperial fleet to sweep away the pirate forces entrenched in the Terran Empire, large-scale pirate fleets have been completely wiped out, and the Kel-morian pirates and Chimera pirates can only retreat to the sphere of influence of the Kel-morian Federation and the Umajan United States. At present, only a few small privateer fleets are still harassing slow-moving lone merchant ships. Facts have also proved that the rampant spread of pirates has threatened the control of the Terran Empire over various territories. Because once normal interstellar trade is affected, it will be difficult to transport necessary supplies and necessities to distant border worlds, and even if they are delivered, the price will immediately increase 3 or 4 times due to the high demand for air goods, which is simply unbearable for the people, and the fragile economic system will easily collapse. Some lawless pirates will even attack small worlds with weak defenses to plunder population and resources, which will undoubtedly weaken the confidence of the people of the Empire in the Emperor and the government. In any case, for the current Terran Empire, it is always right to crack down on pirates. Very good, very good. Augustus said too, very good. The Sigma sector is adjacent to the Korhal sector. This distant and dark star region may be deeper and more vast than the Korhal sector. There are sparse stars, cold and chaotic, but such a vast world will eventually find planets suitable for human habitation and bring valuable resources for the further development of the Empire. Due to the impact of the Zerg invasion, it was difficult for the Terran Empire to expand to the east and south, so the plan to develop the Sigma sector was gradually put on the agenda by the ministers entrusted by Augustus. However, there is one thing you must know. The traces of the Tal'Darim protists have also been found in the Sigma sector. Liberty poured cold water on Augustus. Our scientific ship team that went deep into the Sigma sector once discovered that these strange protists were performing sacrificial activities on their colonized planets full of temples. No matter what, the object of their sacrifice must be an evil god. These Tal'Darim are not to be feared, Augustus said, but we should try to avoid conflicts with them in the early stage of colonization. We can't start a war on 2 fronts now. I know that the people hope that we can free up our hands to deal with the protists, but this is just a foolish dream. It is always easy to talk about war on paper, but that is just to describe a distant and abstract war in black and white. Liberty paused, wanting to say something but stopped. Augustus paused. Anything else? The Navy has submitted a new budget. Marshal Warfield believes that 20 new Gorgon-class battle cruisers are urgently needed to deal with the new threat posed by the Zerg in the eastern border of the Empire in the past year. Liberty said he thinks Gorgons are easy to build. Augustus gave a sharp evaluation. Such people will not cherish the hard-earned Gorgon battle cruisers, I'm sure. With the current financial resources of the Empire, it is enough to maintain such a large fleet, but if the Minotaur class is converted into Gorgons, that is another matter. These are not warships of the same order of magnitude. Each Gorgon can be regarded as a flagship in any current Imperial fleet. Liberty was silent for a moment. Do you know what the Marines want? They need 2 million sets of the latest CMC 400 power armor, and 1000 Thorzan. Here is a list for you to review. Mike Liberty holds a special position in the Terran Empire government. He is responsible for diplomatic work, coordinating the work between the various departments of the Empire, and supervising the Emperor's ministers. Sometimes, he has to act as a mediator. No money. Augustus took the list from Liberty, his face full of clouds. Let them go. No, let them come here to see me now. The Hall of Fate is not just a place for Emperor Augustus to meet with his ministers. He is not really obsessed with the original purpose of the many halls and suites in the palace. Occasionally, the Emperor would summon senior generals of the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Marine Corps here to reduce their various conflicts over military spending, so as to prevent these rough guys from fighting in public again. The Marine Corps and the Navy in the Empire are 2 independent branches of the military. If they want to earn more resources, they will inevitably quarrel. After all, generals are well aware that crying is the way to get milk. This is not the first time this has happened. In order to compete for military funds, the Navy represented by Edmund Duke and the Marines led by Jim Raynor had a group fight. These two famous Imperial generals are not ordinary people. When fighting, they used methods such as pulling hair, picking noses, poking eyes and spreading lime. When the passing royal brainworm joined the battle, General Duke's grey hair was almost bald. When the day of the server shutdown really came, I stayed in front of the computer and waited for everything to settle down. I found that I was more sad than I expected. In the final analysis, this is indeed a very sad thing. Chapter 644, Chasing Caprulu. Is the fight over? Augustus raised his head from the throne, put down the draft submitted by the Imperial Parliament, and looked at Marshal Jim Raynor and General Jacko Bennett, who were panting, with his cold grey eyes. In this fuss over military expenditure, the two of them were the leaders of their respective parties. It was natural that Marshal Jim Raynor represented the Imperial Marines, and the Navy put forward Jacko Bennett, who was currently in Korhal. These two Imperial generals, who had also forged a deep friendship during the days of the Heavenly Demon Squad, were said to have been wearing the same pants with Emperor Augustus more than 10 years ago, and they really fought each other when it came to the dispute over military expenditure. Raynor and Bennett were both the kind of ruthless characters who would resolutely and firmly identify opportunities without hesitation, and even resorted to the ruthless act of picking the crotch, without any consideration of old friendship. Fighting over military expenditure is very common among military branches. After all, the total budget is limited. If the other party has more, you will have less. Converted into weapons and equipment, stronger military strength can also gain more say. The beating between the commanders of the two armies is even more lively than the fight between the two factions of parliamentarians. During the Revolutionary Army period, the confrontation between the military branches was not as sharp as it is now. But now it has passed the entrepreneurial era of making do with life. The former rebel leader has become the emperor. The Navy and Army departments that were originally run by a few people have transformed into managing millions of people. This is different. In the Terran Empire, Augustus must nod and sign for matters related to finance, so often the quarrels will end with him. It's over. When Renault got up from the ground, blood was still coming out of his nose, and one of his eyes was blue. Of course, with the advanced level of nanomedical technology today, such a minor injury is not a big deal. You are really cruel, Jim. In the past, I have never been the one who took charge. Jacko Bennett looked even more miserable than Renault. At least when he returned to the Imperial Navy Department, he couldn't say that he didn't contribute to that bunch of idiots who were just sitting there doing nothing. When they followed Augustus to travel around the country, they were just little brothers who followed their big brother to show off his power. If Augustus gave a wink, then Titus and Harnack would be the first to rush out to fight. So who is the winner? Augustus sat here quietly for more than half an hour, watching them finish the fight. But now it seems that the emperor is really angry, so that the generals shrank their heads and dared not speak loudly. I got this carpet from the Sky Tower of the Carabas family. It will cost money to get a new one. The luxury items that Augustus used to decorate the palace were all legacies left by the old federal nobles, and the others were also free from the Derum Protus. Mike Liberty also stood on the side of the throne and enjoyed this good show with the emperor, and he shook his head again and again. Jim Raynor was the most upright guy he had ever met, and he never thought of harming others. He was like a cowboy from the wilderness, the kind who spent all day in the tavern and boasted and drank, and was essentially a real man. Raynor is a very charismatic leader. He can always trust those who follow him and lead them to overcome all difficulties. He has a group of very good young men under his command. Although Jacko Bennett is an old noble, he is not at all stained with the calculating and cold-blooded style of his father. He is not as righteous as Raynor, but he is kind-hearted and treats people sincerely. With such a reliable general, the soldiers under him are willing to fight for their lives. These imperial generals are worthy of being heroes of the moment, but in the final analysis, they were just farmers who worked the land and noble sons without inheritance rights. They don't look good when they fight, just like two crabs rolling in the mud. But in the Empire, only the Emperor can suppress these meritorious generals and train them to obey. It must be said that Augustus Mengsk's personal charm and leadership skills played a key role in making these outstanding generals convinced. So who is the winner? Seeing that the two of them were silent, Augustus repeated it again. "Of course it's me," Jacko whispered. "You've never beaten me before, and this time is no different." Raynor argued. "Point, Jim. Even if you win." Augustus pointed at Raynor with his finger. "Then what are you going to do?" To be honest, Raynor almost forgot why he was fighting. Although the Marines are much more pragmatic than the Navy, which can build a large fleet right away, the miscellaneous things will not be less. Some people in the Navy will be short-sighted and think that, as long as they give the Marines a set of power armor and an electromagnetic rifle, they don't even need to prepare toilets. This is really ridiculous. Now the Terran Empire Marines mainly use CMC-300/400 power armor, but the research and development of new power armor has not been left behind. Special forces also need finely crafted special armor. Moreover, the process of updating fighters, vehicles and mechas must not be left behind. As the war progresses, the Zerg is still evolving, and the Empire cannot stand still. The Navy also has a certain arrogance and prejudice that it is a waste to continue to develop the army at the moment, but except for them, no one would think that a military force that descends to the surface of the planet to win victory is unnecessary. On the contrary, although the Imperial fleet is the largest and most powerful in any period of human history in the Korhal sector, the admirals always emphasize to the Imperial Parliament that the fleet is weak and has insufficient room for maneuvering, making it difficult to maintain the rule of the vast territory. In the eyes of the Navy, the victory or defeat of a galaxy battle has been decided in the starry sky, and the Marines are almost useless. They firmly believe that the times have changed, and now is the era of giant ships and cannons to expand the territory. But if you tell the Marines, it's like talking to a chicken and a duck. But in the eyes of the Marines, the Navy department is full of brains, and it's impossible to reason with them. Looking back at the early days of the Guild War, the fleet size of both the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Union was far less than that of the current empire. After seeing the magnificent fleet of the Protoss Empire, any Imperial Navy commander would feel that the existing fleet is not enough. Okay, you don't have to say it. Augustus stood up and interrupted Raynor, walking along the red carpeted steps under the throne. The disposable military expenditure of the Navy has increased by 56%, and the Marines by 39%. Considering the basic figures, this has reached the limit of the Imperial finance. If it increases further, I'm afraid that our people will have to starve. In order to build this large army, we have sacrificed too much. The Empire is not rich now, and sometimes even has to rely on tricking the Umoyans to sell obsolete military products to make extra money. The proposals of the Imperial Parliament to continue to increase taxes have been rejected by Augustus again and again. With the Empire's finances, it is already stretched to support the current size of the army. There is no other way. Now the main way for Augustus to increase income is to open up new territories, open more branch mines. "I've read your proposal," he said. "The Navy's construction cost plan must be halved. This is a matter of course. Even if we can afford it, it will take time to train qualified naval officers, sailors, and engineers. The Navy needs Gorgons, but we can't use all our resources on them. Even if the newly built orbital shipyard can be put into production in the near future, the production of 12 Gorgons in a year is already the limit. At present, the manufacturing process of new capital ships is not mature enough. Compared with the Gorgons, the cost of the Thor mecha is just a drizzle. Building warships has always been the most expensive, and maintenance is also a big cost. The larger the number of fleets maintained, the more colonies must be supported. On the Imperial Navy side, Marshal Horace Warfield's proposition is simple and clear. That is, on the basis of upgrading existing armaments, do everything possible to strengthen the Empire's naval power and continuously provide more warships for the fleet. Augustus agreed with this very much, but this matter is not about how many ships you have to build. The construction list and building warships has always been a matter of great time, resources and manpower. If it weren't for the solid talent base left by the old Federation, the Empire wouldn't have recovered in just 4 years. But Jacko certainly understood this truth, but the Navy headquarters didn't care about this. After all, it wasn't them who were jumping around in front of the Emperor. Just because you can question my decision, Augustus turned around and sat back on the throne, his eyes like a lion with thunder in his chest. Say less, Rick. Don't be greedy. Although Augustus didn't mention the Marines at all, Raynor was still happy. After all, they didn't ask much, at least they could make things difficult for the Navy. The Navy has less military expenditure, so it's more for itself after rounding up. Don't laugh either. At this time, Augustus glared at Raynor again. 1000 Thors are fine, but the last 500 Odins, do you think I can't tell which one is more expensive? Odin is a prototype level super mecha, and the entire empire now has just over 100, which is not as expensive as Gorgon, but it is also an astronomical figure. Oh, there is such a thing. Renault was also shameless, and he was done with a smile. Come here. Augustus waved to Jacko and asked him to tell Warfield a few words, which were roughly like this. Be careful, my dear Warfield. Don't drop my precious Gorgon, you prodigal son. After that, Augustus directly kicked the two men out. Out of sight, out of mind. He wondered whether he should kick them out of the Korhal army as soon as possible. Your Majesty, the army's request is not unreasonable. Liberty still said a good word to his two friends at this time. Although the Zerg has not made any further progress, the pressure they bring to the Empire is still increasing. Even with the deterrent of the Xel'Naga artifact, the threat of the Zerg is still imminent. The Xel'Naga artifact, which can kill Zerg on a large scale through the impact of the Nova, has prevented the cautious Overmind from launching a full-scale attack again, and is currently only nibbling away at the borders of the Empire bit by bit. The war is no longer as brutal as it was when the war just started, but the Empire still needs a large number of professional soldiers to guard the border worlds. Fortunately, the number of troops is sufficient, and there is even room to clear out the internal pirates and escort the colonial fleet to open up the Sigma sector. But this also has a price, and only Augustus knows that this is actually a double-edged sword. Every time it is used, it is one day closer to pulling Ammon's consciousness back to the real world. And to be honest, Augustus is a little confused about the purpose of the current Overmind's attack on humans. If the Overmind in the past was to absorb some psychic talents from humans in the process of devouring the Protoss, then why is it now rushing all the way from Zaris to the Kaprulu sector? But if the new Overmind has been controlled by Ammon, this makes sense. If the Zerg want to start a war, they don't have to care about people's livelihood and morale. As long as the Overmind and the Brainworm give an order, the hatcheries on the surface and underground of each mother world will continuously produce terrifying warriors, and they have perfected the skills of killing as soon as they are born. The Overmind has plenty of time and patience. Augustus paused, not as anxious as the previous Overmind. It knows us better, and knows the weaknesses of humans better. Therefore, a long-lasting war will inevitably lead to the collapse of the order of human society. But maybe it miscalculated. On the contrary, the invasion of the Zerg has made us more united. Liberty said, the victory in the war has also increased the prestige of the Emperor and the government. The Terran humans are a tough and tenacious race. They can be extremely fragile or extremely brave. Just wait and see. This war may last for several years or even longer. Augustus' face was covered with dark clouds, but he showed his confident side in front of everyone. And every year, we lose thousands of brave warriors. To the Zerg, it was nothing more than a mineral that was consumed. If they had better equipment, perhaps they wouldn't have to die. From the beginning, Augustus was not like those overly optimistic people in the Empire, who thought that the total war would end quickly within 1 or 2 years. The Empire did not have the ability to end this war quickly. In fact, even if it was not eaten by the Zerg in one go, it had already tried its best, and this was not the biggest enemy. Sadly, we have no better choice. Liberty was silent. Point Mike, you go and do your thing. Augustus sat on the throne and said, I'm tired. Liberty nodded and left silently. Since the war began, only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the entire Empire was a little relaxed. After all, no one thought that they could make peace with the Zerg through diplomatic means, although this was not really impossible. After Liberty left, Queen Sarah Carrigan came in with Princess Louise in her arms, and she had obviously been waiting for a long time. In her mother's arms, Louise was sleeping quietly. She is tired and sleepy. Carrigan stroked Louise's forehead. Just like you, his brows are wrinkled when he sleeps. Natural telepaths mature much more precociously than ordinary children. Louise may also understand the situation of her father and the Empire. She was born in this ill-fated era. Kerrigan walked up to Augustus and handed Louise to her father. Since she is a Mengsk, she is destined to be extraordinary. Oh, the Mengsks are born to accomplish great things. This is a family tradition, just what the adults say to coax the children. Augustus smiled and shook his head, watching Louise's little nose sniff. Even if it's just for his daughter, he must kill the overmind and Ammon. Thank you for your concern. I've basically recovered, and all the relatives have left. I finally have time to calm down and do my own things. Chapter 645, Imperial Serpent. The next morning, Augustus woke up to the rustling of clothes. Queen Sarah Kerrigan was sitting in front of a mirror, with several palace maids and makeup artists taking care of her long, flaming red hair and gorgeous dress. There was a small round stool on the right side of Queen Kerrigan, and on it sat little Princess Louise, whose long red hair was exactly like her mother's. Today, Princess Louise would accompany her parents to attend the ceremony before the colonial fleet sailed away, so she was gloomy about choosing a dress and a hat. While struggling, she lowered her head and bit her thumb. Although the August Grid Palace was divided into the Emperor's bedroom and the Queen's suite, the family still lived together. After all, the Mengsk family was very different from the old nobles like the Bennett family, who were known for their cold-blooded cruelty. Like many Korhal nobles, the Mengsk family attached great importance to their families, and the connection between family members would accompany them throughout their lives. Even though the Mengsk family had become a royal family, the relationship between its family members had never been alienated. Are you awake? Kerrigan did not turn around. The maid behind her was lifting the Queen's hair, which was tied into tufts, and putting it high on her head. You can even notice the change in my breathing rate. Augustus took a dark grey Imperial Navy uniform from the hanger next to him, put it on, and buttoned it up step by step. Your Majesty. Seeing Augustus stand up, the maids bowed repeatedly. With the maids taking care of it every day, the Emperor's living room is always neat and tidy and comfortable. The silverware on the bedside table is filled with roses cut from the top garden. The bouquets are changed twice a day. The clothes in the closet must be dusted and ironed. The half-length portraits of the ancestors of the Mengsk family on the wall must be spotless. The Queen herself does not have to worry about everything. However, although they are maids, they are actually carefully selected ace ghost agents. They are proficient in the skills of killing and espionage as well as complicated court etiquette. Taking care of the Emperor and Queen's diet and daily life is naturally a piece of cake. Compared with the rulers of the old Federation who wanted to use the power of telepaths, but were always on guard, Emperor Augustus's trust in them was a world of difference. After all, even the Queen was a telepath. If you can't even detect this, then thieves can sneak into the palace at will, the Queen said calmly. During the Revolutionary Army, Kerrigan was always worried that Augustus would be assassinated by Federation assassins, so she always stood guard at the bedside and watched him silently. Even though the palace is now the most heavily guarded place in the entire Terran Empire, Kerrigan has never relaxed her vigilance. Even a mosquito that wants to fly over the palace will be shot down by a laser cannon. You should have more trust in Faraday and the Royal Guard. Augustus had already walked behind his daughter Louise and braided her hair by hand when he spoke. It must be said that Louise's cold grey eyebrows are exactly the same as Augustus. But your enemies are not just humans, Kerrigan said. But, my friends and allies are not just humans. Augustus didn't want to make the topic so heavy this morning. After all, his daughter was still here. Kerrigan was too worried about Augustus' safety. It was not a good thing for her to be too nervous. Point, that's right. Kerrigan sighed. Tassida and Zarachil both said that you are popular, which means you are not an ordinary person. Dad, when will Grandpa Zarachil come to our house again? Louis looked up at his old father. It may be a long time later. Of course, for the Protoss, a few years are just a flash. Augustus thought that Zarachil's last appearance was in Zakal, and now he should be in a dark world, where the ancient ruins of Zelnagar are buried. But it is very likely that when you think Zarachil will not appear in front of you again, he will appear from the shadows. In order to pursue the prophecy of Zelnagar and find the last ray of hope, to save the world from danger, Zarachil always walks on the edge of death. Of course, this is the fate of all Dark Templars. Really? Louis lowered his head in frustration. As long as I can contact Zerachel, I can always find a way to get him here. Augustus's face was clearly revealed. Louis' face immediately turned from gloomy to bright. Are you spoiling her too much? Kerrigan stood up, and her pink dress inlaid with diamonds and jewels shone with her movements. This was a stunning custom-made dress, lined with ermine, with open velvet sleeves embroidered with gold and silver patterns, and the neckline was very flattering to her swan-like slender and smooth neck. Kerrigan rarely wore this luxurious dress, and the high-ranking officials of the Empire were proud to wear military uniforms. Only in the flashy tarsiness of the Federation, the noble ladies at the ball would wear such dresses and dance all night long. A maid carefully put a crown made of roses on the queen's bun, making her more noble, elegant, and beautiful. Zerachel also likes Louis. Augustus didn't even look at it. So popularity can be inherited. Kerrigan turned around and showed Augustus a swaying figure. You are still as beautiful and charming as ever, my lovely queen. Augustus said sincerely. But Kerrigan didn't buy it. Your Majesty, when you were young, you used sweet words to capture the hearts of many noble girls, so much so that you once ruthlessly snatched kisses from the ladies of Korhal. Nonsense. Augustus was already confused by the quotations of the great, and it would be a mess if there was another romantic love story. In public, Kerrigan was an elegant and calm queen, but in front of Augustus, she was completely different. This is what Titus said. Kerrigan said, "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." Augustus immediately quoted an old saying from the Earth era. You should read his mind. The words of Titus, the imperial playboy, are generally not to be trusted, and you can never expect him to have a change of heart. I'd rather know nothing than look into the cesspool. Kerrigan was right. Telepaths were not very willing to delve into the hearts of others, which generally made them feel painful. And Titus's mental world was a garbage dump, full of primitive desires and selfishness. But it must be said that this was human. It cannot be denied that Titus was a pile of shit. Augustus had always thought so. But occasionally, a liar will tell the truth. Kerrigan suddenly laughed, and it was obvious that she was in a pretty good mood today. She put on a long coat with a red mink trim and a lapel, and lifted the velvet skirt underneath. How is it? Beautiful. Augustus said this time, somewhat perfunctorily. At this moment, he was already dressed neatly, with a medal with a golden ribbon on his straight military uniform. It seems that you no longer like old women. Kerrigan said, men always like new things, and dislike old things. Who said that? Augustus asked. Alpha. Kerrigan replied. But it's neither a human nor a man. Augustus thought to himself that it didn't know shit about humans. This brainworm was very strange. It had a mind similar to that of a human, but in essence it was just a monster that ate people without leaving any bones. Titus was keen on doing things for himself, while Alpha liked to do things for others. Now this brainworm takes a bath in the small primitive fission pool in the palace laboratory every day. When it has nothing to do, it will watch holographic videos about humans and Zerg. The rest of the time, it will fight with people in the comment area as the worm in question, and countless small accounts will fight at the same time. The scene was just like the Zerg hired a navy, but it didn't expect that it was a navy. The good news is that this brainworm has not gained weight again. The bad news is that as its strength grows, its arrogance is also increasing day by day. It seems that it is time to find a time to give it a good beating. Augustus made another note in his mind, kissed Louis and Kerrigan on the cheeks, walked through the corridor outside the bedroom door, and came to the small restaurant outside. The table in the restaurant had been changed to a neat white tablecloth, on which were cut white bread, fried sausages and smoked fish slices, and a plate of tarsinous raspberry jam. After a while, Kerrigan and Louis also came over. While Augustus was eating, a summary of the latest information from the front line had appeared on the table. What happened? Kerrigan found a clue from the expression on Augustus' face. Tavri discovered a reconnaissance force of the Fenris swarm. Augustus said to Kerrigan, the local militia Talveria sentinels have cleared the invaders, but this incident still caused a certain panic among the people. Talveria, this planet was once part of the old Federation, and was famous for producing high-quality marble. Today, as a world under the rule of the Terran Empire, Talveria's population has reached 80 million. With its developed high-end manufacturing industry, it provides the Empire with central control equipment and fighter parts. It is not unknown. As the total war has entered its second year, the armed defenses of the Empire's border planets are constantly increasing. Some worlds with strong martial virtues can even repel the Zerg offensive alone before the Imperial fleet arrives. In the war with the Zerg, there is only one thing that is clear. That is, when you find the first Zerg, the ground may already be crawling with Zerg. Augustus focused his eyes on Louise, who was concentrating on dealing with Jambred. Louise is a natural telepath. Her mother had not realized that she had psychic talents when she was her age, but this was not the case for her. When Louise was very young, the Zerg and the Protoss were by her side, and it was difficult for her to imagine that they were actually enemies of mankind. The Fenris swarm. Kerrigan looked at Augustus. They have always been mysterious. The Fenris swarm is a death messenger and hound of the Overmind, famous for hunting in the endless space. The number of this hive has always been maintained in a smaller range, but it is only equivalent to a large group like Jumunganda. If the Zerg has already appeared in Terry, Augustus pondered. Each border planet has a certain number of Imperial troops stationed, plus trained militia reserves, which are fully capable of dealing with a sudden invasion war. But if a super large swarm comes, the Imperial fleet can only be dispatched. At present, the number of the Imperial fleet is sufficient, but too much dispersion of power will give the Zerg an opportunity to take advantage. The swarm is an intelligent race, and they certainly understand tactics and use them better than humans, and their execution efficiency is also higher. The closest to Tavali is Duke's Alpha Squadron. Augustus looked at the report. He is now fighting the Kukulkan swarm on Thanix III. Thanix III is a desert world full of dead deserts and barren highlands. But before it was destroyed by nuclear war and biological and chemical virus weapons due to civil war, Thanix III was not as desolate as it is now. And now, Thanix III is still an important world of the Terran Empire, providing the Empire with a large number of excellent soldiers. After 5 generations, Thanix has gradually adapted to the wasteland of its hometown, and has begun to repair the ecosystem on the planet with the help of the Imperial government. The Thanix core is equipped with a large number of nuclear weapons with self-destruct devices, and is known as the nuclear infantry in the Imperial army. The Kukulkan brood, the feathered serpent god in Mayan mythology, that invaded Thanix III is a less famous insect nest. They are not very picky about genes, and even infected alien big dogs, so they are not picky about meat and vegetables. In response to Tavila's request for help, Duke sent a squadron to support. Augustus paused. The commander is a captain? Then he must have something outstanding. Although Duke is not an Imperial general with outstanding command ability, his Alpha Squadron has always been a powerful army, and his excellent officer corps can be called his brain. Duke. Kerrigan looked at Augustus. Marshal Edmund Duke, a man among men, a marshal among marshals, is invincible and invincible. But as everyone knows, the news report on Alpha Squadron must be reviewed by Marshal Duke himself, and it is inevitable that he will be polished. Duke was also an extremely ruthless Imperial general. He always put the Emperor's orders first, even above the safety of the people of the Empire. If Augustus ordered Duke to blow up his hometown of Tarsus, he would not even blink before doing it. There is no doubt that Duke was a cold, irritable and venomous snake, but he now obeyed Emperor Augustus. But it's not just Toily. Vigoral also discovered the Zerg, but they encountered the Vigoral Torch Company. Augustus put down the report. If we just go to war like this, no matter how many fleets we have, it will not be enough to mobilize. They are testing us. Kerrigan said, the Zerg will try to figure out people's hearts, but they will never guess Duke. Augustus took a sip of coffee. At this time, the sunlight shone through the curtains at the entrance of the restaurant, and the surging August grid came into view. On this day, a new fleet will set sail from Korhal, carrying the Terran humans to their new home, and other fleets will sail in the opposite direction, which is the front line of a sea of corpses and blood. Chapter 646. Insufficient mineral reserves. Open a branch mine. The Emperor's plane took off from the palace helipad on time and headed for Aurora Central Starport, accompanied by an air wing of Sky Fury Viking fighters. At this time, many huge imperial fleets above the main city of Aurora were waiting for the order of Emperor Augustus to set sail. These majestic behemoths filled the sky one by one, like floating cities, and their bright lights could be vaguely seen even in the static orbit. Thousands of imperial ships with sharp steel lines surrounded these giant ships. Thousands of sails were set off, and hundreds of boats were competing for the current. More than 200 years ago, when the first colonial mothership arrived in Tarsus, the ancestors of the Terran humans might never have thought that they would achieve such great achievements when they returned to the stars one day. To this day, even the most ordinary citizens of Korhal would feel proud when they see these magnificent ships. For me, Korhal is where everything began. Augustus sat in the seat of the Emperor's plane, next to Karagan, and in the middle sat Louis, and Augustgrad is both the end of a period of history and a new beginning. Augustgrad is your name. Louis said. No, that's the name of your great-great-grandfather. Augustus said. Angus said that my grandfather was happy that I used his name, but he didn't see what happened later. Teacher Hansen said that Augustgrad and the people who built it will be immortal, and the history of Korhal will be remembered by everyone in the empire. Louise could feel the complex emotions surging in her father's heart, but she couldn't quite understand it. Well, Augustus said, Korhal is the forge that forged our dynasty. It is raw, rough and blood-stained on the anvil of history. Every inch of Korhal is engraved with our time. Her story is our story. The porthole on Augustus' side is facing the morning light of Augustgrad. The warm red sun rises from below the city's jagged skyline. Under the bright sunshine, the entire magnificent city is in full view. Augustgrad is also an outstanding symbol of the perfect combination of science, creativity, and industry of the Terran Empire, showing the glory of the empire to all mankind. The imperial capital Augustgrad is a city of miracles, standing alone in this barren land full of radioactive wasteland and dust sea. This great city is expanding outward every minute and every second with her breath, until it occupies the entire eastern wasteland of this continent. In order to build this imperial capital, that will surely leave a strong mark in the history of the empire, Augustus summoned the elites of the human world of Caprulu, including even earthlings from the distant Orion arm. The population of Korhal IV has now exceeded 7 billion, and 2/3 of them are concentrated in Augustgrad. With the imperial capital as the center, the empire's economy, technology, and culture have all flourished during the reign of Emperor Augustus, and the population of the Terran people has also grown steadily with the expansion of territory, the advancement of synthetic food technology, and nanomedical technology. Augustgrad can now be said to be the largest complex industrial city in the Terran Empire. Countless busy suspension trains and underground railway systems connect industrial parks, complex commercial clusters, and residential areas. The forest of steel and glass shines golden in the bright sunlight that penetrates the clouds. Augustgrad is not a strip-shaped industrial city like Steeling City, where large tracts of farmland are located on the outskirts of the city. Its dense roads and steel buildings are as inseparable as fine blood vessels and blood. But this is not a monotonous city made entirely of metal, because as long as you walk in the city, you can't ignore the green belts, parks, and boulevards covered with green shade. From the sky, Augustgrad looked like a silver beetle lying in the sun, emitting a beautiful metallic luster. This was the outstanding contribution that Emperor Augustus the Great made to the place where he was born, and all imperial historians were inevitably wise in hindsight when writing this great history, saying that Korhal was destined to be extraordinary from the day Augustus Mengsk was born. The emperor's special plane gradually flew out of Augustgrad's range, and a vast desert between the two cities was in full view. By the 5th year of the reconstruction of Korhal, this deep blue desert had regained new vitality under the governance of the imperial government. Grasslands and forests were taking root on the revived land, and hundreds of light blue lakes dotted the vast grass-green land. There were few people here, and huge railways that ran through the desert connected Augustgrad and Aurora like an umbilical cord. At every moment, these suspended trains running on the rails were transporting a huge amount of resources and manpower, and in wartime, they became soldiers, armor, artillery, ammunition and various supplies. Dad, you and Mom also met for the first time on Korhal. What happened then? Louise asked this question out of the blue. It seemed that she was very curious about her parents' past. It was a torturous experience. Augustus knew that Louise would know all this sooner or later, but he still didn't explain it clearly. We were in opposing camps at the time. Later, we went through a lot of hardships before we came together. Back then, your mom was holding 2 knives to chop off your grandfather's head, and then she would kill your dad and your aunt. Unexpectedly, your dad had calculated everything and caught your mom with the same trick and treated her completely. Kerrigan looked at Louise and then at Augustus, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She had never revealed her side as a federal killer in front of her daughter. After all, that was Kerrigan's darkest past, and many good people died in vain at her hands. Kerrigan had sufficient reasons to excuse herself. After all, after the implantation of the psychic suppressor, the ghost agent became a butcher knife that could not dominate her own life. She had killed many people, but they were not in accordance with their own will. However, Kerrigan still regarded this as a sin she had committed. These memories still tortured Kerrigan. If she had not met Augustus, the guilt and kindness in her heart would have been used by people with ulterior motives, and she would have embarked on an irreversible dark path. This is a very long story. Kerrigan blinked. It will take a while to tell it. Though Louise did not ask any more questions, because at this moment she had seen the main city of Aurora standing in the sky from the porthole behind Augustus. Aurora is a starport city, and it is itself a huge port city, mainly to share the root pressure of Augustgrad. Above the launch port support towering in the Aurora starport, a large colonial mothership as big as a city is climbing into the air with a magnificent momentum, and the fuel pipes connecting these motherships to the launch pads have long been disconnected, and each one is surprisingly thick. These supercarriers are very similar to the ones that brought the Terran ancestors to this world, probably in homage to the pioneers of humanity. Each mothership is loaded with ambitious settlers and the necessary materials for the establishment of a settlement. That is, each represents a future colony world of the Terran Empire. Most of the settlers have undergone genetic modification, or the seeds of such modification have long been buried in the genes of the Terran people to ensure that they can adapt to the changing environment of the new world. The destination of the colony fleet has been determined before the ship is built. It belongs to the habitable planet that has been discovered and marked by the exploration ship, carefully investigated and evaluated by the Imperial Immigration Department. Usually, the first selected colony planet is a real feng shui treasure, but such a planet is extremely precious. In this case, the only choice is to find a world with some minor problems. Of course, if the exploration team is wrong, this minor problem may become a sinkhole. This has happened in the early years. Due to negligence, the colony ship landed on a planet that is not suitable for human habitation, and the atmosphere of that planet is toxic to humans. However, the current Imperial exploration fleet is still quite reliable. In order to find a new home suitable for human survival, they are the loneliest and bravest group of people in the universe. Some people have grown old when they return home, and some never come back. They will record everything on the planet, including the composition of the atmosphere, the terrain and the water system, and record the available resources and flora and fauna. And one day, these data sent to Korhal will come in handy. These colony ships are going to the Sigma sector, Kerrigan said, and so far, our understanding of that strange sector is just the tip of the iceberg of that dark world. The Terrans have ruled all the worlds they know, but their ambition to expand will not stop there. This is an era of progress and positivity. In order to survive in the gap between the Protoss and the Zerg, humans must keep moving forward. In fact, the development of resources within the Korhal sector is still in its early stages, far from being scarce. But for a huge interstellar empire, sufficient colony support is very necessary. If you are facing an extremely aggressive race like the Zerg, then you need a great depth. For an interstellar empire, colonies mean rule, resources, and population, but this is not something that will bear fruit in a short period of time. But during Augustus' reign, it was visible in 1 or 2 generations. During the era of mass exodus, to avoid the nuclear strike of the old Federation, the scattered Ka people had established more than a dozen different colony worlds. Today, under the further colonization of the empire, these colonies that inherited the Ka culture have become quite large. Some colonies have become trade transit points, some export food to Ka, and others have also provided meager troops. With the 4th Fleet escorting along the way, it won't be a problem. Augustus looked at the city of Aurora outside the porthole. The city of Aurora is located at the junction of the Korhal IV province and the Keresh province. This magnificent city is much smaller than Augustgrad and looks much more exquisite. It is a super mega structure city formed around the central starport. It is a giant structure composed of countless engineering stations, ports, platforms, and maintenance facilities. From a distance, it looks like a dazzling high Gothic church with countless spires. Surrounding Aurora City, 2 rivers that reappeared due to geological changes meander and cross the city to flow into the distance. Faced with such a magnificent city, people will inevitably have such doubts in their hearts. Is this really a city that humans can build? After the colonial fleet arrives in the New World, the various problems that the immigrants need to face can only be solved by themselves. Augustus continued, the Sigma Star region is a long way away, and of course there will be no blind pirates. It is well known that interstellar pirates are a group of opportunists. They wander in the star sea like hungry hyenas and sharks in search of lone prey. 4 groups of interstellar pirates. The colonial fleet can be said to be a fat sheep with oil left, which means that those colonists who have not been officially authorized by the government and lack the protection of the fleet are very likely to be attacked by pirates. Fortunately, with the unremitting crackdown by the imperial government during this period, the activities of pirates have basically disappeared. Moreover, most pirates now have no courage to attack the official ships of the Terran Empire. Even if they just harass civilians, they have to be cautious, for fear that one day the imperial warships will suddenly drive to their doorsteps and collect taxes with Yamato cannons. Why do they have to go so far? Louis asked Augustus. For the continuation of mankind, to open up a new home in this vast sea of stars. Augustus said to Louis, in the past, it was our ancestors, and now it's our turn. Whether now or in the past, the Terran human beings have never stopped expanding outward. The new world means new risks, new opportunities and new hopes. But some people dare not step out of the land they live on in their entire lives. Space also means the unknown, mysterious and desolate deep sea for planetary life. Many people of this era grew up in the new colony. They knew nothing about their parents' homeland. Since the first time they opened their eyes, they thought the world was only that big. Those ships are really big. As the spaceship got closer and closer to Aurora City, Louise was gradually attracted by the giant mothership that occupied the entire sky. She had lived in the palace since she was a child, and it was the first time she saw these behemoths with her own eyes. But what is that? She pointed in another direction. Following that direction, you can see a corner of a giant ship with turrets. It is a Gorgon-class battle cruiser, larger than all colonial motherships, and its main guns are enough to flatten a city. Gorgon battle cruiser. Kerrigan replied, the pride of the Terran Empire. It's really big. Louise raised her hands high, and her posture seemed to be holding up the sun in the sky, almost poking her emperor father's nostrils. Augustus suddenly had a sense of absurdity, that this child might also want to drive a battleship. Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from General Matt Horner, directly for you. At this time, a holographic screen suddenly flashed in front of Augustus. The Protoss world Lorcadia was attacked by an unknown force. Augustus continued to look, but was truly surprised. Research shows that this unknown force is highly similar to the Purifier Protoss in the Glacius facility. How did this bunch of mechanical Protoss suddenly jump out of the coffin? Are they here to fight for the inheritance left by their ancestors? Who the hell knocked on the coffins of these living ancestors? It seems that they are very angry when they wake up. Chapter 647. Yatan is here. The one who wants the inheritance is here. Purifier Protoss. Kerrigan, who was sitting on the other side, also noticed this message. Haven't they been sealed up by the Protoss Empire as restricted weapons? The Purifier Protoss is a unique branch among the many Protoss factions, and is also a monument to the glorious ancient technology of the Protoss Empire. The plan aims to digitize the memories and personalities of the legendary Protoss heroes and upload them to the forged mechanical host body, so as to preserve the target's thinking and decision-making ability during his lifetime. The replica can reach a similarity of 99.3% with the original memory, almost identical. With the support of this technology, the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire can constantly replicate the greatest warriors in the history of the Empire, and mass-produced mechanical warriors controlled by artificial intelligence. In other words, as long as there are enough mechanical platforms, manufacturing matrices and construction materials, the purifiers can continuously produce new warriors, thereby overwhelming the enemy in numbers. This is a purifier Protoss, a mechanical Protoss that is accurately reproduced, based on the Protoss warrior. In fact, this can already be regarded as an independent Protoss race, and even has the characteristics of developing another civilization, but the people who created them did not realize this. This Protoss faction is made up of a huge warrior class, and their memory personality replicas are equivalent to immortality. Even if the original host body carrying their consciousness data body is destroyed, they can be resurrected in another body. The purifiers were born for war, which is their only known mission. Obviously, this seal is not reliable. Augustus put away the holographic screen, or someone secretly sabotaged it. Purifier Protoss. Louis looked up and asked Augustus, is it a Protoss like Talander? Since returning to Korhal from Glacius with the Terran Empire fleet, Talander has been staying inside the August Grid Palace. Usually, this uncle is in a certain standby state, and occasionally he goes out for a stroll, to see what the human world is like. In the words of Titus, you will never understand how many strange things live in the August Grid Palace. Yes, Talander may have been the only awake purifier in the world. Augustus was pleasantly surprised to realize that with Talander, the Terran Empire had a way to communicate with the ancient purifiers. As long as there was still room for negotiation, there was still room for maneuver. They are mechanical Protoss, but they are not the kind of robots made by the Terra Cartel. The Protoss method of creating the purifiers is much more sophisticated. Kerrigan added, they are equivalent to robots with human consciousness, living humans. By giving life to machines, they are already creators. Augustus said, the purifiers are mechanical Protoss. They are mechanical life forms with conscious data, but as Carrick said, aren't we humans also machines made up of countless precision parts? Talander said he is not a mechanical Protoss. Louis is always serious about this. He said he is a mechanical Templar. So I made a mistake. Kerrigan admitted his mistake to Louis. Talander is a mechanical Templar. Then, Augustus thought of a possibility. Who knows, it might be Auriga who is making trouble again. When encountering this kind of thing, the first person Augustus thought of would be Ammon and Nerad, and then this dark Archon Auriga. A few months ago, the servants of Auriga attacked the Protoss Empire and the restarted Purifier Project facilities on Glacius. Augustus said, it is very likely that they took this opportunity to learn the coordinates of the ancient Purifier Protoss that were sealed. The ancient purifiers were once enslaved and oppressed by the Supreme Council and extremely hated the Templars. He paused. Once the purifiers are revived again, it is inevitable that new and old grudges will be settled together. In ancient times, the purifier Protoss were treated like slaves by their creators, because the rulers of the Protoss Empire did not regard these warriors as thinking beings, but as tools in their hands. They also overlooked the most important point, that is, the copied legendary heroes also naturally inherited the dignity and pride of the memory primarchs as warriors. The purifiers have been fulfilling their duties from beginning to end, and only seek respect. In the end, uprisings and rebellions broke out between the purifier Protoss and their creators. This mechanical rebellion triggered a terrible tragedy, bringing countless killings and deaths. After the rebellion was suppressed, the shocked rulers of the Protoss Empire believed that intelligent machines with independent consciousness and self-personality were too dangerous, so they ordered to stop all research on artificial intelligence. The remaining purifiers were also sealed in their mothership, the Cerberus, which had been cut off from power and exiled to the vast deep space. The conflict between the purifiers and their creators is almost impossible to ease. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are as hostile as fire and water. The purifiers want revenge. Kerrigan looked at Augustus, but the Protoss who once enslaved them may have long gone. The Protoss can live for a long time, but the digitized Protoss consciousness is immortal. As long as the data in the memory bank is not damaged, the purifiers will not forget any trivial matters. Augustus pointed out this point. In other words, they hold grudges to death. If the damn Protoss of Tacita breaks out in a bloody conflict with the Purifier's Protoss again, no one will know. Kerrigan said. In fact, it is very likely that it has already happened. Lorcadia is a world of the Protoss Empire. Augustus reminded Kerrigan. Augustus knew that the Purifiers did not trust their fellow men and swore never to return to the era of slavery and oppression. If it were not for the end of the world, they would rather go out on their own than unite with the Terran Protoss. Considering the hatred between the Purifiers and the Protoss Empire, Augustus could guess roughly what Auriga's plan was. Auriga did not even need a complicated plan. He only needed to wake up the sleeping Purifiers and disguise himself as a Protoss to attack them, and then wait and watch the fight. Augustus imagined such a scene in his mind. A group of mechanical Protoss who had opened their coffins rushed into Aya to take back their heritage. This thing may not necessarily not happen. Lorcadia, how far is it from us? Kerrigan asked. The nearest one is Syrian, Augustus replied. We have a large military force stationed in Syrian, so there is no need to worry too much about the threat of the Purifiers. Syrian is a developed imperial world, with endless industrial construction clusters on the surface of the planet, which is shrouded in thick fog all year round. In the old Federation era, Syrian's reputation was not very good, and it is not much better now. In those years, when people despised it, Syrian's entrepreneurs made their fortunes by signing unequal contracts with employees that were comparable to selling their bodies, and made a fortune through cruel exploitation and oppression. Now, the new imperial government has banned Syrian sweet shops and established a world based on imperial law and order. Based on Syrian's important industrial output, the Terran Empire has stationed a large number of military forces on this planet to guard this important imperial world. Perhaps the situation has not reached the point where it is beyond redemption. Kerrigan said, we can only trust Tacita. Kerrigan had learned the secrets of controlling psychic power from Tacita and many high-ranking Templars. In the eyes of Augustus' family, Tacita, Zarachel and Phoenix were more like half-relatives than friends. Unless Tacita can prove that the Terran Protoss will no longer enslave the Purifiers like the Supreme Council did. Augustus was not optimistic about this, but even if the Purifiers stop fighting, they may not join Terran. In fact, I think this possibility is also very low now. As the successor of the Will of Adun, Tacita is worthy of being the great leader of the Protoss in this era, but the Purifiers may not buy it. Although the Purifiers' way of thinking is not as absolutely rational and efficient as real machines. But for the Purifiers, they don't even have to pay attention to or care about the attitudes of Tacita and the Light and Shadow Council. The Purifiers can get out of all disputes and find their freedom. General Jack Brody, Cactus Jack Brody, call all Imperial Navy officials. Another screen lit up in front of Augustus, and opposite him was an Imperial soldier with a terrible scar on his right eye. We must withdraw fleet forces to deal with the new threats in the Northern Star region. Yes, Your Majesty. General Brody replied immediately. At present, although the Purifier Protoss has caused a new series of unrest on the border of the Terran Empire, the silver lining is that humans do not seem to be among the enemies they have determined to be purified. But this is still a powerful and ancient Protoss faction with great war potential that is reviving under the nose of the Terran Empire. Regardless of whether its true intentions are detrimental to humans, Augustus and the Imperial government will never ignore this potential threat. When the enemy has already deployed troops on the border, even if he claims to be friendly, it is really difficult to convince the generals and the general public of the Empire. At this time, even if you don't take the initiative, you must deploy military forces on the border to deal with this threat. I hope it's not too late. Kerrigan said. Why do we have to fight them? Louis pointed to his eyes, his long grey eyelashes trembling. Because in most cases, we have to do it. Augustus said to his daughter. War is not an end, but a means. He said, if diplomacy can solve the problem, I would rather my people not bleed. Humanity is still very weak in this galaxy. In this universe with hundreds of billions of galaxies, it is insignificant. Diplomacy and peace are only built on cannons and ships. Augustus didn't expect Louis to understand, but perhaps many years later, the future queen of the Terran Empire would still remember what her father said at this time. Faraday, don't add these words to the quotations of the great emperor, understand? At this time, Augustus suddenly thought of something and turned his head to remind the captain of the royal guard who was sitting behind him. Understood. Faraday nodded expressionlessly and put away the personal terminal and digital recorder in his hand. It's good that you understand. Augustus doubted that Faraday didn't understand at all. This statement may not be added to the Emperor's quotations, but it may appear in some more fatal place, such as the broadcast of the Empire's propaganda airship. But this matter is not something that Augustus can stop. After all, what does he know about Emperor Augustus? At this time, the Emperor's special plane has already leaped over the Aurora airport and is ready to land. The warships that have been left behind are still so huge that they seem to be mountains that have been turned over. Below the Aurora airport, warships, fighters, and transport ships are rumbling up, and the ups and downs between the launch track and the landing platform are like the surging sea surface and the ups and downs of the valley. A huge super colony mothership is still in the boarding state. Riding the rising automatic gangway, the immigrants who are preparing to go to the new world of their dreams are densely gathered into a black stream. Each colony mothership carries 100,000 people, frozen embryos of all known domesticated livestock and seeds of crops. Most of the immigrants came from those imperial worlds that were either barren or destroyed by the Zerg, and few Korhal people with stable lives would join this expedition destined for an unknown future. The people on these colony ships were only the first batch of immigrants on the future planet, and their mission was only to initially establish a settlement that could accommodate the immigrants. By the time these settlements were self-sufficient, the second batch of immigrants would have almost arrived. After that, there would be the third and fourth batches, depending on the further evaluation of these colonies by the Imperial Colonial Department. When the organizational structure of the colony had become perfect and all affairs entered a stable rolling development mode of the imperial colony, the official immigration would be completely stopped. At this time, the colony would officially become a world under the rule of the Terran Empire and obtain limited autonomy. Then, this new colony would become another dam built by humans to resist the crisis of genocide in this cruel universe. Of course, the premise is that the people in these colonies survived the unknown environment on the new world, including the possible emergence of powerful viruses or the planet's own other immune system, or perished from the chaotic internal management and external attacks. Until this colony can operate independently and thrive even without the support of the mother planet, it can be considered truly independent. As for those colonists who died before this, the Terran Empire has no choice but to mourn. After wiping away the tears, the next batch of colonists will still set off. In the era of interstellar colonization, coldly speaking, for the survival of the race, no one can be sacrificed, and this is also their choice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Stop Fighting. You've arrived. The transport ship landed on the ice shelf as hard as rock, and the cold wind whistled into the warm compartment with a mixture of leather and ozone. At this moment, when the Imperial Marines sitting on two rows of metal benches facing each other raised their heads slightly and looked out, a frozen world with heavy snow jumped into their eyes. Just like these soldiers had performed airborne missions thousands of times, two people landed at the same time every second. From the completion of the delivery mission to the return of the transport ship, the entire airborne was as clean and neat as a textbook. At the same time, the other two transport ships also took off with ice blue tail flames, leaving behind a whole company of fully armed Imperial Marines. They belonged to the 4th Airborne Division of the Nova Squadron. In the battle sequence of the Terran Empire, this is a mysterious unit with little reputation. All known missions are related to the Empire's military exploration operations outside the Kaprulu sector. Why do we have to come to this cold and freezing place? Sergeant Mikhail said, I've been to the AL battlefield, and there are a lot of tropical jungles there. The mission briefing said that this planet is called Niflheim, the land of the dead in Norse mythology, a cold and dark world shrouded in thick fog. Damn, this is the second most unlucky name I have heard in recent years. Another soldier said, can't they choose a good place when they settle down? How can people live in this cold and freezing weather? Although the Protoss also likes the refreshing natural environment, the reason they stay in a certain place is not just to expand the living space. To this day, the successor of the Protoss Empire, the Terran Protoss, is still building colonies outside of Shakuras. Food can't grow here. A wise man from the agricultural world Helson pointed this out sharply. There is no sun here. New recruits always ask questions when they step onto the battlefield. After all, they may not have finished their studies before joining the army in this war-torn era, which is half an education. As the brutal war forged the recruits into steel, they would be reshaped into a disciplined whole. But these veterans who had experienced 3 Zerg wars seemed to have never changed. Even when they went deep into the Omega tunnels of Char, they were still like this, asking their superiors what it was like to take a lava bath. Those who were frightened by the Zerg did not survive until now. "Shut up," Captain Cole Hickson said coldly, and the soldiers of the entire company stopped fighting. But after just a few words, all the soldiers were already in combat mode, and their speed of action was impeccable. Hickson's men were all veterans who had experienced all the total wars, and they had been seen on the battlefields from Char to Air. From teenage boys and girls to the current elite warriors, they had spent half their lives in war and waiting for war. Now, some people can no longer remember why they abandoned their original lives and came to this remote edge of the Star Zone. However, they can no longer adapt to the life away from war. No one could imagine what they could do except fight. Putting aside their combat qualities, the power armor of the Imperial soldiers under Captain Cole Hickson was a rare high-end configuration. All of them were fully upgraded CMC 400A power armor, equipped with a T-shaped helmet with a larger protective area, reinforced shoulder shields and AGR-17 rifles with powerful firepower. All power armor and weapons were painted with snow camouflage, as if they were completely integrated into this world of ice and snow. "Move, soldiers." "Captain Hickson, we are 5 miles away from our destination. Now is the time to act. Keep in formation, and keep up with me." The voices of soldiers cursing the transport ship driver were immediately heard in the communication channel, but no one dared to oppose the captain's order. The soldiers in Cole Hickson's company were in awe of their superiors, and would never dare to disobey his orders or question his majesty. As early as the Guild War between the old Federation and the Kel-morian Union, Cole Hickson was already a soldier in the Federation Marine Corps, and he also fought on the planet Telesis II during the same period as Emperor Augustus and Jim Raynor. In other words, Hickson may have fought side by side with Emperor Augustus, or at least been on the same battlefield. Hickson never mentioned his past experiences, but his cold words and deeds and his face full of stories always make people imagine. In fact, Hickson wanted to voluntarily undergo resocialization surgery to erase his past memories. Hickson never wanted to recall his poor and painful childhood during the Guild War. At the age of 14, he ran away from home to join the army, leaving his alcoholic father to his sister. Later, he never found her again. Hickson may not have been in the Imperial Army for a long time, but he is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding Imperial soldiers. Hickson was called Dapper Death by his comrades and enemies, a nickname that undoubtedly represented elegant fear and death. Before Hickson was nearly bald and blinded in his left eye due to severe burns in a battle, the nickname Dapper Death might have been appropriate. At this moment, accompanied by the subtle hum of the power armor servo transmission system, Hickson's company moved quickly, converging into a silver gray stream. Several twin-turbine macro-drones were released into the air, some hovering above the Imperial soldiers, while others explored in all directions at a faster speed. In this fast-moving force, there are also more than a dozen sensitive and fast mechanical cats, called predators. This intelligent mechanical machine, that resembles a large mountain cat, has infinite power, and is as fast as lightning, so it is also privately called Cybercats by the soldiers. There are several different models of Predator robots to cope with different combat environments. The C-250 model carried by Hickson's company has been fighting against the Zerg in the labyrinth-like underground mines of the mining world of the Kel-morian Federation in the past. It has amazing endurance and speed. In the eyes of the Imperial Special Forces, the Predator is a kind of hunting dog that never tires and is always loyal, able to adapt to various dangerous battlefields. Even if it is damaged, it can be used after repair. At present, even the most loyal and brave military dogs will be scared to shit and urinate when facing the Zerg, and tremble with their tails between their legs. Most creatures will feel fear in their hearts when facing the Zerg, as if they have encountered their natural enemies, including humans. Captain, the drone has found a Protoss building 3¼ miles in the direction of advance, Sergeant Arthur said. I have seen it. A majestic and jaw-dropping Protoss tower-shaped building is standing on the ice blue sky. The majestic and elegant building appeared on the same building at the same time. The magnificent golden tower rose into the clouds, as if it was supporting the sky, and the brilliant light scattered from the dome inlaid with blue and purple Kadarin crystals, which was ingeniously crafted, showed the transcendent poetic beauty to the fullest. In the distance, more majestic Protoss buildings were looming in the hazy storm. The epic scale and the magnificence of the mythical paradise were a major feature of the architecture of the golden age of the Protoss Empire, which was really sparse and common in that arrogant era. Woohoo, I don't think it's as good as the palace. If you knock out a piece of gold, you will definitely sell it for a lot of money. I hope the owner inside is easy to negotiate. Emperor Augustus said, those who come are guests, and they will leave if they can't eat. Anyway, the emperor must have said it. There must be someone who agrees, but no one disagrees. Cole Hickson looked up and stared at the giant tower that pierced the clouds, his eyes fixed on the spire that was immersed in the light. Just looking at it like this, there is no sign of any life in it. This planet named Niflheim is indeed as dark and cold as the icy land of the dead. There is no sunlight, and the unique atmospheric structure makes it difficult for the warm light of the stars to reach the surface. The cold wind here is so cold that it can freeze people into popsicles. Even Tyrannosaurus will freeze his ears without wearing protective clothing. He has been to many Protoss colonies, most of which are located in magnificent buildings, each of which is as magnificent as a palace. Some are declining relic worlds, full of tombstones left over from the glorious era. The history of Niflheim is older than all known human civilizations, and it still exists today. It is located at the cold and dim border of the Milky Way, very far away from Ea. It is hard to imagine how far their huge fleet reached in the golden age of the Protoss Empire. Keep going. Hickson waved his hand. At the order, Hickson's company continued to approach the Protoss tower quickly. They were moving very fast. The giant spire was getting taller and taller in the head-up display of the power armor helmet. There were no columns, no arcades, no floors or traces of splicing. This magnificent building seemed to be a natural whole on the day it was born. The beautiful and harmonious sound of the crystal matrix was clearly visible in the whistling of the wind and snow, as if it was a spring hitting the rocks. A golden beam of light pierced the clouds and went straight up to the sky, illuminating the grey clouds with golden light, as if the city stood above the clouds. Captain, the Protoss here haven't discovered us yet, Sergeant Arthur said. No, they just haven't paid attention yet. There are at least 17 or 18 detectors hovering above our heads, and sometimes there are more. Hickson's scarred face had a stone-hard expression. Remember, if it is the Dark Templar who discovered you, then you will be dead before you say this. Arthur Schultz was transferred from the Tasha front during the Second Total War. He fought against the Zerg for several years, but he had never seen the Protoss. The Terran Empire and the Protoss had signed an alliance agreement, and unless attacked, they would not consider a small imperial company a threat. Many people in the Empire thought that this agreement was actually not much better than a ceasefire agreement for several years, but unexpectedly, the upright and honest Protoss had no intention of fooling people and actually followed it completely. They said they would not fight, and they would not compromise at all. Look. A Marine pointed to a blue flash emerging from the clouds. It was a Phoenix fighter. Its wings spread out like a carefully polished work of art, and the plasma flames gushing from the tail looked like a pair of blue tail fins. Then came the second and third, and even a Prophet warship behind it. This kind of spaceship driven by the Protoss Dark Templar is very rare, and the stories about them are also very strange. For example, the new version of the field manual that every Imperial soldier has mentioned that these Prophet pilots can predict the future through the ripples of history and respond to the enemy's offensive in advance. Of course, no one would believe it at all. That's not coming for us, Arthur said as he saw the fleet of planes flying overhead at high speed, and at the same time he couldn't help but wonder who they were heading for. Soon, he got the answer. In the rolling black clouds in that direction, beams of brilliant golden light flashed and jumped quietly, and there were faint sounds of lightning and thunder, as if clusters of golden fireworks were hanging in the sky. Gradually, the golden light actually rendered the dark clouds the same color. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a brilliant beam of light fell from the sky, stirring up the dense clouds, tearing the earth apart, and completely evaporating the thick glaciers. A huge protest tower collapsed under the blow, and the ground below it collapsed into a huge pit. In an instant, the whole world was as bright as day. Fighting. At this earth-shaking moment, Mikhail shouted without even standing still, "They're fighting." The majestic bow of the Purifier flagship emerged from the clouds, its pure white battleship armor gleaming with the flash of solar fragments, and its smooth lines and cutting process fully demonstrated the standardized and streamlined production skills of the Purifier military industry. At this moment, it seemed as if countless cannons roared, and countless Purifier carrier-based interceptors and attack aircraft roared out. Along with the bombardment of the fleet, a large number of Purifier warriors also appeared in the shadow of the landing ship. In the eyes of Hilson and other Imperial soldiers, these mechanical warriors are almost the same as ordinary Protoss in appearance. They are all tall humanoid creatures, and even the iconic Longchin has been meticulously and perfectly reproduced. But as long as you look a few more times, you will find that these Purifier Protoss are completely mechanical bodies. The heavy mechanical armor and the matrix circuits emitting bright orange flashes represent that they are sophisticated machines. In another direction, the Daram army, wearing blue robes and golden armor, also appeared in the howling snow. These Protoss are always bombing and bombing, even if they become robots. An Imperial Marine from Chassera never concealed his disgust for the Protoss. The bodies of these mechanical Protoss contain the souls of ancient war maniacs. Their way of fighting is simple and crude, purifying everything with flames. A difficult and incomprehensible, but clanging sound like the collision of metal and stone suddenly sounded. It was a sound wave amplified by the matrix, rather than the Protoss language. The voice carried the indifference and majesty of the superior. "What is he saying?" someone asked. "Ancient Protoss language." Hilson said, "This enemy must be purified. Sentinels, move forward." Chapter 649 Purification Protocol. Tassida is also in a state of panic now, with internal conflicts, Auriga, and the Purifiers. "This is none of our business. It would be better if they were all dead, and the universe would be peaceful." In the Dominion High Command in Augustgrad, Emperor Augustus summoned all the Imperial generals who were still in Korhal to hold a military meeting on the threat of the Purifier Protoss that rose up on the border of the Empire today. Although the people present were all senior generals from the headquarters of the Imperial Navy and Marine Corps, the conference room was simply decorated, with only a circle of tables and chairs and a holographic projection screen occupying the front wall. The holographic screen showed Niflheim, the frozen planet shrouded in thick fog and snow, and the glorious Protoss city located on its endless ice field was already in the raging flames of war. The huge fleet of the Purifier Protoss has occupied the high-altitude orbit of the planet. The ivory-like armor of the Cerberus-made warships appears even more pure and flawless in the flash of the solar matrix. They are releasing golden beams towards the surface, pouring out indisputable power. These Purifier Protoss are dangerous. The Protoss are not trustworthy, and the robots they create are the same. General William Wachowski of the Imperial Marine Headquarters put down his work and rushed to the scene. As the head of the Imperial DMC Combat Development Command, he also has a lot of administrative chores. In a bad mood, General Wachowski saw that the Imperial Navy generals were very impatient, but they immediately became quiet after the Emperor personally arrived. According to intelligence, the main guns of the Purifier Protoss Mother ships can even completely destroy a planet. This shows that they are fully capable of launching a war against the Empire. A thick stack of reports was piled on the table in front of the Chief of Naval Staff Dowd Michael Graham, with the Imperial emblem and the dislogo of the Imperial Intelligence Department on the cover. Graham was a typical Imperial soldier, handsome, resourceful, and cautious. He was meticulous in campaign planning and combat plans, and always spent a lot of time perfecting the plans and filling in all the details. He was originally a staff officer under Edmund Duke, but was later kicked back to August Grid by the impatient general on the grounds that the battlefield was changing rapidly, and the plan could not keep up with the changes. Fortunately, the Purifiers have not shown much interest in our planet at present, but that does not mean that war will not break out in the future, he explained. Since the first batch of Purifiers appeared in Lorcadia, they have destroyed and occupied 7 Terran worlds in less than half a month. The Purifiers' war tendency is worrying, and it is unclear what their attitude towards humans is. Not all Protoss leaders are as friendly as Tassida. In fact, Protoss like him are a minority. Isn't it just a mechanical Protoss? What's there to be afraid of? Hanak Hank glanced at the senior officers of the Empire at the table for a long time, and finally said this: "Our plasma flamethrower can even melt steel." Seeing that all the generals were staring at him in a daze, Hanak felt a little proud. That's just an out-of-control machine made by the Protoss. After all, it's just a robot running with its inherent program. What's the big deal? General Hanak's prejudice against robots came from the artificial intelligence in the control console of the freight truck he drove when he was young. In my opinion, there is nothing to be done. It won't be long before these mechanical Protoss will fend for themselves. He pointed out with prejudice, look at what a mess our shipboard intelligent adjutant is in. He can't even fix a toaster and has to do it himself. You talk too much, Hank. General Jim Raynor, who had been listening quietly, winked at his old friend frequently. No one here cares about your opinions. Hanak was a straightforward person. He always said what he wanted to say, but he never talked about the main point. Once, Hanak held a meeting at the division headquarters, and the topic of discussion turned to which engine oil was better. Is this the reason why you toasted bread and wet socks on the engine radiator of the successor and held a barbecue party on the bridge deck? Emperor Augustus was just sitting on the side listening, but now he couldn't sit still. No one stipulates that sailors can't do this during their rest time. Hanak said aggrievedly, and this was proposed by Titus. I'm just responsible for eating. For God's sake, I'm telling the truth. This rule is in place now. Augustus slapped the table. How come I have to deal with 2 of you? Don't talk. Let someone who knows about machines come. As soon as he finished speaking, Rory Swan, the chief engineer of the Imperial Engineering Corps, was invited into the conference room. The sturdy and short Mrs. Mainho stomped in, and the wooden floor creaked under her feet. Even though she had just taken a hot bath and changed into a court dress, Swan still smelled of engine oil. But this open-minded engineer was very satisfied with it, but the golden red uniform on him was out of place. This is not an ordinary machine. Absolutely not. I can swear. I guarantee it with my beard. Swan got straight to the point as soon as he came in, obviously feeling that this boring meeting took up his working time. Compared to comfortable environment and grand occasions, Swan prefers parts and tools. Ever since Augustus pulled Swan out of Meinhof's mine, he has never changed. Captain Hilson's boys found some scattered parts of the Purifier Protoss from Niflheim and sent them all the way back to Korhal by expedited delivery. Swan was carrying a huge box. The box was obviously very heavy, and even he was out of breath. My people and I studied day and night and finally got some clues. He said, if it weren't for Talander, it might take several years to figure out what these parts are for. As he said that, Swan threw the box heavily on the table, and under the shocked eyes of the generals, he picked up a glass of water on the table and drank it. Oh, cowboy, how are you doing recently? Are Lydia and the kids okay? Swan pulled a chair over and sat down after finishing his drink. He turned around and saw Reno next to him. He smiled immediately, and his thick eyebrows like brushes immediately stretched out. Thanks to you, Swan, they are all fine. Reno also said with a smile. I haven't seen John's kid for a while. I heard that they are now preparing to move to Marcera. Swan said. My parents are not used to living in August Grid. There are too many people here, but too little land to farm. Reno shook his head. If making money is too easy, they will be uneasy. Marcera is also good. Swan nodded. Although it was once destroyed by the Protoss, Marcera is still habitable now, but the environment is still very bad. To be honest, it is not a paradise or a Feng Shui treasure land. Chief Engineer Swan, you can put these things aside for now and talk about your research on the Purifier. Graham Cofton raised his hand. to point at the watch on his hand, euphemistically indicating that the generals were all in a hurry and had no time to listen to his chatter. "Ah, I thought this was an armory." Swan patted his head. "Well, I'll just talk about the important things." "Well, I asked you to come here to talk about your research results, Rory." Augustus stretched out his hand to signal Swan to continue. "It sounds a bit strange, but I have to say that the structure of these machines is incredibly exquisite." As he spoke, Swan opened the box and took out a miniature golden luminous crystal on which the precise matrix engraving patterns were clearly visible. At this moment, the purifier matrix was still releasing heat and light. Rather than saying they are man-made machines, it's better to say they are people who are like machines. He fumbled with the hexagonal matrix core and took out a broken shoulder armor from the box. The purifiers use the technology of the ancient Protoss Empire, and since the Supreme Council ordered the abolition of all research on intelligent machinery, the technology they use is beyond the reach of even the current Protoss. "What does this mean?" Augustus asked. "This shows that the technology used by the purifiers is independent of the current Protoss Empire. They use their own energy and technology, and can even develop new technology by analyzing and imitating existing Terran Protoss weapons." Swan said, "I suspect that the purifiers also have their own scientists and weapons developers, or their data network itself is a collection of countless supercomputers, able to develop technology with infinite computing power." He pointed to the broken shoulder armor of a purifier warrior. "Analysis of the age of the material shows that it was forged only recently. In other words, they are still continuously manufacturing large armies of machinery, and there is no limit to this large-scale construction. One day, the purifiers will fill the entire world. This is not a bluff. It sounds alarmist." General Christopher Blythe looked at Swan. "Don't you understand with your wooden head? The purifiers, their factories can produce thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of mechanical fanatics, mechanical stalkers, colossi, and other things that will burn us guys to ashes in a blink of an eye." Swan has always had a bad temper, but he always blames the matter rather than the person. The usually respected Imperial General immediately blushed. "I do not know much about this, but I don't think their output will be so amazing. Robots are never tired and never stop working. While we are napping, farting, and drinking beer, the purifiers are building foundries." Swan stared into Christopher's eyes like an angry lion. "If they want, they can rule the world. If the purifiers have the ambition to rule the world." Augustus pondered. "Laurie, do you think our intelligent adjutant may also rebel?" Hannock, who had already shut up, suddenly asked. "Don't worry, our intelligent lieutenants are more than just a few screws inferior to those mechanical Protoss." Rory Swan, the chief engineer of the Empire, moved his stool to the side of Emperor Augustus and whispered a few words into his ear. "Then, we must not ignore the enemy in front of us." Jack Brody listened for a long time, although he didn't understand it very well, but he still slapped his thigh and made a decision. No matter whether these Protoss are made of iron or copper, he has long wanted to drive a warship to fight these aliens. "I propose that the Fleet Command, Dominion Fleet Command, form a new expeditionary fleet with the new flagship White Star, and go to Lorcadia, Niflheim and Cadia." His long and curly walrus beard trembled excitedly. "Kill them all in one go and avenge the previous shame. I have to admit that even your brain occasionally has a bright moment." Wachowski didn't like the Protoss either. The two men belonged to the Imperial Marines and the Navy respectively, but they hit it off and worked together to deal with the Protoss. "I don't understand why we have to fight the purifiers." Raynor thought for a long time. "Listen, the resurgence of the purifiers may not be a bad thing for the Empire, especially, you coward, you pig." Brody jumped up immediately and angrily called Raynor a pig. "What should we do? Are we just waiting for those purifiers to kill us all?" This man was vulgar and loud, and was once despised by Edmund Duke as a shrew of Marcera. Although those who knew them knew that these two generals were actually the same kind of people, who like to suppress opposing voices by raising their voices and shouting, and to resolve all disputes with a period of savagery like a bull. And this matter is simple. If Emperor Augustus thought that the Imperial Army did not need to be dispatched on the issue of the purifiers, he would not have to summon his generals at all. You Marines must be scared. I know what's going on. Very good, let us deal with the purifiers this time. Brody shouted. No matter how hard the fleet has tried to provide fire support, the Marines will always suspect that their naval colleagues are hiding their efforts and not trying hard enough. This is a common thing, and the role reversal may also be the case. We can't take the initiative to provoke the purifiers. Augustus's next sentence determined the next direction of the meeting. The Empire is colonizing the Sigma sector on a large scale, and there are not so many people involved at the moment. We have two worlds that are within the range of the purifiers' activities, but the colonies and ships sailing have not been attacked at all. The purifier Protoss may still have a rusty brain after waking up, and without thinking, they beat up several surrounding Terran Protoss worlds. However, it seems that the range of the purifier's activities is limited to this, and there is no intention to attack the Terran Prime Star Shakurus. At this time, with heavy footsteps, a tall purifier Protoss walked in. It was Phoenix's purifier clone Talander. I believe the purifiers will become friends of humanity. They don't want to start a war, but only for survival and freedom. The purifiers must have mistakenly believed that the Protoss Empire still wants to enslave them. Talander said, I must communicate with the purifiers' executive officers to stop the meaningless war between them. The real enemy is not their own compatriots. It's the Zerg. Chapter 650, The Emperor of Connections. A purifier Protoss. General Christopher exclaimed, staring at the heavy armor that shone with a platinum-like metallic luster under the light. He had never really seen Talander, but he had read about this prototype purifier warrior brought back from the planet Glacius by Emperor Augustus in the Empire's top-secret black files. Although he didn't understand why Emperor Augustus did that, he must have had his own insights. And according to what the purifier just said, he might be the key to the establishment of friendly diplomatic relations between the Terran Empire and the purifier Protoss. Moreover, Emperor Augustus has always had many Protoss friends all over the Korhal sector. Even if one day he said that he knew the Zelnaga, others would probably just say HMM and say so that's how it is. Living. Hanuk didn't know if he should use the word alive. He suspected that these Protoss who uploaded their consciousness into mechanical bodies in the form of data were actually dead. Guards. General Brody stood up in an instant. He was tall and burly, and really looked like a standing walrus. Dozens of high-ranking officers of the Empire around him also stared at Talander with vigilance, and many of them even put their hands on the pistols on their waists. Talander the Purifier was like a real steel giant, and his thick arms could easily break mountains and rocks, and cut people in half. If he was unstoppable here, no one could stop him. Sit down, sit down. Augustus waved his hand, and asked all the royal guards around to retreat. This is Talander. He is a respectable Protoss warrior and a friend of me, and the Terran Empire. And what I want to say, is that he may be the only one who can communicate with the angry Purifiers now. We must prepare for a war that may break out between the Terran Empire and the Purifiers, but if there is a possibility of peaceful coexistence or even an alliance, we must try it. Since the Emperor said so, the generals of the Empire had to sit back one after another. Most of the generals presented not like the Protoss very much, and had a cold attitude. They had all experienced the people who had fought through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in all-out wars, and it was natural for them to distrust aliens. Only Protoss like Tacitor and Phoenix who have helped humans will be treated with courtesy and respect by humans. The generals of the Empire can stand out among so many soldiers because of their wisdom, bravery, and loyalty. In this era, if humans want to survive in the outer space of the Korhal sector, they must not be soft-hearted, and the interests of the race should be above everything else. When they realized that the Purifiers were a huge threat that must be eliminated, and they did not think that the two sides could live in peace, they were more inclined to take the initiative. Instead of guessing the other party's attitude and position towards humans, and pinning the safety of the marginal colonies on the non-existent mercy and kindness of the Purifiers, it is better to join forces with the Terran Protoss to deal with them. The generals are not war maniacs, but they are not afraid of any enemy. Emperor Augustus's men are such people. Even if they only have an axe, a saw or a pickaxe in their hands, they have the courage to attack an extremely powerful enemy. Edmund Duke is a leader in this regard, and he himself is the axe. Your Majesty, do you hope that the Empire can form an alliance with the Purifiers? Chief of Staff Graham caught the key part of Emperor Augustus' words. Yes, it would be great if the Purifiers could become our allies. Augustus nodded. Even in the worst case scenario, a new war should not break out between us. Augustus was not quite sure about the current intentions of these Purifiers. To be cautious, it would be best not to provoke them. But on the other hand, being cautious would not help change the status quo. But the Dalem Protoss and the Purifier Protoss are at war. According to the Military Alliance Treaty, we should stand on the side of the Dalem Protoss and join the war. At least send a symbolic army. We will send an army to maintain order, but we will not help either side. Augustus said, don't worry that this will affect our relationship with Dalem. It would be best if there is no war, but the premise is that they also want that. Vice Admiral Julian Byne leaned back in his chair and looked at the approaching Talander with his deep blue eyes. This is difficult. We never understand what is in other people's minds. The Protoss is fine, but now it's the mechanical Protoss. This is the first time I have seen such a thing in my life. I'm not very good at this. The duty of a soldier is to win the war, not to prevent the war from happening. Julian Byne was originally the commander of the old Terran Federation. He was a pragmatic and action-oriented military leader. In the Federal Army at that time, he was considered a person who rose to a high position by strength, rather than bloodline and qualifications. Byne's experience is also quite legendary. He was born into a wealthy Federation family and lived a comfortable and carefree life. Just like many rich kids who don't have to worry about life. His original intention of joining the army may be just to add some fun to his boring life. He used to drive a sleepwalker transport ship, but he also drove vultures and arc tanks on the ground. It's not an experience worth showing off in the Imperial Army. After all, Duke also drove a tank when he was down and out. The experience of experiencing the front line in his early years also shaped Julian Byne's perseverance. In the old Federation era, he was the mainstay of the Terran human race against the invasion of alien insects. When Emperor Augustus ascended the throne in Korhal, Byne, as a Federation Navy general, neither surrendered nor refused to join this war of cannibalism, and finally chose to retire and return home. It was not until shortly before the Second Total War that the Emperor of the Empire personally visited the veteran and invited him out of a small farmhouse on Dela 4th. From what I understand, the Purifiers are very different from ordinary Protoss. In fact, they are machines, and their thinking logic is probably different from any creature in this universe. Leonid Celsus had a cold face from the beginning, and his ice blue eyes seemed to be carved from solid ice. Even when Talander walked in, he did not move. Who knows how the Protoss Empire dealt with other races in the era of the Purifier Protoss? Maybe they were simply created as tools to destroy other lives. The Purifiers are weapons of war, and even the Combines of the old Federation can kill many people when they are out of control. Celsus is the head of the Terran Empire's Ghost Project, known as the Ghost Master or the Ghost Admiral. What is less known is that he once sent hundreds of Imperial ghosts to secretly eliminate the leaders of the Imperial Rebellion. The Imperial Ghost Project is another military department independent of the Marines and the Navy. Their duty is to train future elite Imperial warriors for the Emperor. No one knows how their mechanical brain circuits work, whether it's tick-tick or waka-waka. Hanek tried to interrupt, but no one paid attention. With the presence of distinguished guests, even Hanek put away his irritable look and showed a cold expression, so as not to be confused and ask questions, turning into a monkey. In the end, sitting in the position of the Empire General, even people like Hanek have to be proud. You're right, Leo. But if we assume that the Purifiers have implanted the Protoss's thinking, even if they are just simulating the Protoss's way of thinking, it means that they are at least reasonable. Raynor cleared his throat and said a few words. The Combine Harvester can help us harvest crops, and it can also crush a large group of Zerglings that are about to jump on your head. It depends on whether you can deal with the deadly control panel of this old machine. I almost thought this was the first time we agreed in our lives. Celsus glared at Raynor coldly. Next time, you can directly deny me, Mr. Nice Guy of Marcera. Raynor can be regarded as a good man with noble character, but Celsus is different. He seems to be a real ghost, cold and silent, always staring at everyone who enters his sight with malice. Except Emperor Augustus. Mr. Nice Guy, I like this nickname. Raynor thought it was not bad. I'm not praising you. Celsus sighed deeply, showing an expression of despair. Why would he compete with the head of the three idiots of the Empire? Well, now that we've come to this point, Renault spread his hands. You grandson, do you want to fight now? For Sacco and Jeleni's sake, I'll be careful not to break your poor neck. Renault's grandson was pronounced in a clear voice, obviously heard from Augustus, but he always told others that it was a compliment. You are as smart as a grandson. And indeed, among the most read articles in the military academies of the Terran Empire is the military strategy written by the ancient Earthman Sun Tzu, which is an ebook recorded on the supercomputer of the colonial mothership. I'm happy to accompany you. Celsus stretched out a mechanical hand that was modified by a mechanical prosthesis. He could read minds, and of course knew that this was actually an insult. Before the situation became more serious, the Purifier Talander also joined the meeting. Of course, he couldn't sit on a human chair, so he could only fold his heavy limbs under his huge body, square like a white box. Generals of the Terran Empire, I must explain what I said before. Although Talander's voice was simulated, it was by no means an emotionless mechanical voice. I believe that the Purifiers do not have to start a war with the Terran Empire, because that is not the mission given to them by the Protoss Empire, nor have they ever been given the mission to destroy other races in the universe. Mission? But betraying the Protoss Empire is not their mission. Celsus decided to give up his chance to beat Raynor up. I happen to know that the original mission of the Purifiers was to protect the Protoss Empire and their people. Yes, I can't deny that. Talander did not make any defense for the Purifiers, because he considered himself both a Purifier and a member of the Protoss Empire. Just like Augustus Mengsk overthrew the Terran Federation and established the Terran Empire, the oppressed will surely resist those who oppress them. I'm not defending the actions of the ancient Purifiers. This is certainly unforgivable in the eyes of the Protoss Empire, but in the eyes of the Purifiers, it is just a revolution. The memories of the newly awakened Purifiers must still be in the revolution thousands of years ago. For them, the resistance is still going on. He said, as long as I can prove to them that the leader of the Dalam Protoss is not the Supreme Council of the past, everything will be solved. Tacita has explained this to the leaders of the Purifiers countless times, but they simply don't believe it. Raynor said helplessly, or so the old saying goes, prejudice is a mountain in people's hearts. Why do you think the Purifier Protoss will believe what you say? Asked Limu. Because I'm a Purifier, the only Purifier who understands the world today. In the data network, Purifiers have no secrets. Talander replied, in the face of the threat of the Zerg, civilization can only survive by unity. But the war between Daram and the Purifiers has already begun. Celsus said, the blood of hatred has been shed, and it is hard to recover. Even so, I will try. Talander said, I must go to the Purifier mothership Sybaris to let the Purifier's highest executive recognize who their real enemy is. And the human warship will serve as a messenger to pick up and send the peace envoy. Augustus said, this idea is very good to me. If the Purifier Protoss can help us deal with the Zerg, then it's no big deal to say a few good words to them. Face is worth a few dollars. General Martin is a silver-haired old man who has fought more battles than all the generals present. But what if this is not only useless, but also causes a counterproductive effect? This is not a game. There are tens of billions of people in the Empire behind us. Wachowski said. Like I said before, we still have to send a fleet. Augustus said, we must show the Purifiers the great power of the Empire, so that they will talk to us on an equal footing. Brody's eyes lit up. Yes, we need to send a Gorgon battle cruiser. Harnack imitated Warfield's accent. 1. You think the Imperial Navy is a beggar? General Byrne glared. What do you know, you fire-breathing can? Old man, it seems that we have to fight each other. Harnack said, do you look down on the firebats? Stinky boy, I will be your grandfather in many years. Byrne stood up. Forget about it. Augustus raised his eyelids. Everyone who will lead this fleet? As usual, Emperor Augustus called them here to listen to their opinions. Most of the time, he just listened, and at the end he slammed the table and said, then who will go? The Emperor is younger than most generals, but he is undoubtedly the most authoritative person here. I'll go, Renault shouted before everyone else. He had long been overwhelmed by the military affairs in the imperial capital of Augustgrad. Then Augustus said. In addition, I also need some ghost agents and locking bullets. They are experts in dealing with machines. Renault said. This needs the order of His Majesty, not you. Ghost Admiral Celsus didn't even bother to look at Renault. I'm just making a suggestion. Renault sighed. Rules are rules, and official business is official. Celsus snorted. You're awesome. Do all ghosts say the same thing? Renault was glad that, although his son was also a telepath, he didn't have to become a ghost agent, but served as a psychic examiner in the Imperial Supervision Department. Just do as Jim says. The Emperor still favored Renault. I need a fleet. Form it now, and set off immediately. We also need additional weapons, to deal with possible conflicts. If the situation is critical, we should force our way into the interior of the Purifier mothership, the Cerberus. The Navy has long been prepared to fight the Purifier fleet head-on. General Brody rubbed his hands. Are you going to fight? Pay attention. You must be careful. The Purifiers didn't pop out of cracks in the rocks. Rory Swan was almost drowsy after listening to it and was awakened by his own saliva. I dare to bet. Well, I know that military and national affairs cannot be betted. This matter is mine. Point nothing for me, then I'm leaving. A new month. Full attendance cannot be lost. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.